Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Hello and welcome around the world. It is day number 5 of Gamers Without Borders here for StarCraft 2, and we have got ourselves qualification matches today. We've got matches down in that lower bracket which are going to determine whether a player is in or not still, and we have got a lot of great action for you here throughout the next 2 days, in fact, as we will be back tomorrow as well. Welcome to the pre-show here, brought to you by Savvy Games Group. To start things off, my name is Kalaris, the master of the dome here, as we continue things on for great action. And joining me to my left-hand side to talk about everything that is going to be going on, we've got ourselves Wardy and Cats. You know, it's always a mystery for me for the moment. I'm waiting to eagerly see who's going to be popping up, and here we go. All right, guys, so far so good. Yesterday was a little bit weird here and there, a bit up and down with the games, Wardy. However, still a good day of StarCraft.
Yeah, I love some of the early matches we had. It felt like, you know, they might not have been super long games. We still had a lot of 3-game series and just kind of players putting up a decent fight, even if it was a 2-0. Like Kira, for example, against Creator, I thought was quite fun, even though Creator was kind of down and out and getting kind of outclassed by Kira, but he still hung on in there and kind of dug deep where he needed to. And yeah, he wasn't able to make it happen, but yeah, there's definitely some fun games.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket here, and I can get Kat's thoughts on this in just a second, as we have the Korean bracket that we're going to be looking at first, as we have up towards the top. Now, 2 qualification matches already guaranteed up there. Ragnarok versus Classic and Cure versus Hero. There is a very real possibility, Kat, that some Protoss goes to Gamers 8. Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty big possibility as well, right? Probably the best Protoss in the world at this point, maybe disputed by the likes of unknown quantities like Max Packs, but otherwise, Hero is looking good. So really rooting for him. And Classic versus Ragnarok also, kind of like, I would say Ragnarok is favored, but I think we're all, like, from the talks that we've had in the green room, that we all think that Classic has a chance. Like, it's definitely not. Yeah, so yeah, it's looking good for the Protoss. It's looking doable.
Well, here in the lower bracket as well, we won't really talk much about Bunny versus Gumiho, because that's going to be our first match, but a little later on we do have Creator versus DRG. Creator's had a bit of a hard run of it in these brackets here, Wardy, but it's not undoable down here versus DRG.
No, Creators look good enough to definitely contest with DRG. I'd say that DRG, obviously he was playing Hero yesterday, but he had openings in his defense, right? There was chances to get damage done early. He ended up behind. Yeah, I think Creator can absolutely exploit those as well. So Creator has been playing really well recently. And if I had to say who's been playing the better out of these two over the last, weekend or so, I would definitely put it on Creator. So hopefully he can get it done today. And obviously he can move on to play again tomorrow in the qualifying match as well.
Oh yeah, hopefully. Let's take a look at the highlights back from yesterday as well. Bunny Ragnarok starting things off, and overall it's good to see Ragnarok kind of break that situation he was in, Cats, considering his ZVT was just unfortunately all over the place for a lot of series in the past, but he was able to come out victorious in this ZVT yesterday.
Yeah, and that'll happen as we have on screen, actually, Classic versus Gumiho. That I can't believe that Classic attacked into that choke, but ended up doing it anyway there, so that was rather impressive.
Yeah, it definitely was. Having the mech game Wardy stand out as a focal point yesterday was very weird against Protoss. Classic almost kind of allowed him into that game, but then we saw as mech crumbles to Protoss eventually in that series.
Yeah, no, it was kind of a strange one, wasn't it? It was just kind of like, why are we doing this, Gumiho? Like, if he takes such a bad fight and it's still going to turn out okay, I think there might be something wrong with the strategy. And the thing is with mech, I think it's just very flimsy, where some days it can just look really good because a certain situation arises, and then other situations arrive. It's just like, oh, mech gets rolled over, and then we're like, wow, why does anyone play mech? But there's got to be a reason, otherwise they wouldn't do it, in these sort of tournaments. So yeah, it was kind of a weird one, though, because it just looked like it was so terrible, and it turned out to be kind of okay.
Yeah, it's difficult for us to sit back, as you say, and just question someone like Gumiho, who probably on ladder and even against some of these very top pros has success with it in some facets here and there, but just here on the stage, not quite being able to hit home. Let's check in with the EPT bracket as well, the rest of the world bracket, as we do only have 2 series from that today, which will be the 2 qualification matches up towards the top. Oliveira versus Clem and Showtime versus Elazer. My question to you, Cats, is can Oliveira do this? Because his TVT against Hero Marine was looking not shaky, but just kind of outclassed by Hero Marine, and now he has to go up against Clem up at the top here.
Yeah, but it was kind of just an off week for Oliveira. Like all of his games looked really bad, whereas this week he did pretty good against Cham. He looked really solid, and then in his TVT, just his trajectory leading up to now, it's been pretty good. One of his strongest matchups. So I would say this is about a 50-50 match, maybe even favoring Oliveira.
And of course, we have Showtime versus Elaser here, Wardy, which was again will be another best of 5, another opportunity for Protoss. But Elaser, all things considered, you know, traditionally in the past, he's been very mid-game focused against Protoss and been able to find a lot of success with it. So who knows what might happen in that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, Elaser just doesn't really play in too much right now. Like, he plays a weekly here and there, so be exciting to see if he can take against Showtime, who I think is a lot of people's favorites to make it through, you know, out of a bunch of these players in this bracket. So yeah, it's not a given. I do feel like it being a best of 5 might hurt Elaser a little bit. I think Showtime in the longer series might just be able to have his number.
Down towards the bottom, Cham, Lambo, Estrella, Special. Cats, you brought light to the fact that the Americas not having the best of times just yet here in the bracket, but still opportunities certainly here down.
And yeah, I suppose you can technically have 2 Americans qualify, but Cham is going to have to go up against Lambo, a Lambo that has looked, you know, not particularly good in this tournament and leading up to it perhaps, but I mean, Cham also had some moments against Oliveira, like these attacks that shouldn't really work, but at the same time, it's like, why are you taking these fights? Yeah. Honestly, you know, you need good games, then you need some bad games so that we can know what the good games are, James. And
yes,
yesterday, it was doggy.
Dog water, maybe. It's dog the kind water. Of brine that hot dogs come in. But that Lambo Clem series was a bit of a disaster, Wardy. Obviously, Lambo probably is looking back at that thinking to himself, how did I let these Hellions do so much damage in game 2? But at least we had this go down, which I thought Special was going to win, but then all of a sudden didn't.
I think a lot of people thought Special was going to win, maybe with the lead he had at certain points, but yeah, it didn't quite go down like that, and it was kind of a weird one as well. I would have definitely pinned Special to have kind of advanced through the winner bracket here into today, but didn't turn out like that. Showtime looked good in that PvP as well, by the way, against Australia. And I was kind of worried because, like, when I saw the bracket, I think I talked about it yesterday on the pre-show, I was like, man, Showtime feels like he's not getting good matches because, like, last week he got the 2 big Zergs, right? And this week he gets Estrella. And Estrella PvP is dangerous, you know? Like, that is not a given. That's not easy for as good as Showtime is. And you know, historically, they've gone very back and forth in that matchup, but he just looked really good yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. It was very up and down yesterday, but hopefully today we only get ups here. Give us that big thumbs up as we take a look now at the schedule for what's going to be happening here throughout the day. We've got ourselves 2 best of 3s and then 4 best of 5s to qualify 4 players through to Gamers 8 here at Gamers Without Borders. And Cats, if you had to pick a fixture, which one are you looking forward to? What's your main event?
Well, my main event is the Zergs, so that's the ones that I picked to cast as well. DRG versus Creator and Ragnarok versus Classic. That's my jam right now. Okay,
I don't mind that. How about yourself, Wardy? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I think I actually really look forward to the first TVT because I think that could really be up in the air in terms of how it turns out. Honestly, I think they're all pretty great. Like, there's a lot of competitive matchups here. Kua looked so good yesterday against Creator. I'd love to see how Hero takes him on because I actually think with how Hero's been playing lately, I almost favor Kua with his performance yesterday, as crazy as that might be.
Oh, I get what you're saying. In fact, that was kind of the fixture I was looking at mostly to potentially impress Kua versus Hero, considering exactly what you said, how good Kua looked yesterday in the matchup as a whole. And we also have all of the players here getting ready for Gamers 8, getting ready for Gamers Without Borders. So let's check in with those guys, ask them a few questions about how they were able to prepare for the tournament.
테란 선수들이랑 얘기 좀 많이 하고 레더 위주로 했던 것 같습니다.
테란전이 너무 약하기 때문에 테란전 위주로 중점적으로 준비했습니다.
그냥 진짜 매일 열심히 연습하고 있어요.
이 토너먼트에서 가장 위협이 되는 선수라고 생각하면은 역시나 지금 테란전이 조금 힘들기도 하고 그 테란 중에서도 좀 월등히 뛰어나다고 생각하기 때문에 마루 선수가 가장 위협이 되지 않나 싶습니다.
저는 개인적으로 지금 막 한 선수를 뽑는다기보다는 지금은 진짜 모든 선수들이 잘해서 다 똑같이 위협적이고 다 똑같이 이길 수 있다고 생각해요, 지금.
잘 모르겠는데요.
就 Cyro 真的很厉害，然后我觉得他会拿到这个冠军。
I think anybody, literally anybody who is signed up to this tournament or who will end up qualifying for the main event has the chance of winning it all.
딱히 선수가 생각나진 않고 일단은 테란전을 중점적으로 연습을 했지만 아직 파회가 되지는 않았기 때문에 저그전 위주로 하고 싶습니다.
따로 없지만 그래도 하고 싶은 종족전은 좀 저그전이 좀 하고 싶어요.
There's no way Oliveira just said Sarah was the dark horse of the That was like when Ben said, oh, this little known player called Dark is on the rise. What is going on? But, you know, also we heard from Hero there. He said one of the players that he was most scared of was Maru. And, well, that 3-0 in Maru's favor, what he, I guess, proved Hero's fears correct.
Yeah, and that obviously doesn't really bode well necessarily for playing against Q today, does it? So, no, definitely a little bit worried for Hero. Man, maybe Oliveira's just like, you know, I'm a world champion now. You know, is Cyril the world champion right now? Yeah,
No.
seems like he's the underdog, actually.
Actually, he must be.
That was wild. Oh, brilliant stuff. All right, well, I'm glad we got to hear from the players here coming into the tournament for Gamers Without Borders. Now, let's get on to our first best of 3 of the day. It will be a TVT, and we're going to have Bunny going up against Gumiho. Now, Cats, Gumiho in the previous bracket came off the back of, unfortunately, losing out in a qualification match to Beyond 3-1. No slouch, though, is Beyond, of course, in TVT, and we're seeing Gumiho really bring, I think, some fire to the matchup, really trying to get in his opponent's face. So I'm excited to see him play.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday, I think that these are two of the most creative Terran players in Korea for a very long time. Gumiho perhaps more so than Bunny, but Bunny also has really cool tactics, really good adaptations to his build orders and just to his overall game plan. So I really want to see what these players bring, because I feel like when they are prepared, they will show us something that's kind of unique and different, and different approaches, always refreshing.
Yeah, so something you said, Wardy, yesterday resonated with me, which is Bunny recently, with not that many games on the board, is kind of an unknown commodity right now. What did you extract from his game versus Ragnarok? Because I guess it's a completely different matchup, but do you think that he can stand up against Gumiho here regarding that?
Yeah, I think he can. I mean, against Ragnarok, he had a game where obviously he just got caught off guard, and he had a game where he looked very good. And that kind of longer game, I think Ragnarok honestly played quite well. I wouldn't put anything kind of against Bunny there. So I think Bunny can absolutely have a go, but we do have to think that Gumiho has been looking amazing, right? But, you know, last week's performance from Gumiho was really, really impressive. I think that's got a lot to say. I guess my only thing is, like, I always feel as though in Korean TVT, it's almost anybody's game, right? You know, you're just like a little move away from something like running into too many tanks or a doom drop gone wrong. And Bunny is, you know, we called him the YOLO Terran for a long time because he will just do things that no one else will be willing to. Yeah. And that can work very well against someone that's oftentimes very kind of crazy like Gumiho as well, because he can match that craziness and kind of make the games wild, even if Gumiho maybe has a bit of an edge.
Do you have any anticipations from Bunny's side here, Cats?
My camera is going crazy right now, apparently. I'm like,
is it
shifting like shades and colors? But yeah, it's okay.
Awesome.
I think that Bunny's gonna take it personally, because I think that he is the higher caliber player. We do tend to, or I tend to underestimate Gumiho from time to time, because he's not the flashiest Terran. He's just a really smart Terran. But I think mechanically, I think Bunny might have the better end of this trade. So I would think that he takes it.
How about yourself, Wardy? If you had to put your peg into one of these holes?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know which peg I'm putting the hole into or what. Maybe Gumiho. I can't get Gumiho's last week performance out of my head, I guess is what it comes down to. I think that's what's really stirring me. Otherwise, I think I would kind of say Bunny, even if we haven't seen much of him. Gumiho just looked that good last week. It almost feels wrong that he doesn't at least get another chance to qualify.
Yeah, it would be rough if we were to effectively fall out of the in the first round here, basically, when it comes to our second bracket. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the commentators to bring you all the action from this TVT. It's a best of 3. We're done in the Kalaris Dome.
Thank you very much, James. And we are going to be getting on into it with the TVT.
Good to be having an expert of the Terran vs. Terran matchup over the years with me. To Muslim, we get to join forces once again.
We absolutely do, Pig. And this one, Bunny versus Gumiho, I think the analysts were pretty spot on. Like, Bunny, he has been a YOLO Terran in the past, you know, like when foreigners used to go over to Korea and they used to play against all the barcodes on the ladder, it was like they all knew who Bunny was when they played him, and it was purely because there'd be drops here, there, and everywhere with 0 scans whatsoever. He would just go absolute gung-ho, but he's really reined it in quite a bit, and now he's just a very, very solid macro bio Terran. He can do these all-in builds, he can do the macro builds. I think overall people look at Bunny as absolutely one of the better Terrans in the world, not necessarily like the Marus, but you're going to have to be seriously damn good to beat him. And when going up against Gumiho, who is kind of he's a bit of a wild dog, actually. Like, if I said there was potentially a dark horse, if Gumiho does make it in, right now, he's showcased that he can absolutely dance with some of the best, such as the heroes and the darks of the world. And I'm just looking forward to see what he can do in TVT, because he's always been a bit of a beast in this matchup.
100%. And you know, he's historically actually had the number of Bunny, which was a stat which surprised me when I first looked that up. I was like, I don't know, there's just something about Bunny's mechanical prowess where I thought his drops all over the place would be a little bit too much for Gumiho. But of course, then I remember just how clever Gumiho's openings are. He's always going to put you in a slightly different situation to what you're used to. You don't get practice against Gumiho except when you're actually playing him here in tournaments. So Bunny's going to have to really navigate a complicated early game just to survive and get it to an even position. If he can make it a scrappy multitasking war, I definitely favor Bunny. But in terms of the interesting strategies, Gumiho's going to keep this really fresh.
Yeah, you know what's... In fact, we'll do the intros first, but I want to get onto that point that you mentioned. Spawning over in the bottom left here of Ancient Cistern to kick things off. It is the red Terran. It is Gumiho.
And representing Mystery Gaming in the top right side of the map in the blue, it's Bunny.
Yeah, I'm absolutely on with you here that Bunny is like very good multitask wise. Like if he's doing 2 or 3 things simultaneously, he'll be very, very accurate with them. What Gumiho first got famous for when he was in, I think it was FXO when he first burst onto the scene, he was doing 5 things, but they were all a little bit sloppy. So like he really kind of focused on doing everything all at once. But it didn't really matter how well one engagement went as opposed to just doing many of them. But yeah, he's obviously kind of said to himself, hey, I'm a bit of a mech god. I can slow down games however I want. I can also do things off the fly a little bit, which definitely makes him a little more chaotic. But yeah, when it comes to TVT, I do remember like there was a triangle of who were the best TVT players in the world, like Innovations and Marus and what have you. And there was this little Gumiho that would be able to take down like the Marus and the Innovations of the world, even though he technically wasn't on the same level. Crazy player.
Absolutely, and he's going to be going for a 2-Rax Reaper opening here, walling off with the depot. No SCV scout for either side, and he's going to look for a bit of an advantage with that. Bunny has not gone for a 1-Rax expand, so he's not wide open to it or anything like that. Looks like Bunny will probably just go and pull a few workers off gas on his side of the map and start going for that expansion. So usually with this, the first few Reapers don't get massive damage, but if Bunny gets a bit too aggressive, runs his first Reaper across the map, loses it, things can spiral very quickly.
Yeah, this is like the build that Gumiho's gone for is very good against Proxy Rax Reapers if they do go for it. It is also one of those things that can surprise and throw off your opponent or whatnot, but he was definitely hoping to go up against Proxy Rax Reaper and then just be economically ahead with the same amount of units. Neither player scouted with in fact, one of the players did run kind of across the map here. It is a Bunny over, having a quick peek in the base. He probably will be able to get out. That's a really good scout from Bunny, actually.
Yeah, very nice scout. Tries to double back here. The Reaper's, of course, hot in pursuit, trying to cut off any chance of retreating with the 3rd Reaper. Looks like he might be able to get that. But he's gonna say, I'm going to buy a lot of time. Look, I'm probably going to go down, but at least I'm going to lure you away from my base, so I've got time to get more Hellions and Reapers out at home.
Yeah, so far, like just looking at this and being like, all right, who do I think is ahead? I do prefer Bunny's situation. Like, he actually ran in there, and I think he got to spot the second barracks, if I am correct. And the fact that he's going to be moving into his starport a lot quicker, yeah, Bunny has absolute full vision here. I like his little mix of things better. Whenever you delay your factory, your starport, I always feel like, uh-oh, my opponent's going to be ahead in the Raven game, in the tank game, in the Cyclone game, and all that. And look at Gumiho. Like, this build that he's going for, totally wild, totally out there, super bad against any kind of tank pressure, and he's absolutely hoping that he's not going up against anything like that.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Ben, actually, because it's always interesting with this, right? There's a point where you're so weak with this 2 racks follow-up when Stim maybe is finished, but you don't have medevacs yet. You know, you don't really have any tanks or Ravens to speak of. But if Bunny moves out a little bit too late with Tank Raven, your double drop gets in, you easily win a base trade with Stim Marines, right? So it's something where Bunny can commit hard to a tank push, or he's got to really turtle up and play very safe at home.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, Gumiho's definitely metagaming here. Because if he played against a player that was very good with the medevac and the tank and gets out that build and just comes and does a drop on you, he's in a lot of trouble with what he has, because he has literally nothing. And combat shield, or rather Marines with Stim, they need combat shields to survive a tank shot, otherwise they're getting one shot. So there's a very, very vulnerable moment here for the next minute or two where Gumiho is bad against tanks, but if he can survive, and then he gets that base tradey situation, yeah, his army is definitely just more mobile and able to get out there and do what you said.
Yeah, I really like this build order in terms of if you don't overcommit and throw those Marines away, it gives you opportunities to strike in. But you're always going to have later expansions, but you can take them earlier, right? Bunny might have to float his command center out a little delayed. Gumiho, I want to see him expanding on location. I want to see a 3rd barracks coming up for him soon as well. It's interesting that he's built a missile turret, because just on 2 barracks, no 3rd command center, to me it feels like Gumiho is not really adding to his infrastructure that quickly. And I don't mind this build if you've got a decently timed 3rd command center on location, which he's going out to build now. But with a 3rd already finished and morphing into an orbital, Bunny's going into 2nd and 3rd barracks, and I think Bunny's just going to turtle up. It's going to be very hard to find any damage with this.
Funny that he revealed this medevac drop. I know he cleans up this Reaper here, but I feel that maybe it would be nice to just kind of fly across the map as quickly as possible, avoiding that Reaper, because now Bunny knows exactly what he's up against. And as long as he doesn't move out or do anything crazy, you see here he's also going for Vikings and stuff, those medevacs are super vulnerable, especially with a Raven out and about. And yeah, the positioning of Bunny looks pretty damn key, actually.
Yeah, I think this actually makes sense when I think about it. The Raven. Oh, so close! He's going to drop on it. Nice auto turrets to try and dissuade him from doing that. Doesn't even get a Marine, though, or actually just one goes down. Very nice catch for Gumiho. And really, the goal here is just to deny the 3rd. Make it stay in the main base. You can't move it out just yet. Take your own 3rd behind it. Get your barracks count up. And Gumiho's going to have a big advantage in the Marines. The combat shields is finished. The +1 attack is finished as well. So Gumiho's force is growing with strength, but that Hellion force can deny the SCV on the 3rd. Building the 3rd on location, nice economic boost when you get away with it. But this is getting denied twice now. And Gumiho needs to get a move on with securing that expansion.
Yeah, Gumiho's army back at home. Like, he's getting the tanks, getting the Marines and stuff. And I think Bunny was on 2 Ravens, but that was definitely crazy by him moving out like he did. Right now, Gumiho has an upgrade advantage as well. Went for the 1 engineering bay, getting the +1. Eventually, he will join up with the 2, but this little harass by Bunny, definitely working out for him. You know what? Gumiho, with his kind of interesting build here, has definitely got himself into not a bad spot, especially with that Raven snipe that he did.
Yeah, this is a build we saw Beyond co-opted it from Gumiho a lot, was using it versus Maru in an attempt to kind of catch Maru off guard, and Maru would go turtle mode and just refuse to move out, and you know, that's a great way to deal with it. So like, I love what Bunny's doing. I feel like he's taking a leaf out of Maru's book, and he's like, you know what? Sit at home, send small little pressures, and just pick away at you. And he's being really annoying. Gumiho needs to deal with this. That Reaper kills 3 SCVs, denying his barracks and his command center early. This comes in, the Hellion. It's just causing more distractions. Gives a bit of momentum, but oh my lord, that Doom drop is massive.
It's massive, but that's just 2 tanks. Look at that Raven. That's doing a big amount of damage there, just denying those tanks, and this drop absolutely shut down. I tell you what, though, that eco disparity here, 62 SCVs compared to 44. That's actually a big deal. For Bunny, his upgrades are going to come online. His army definitely is bigger and stronger. But yeah, that was definitely a bit of the wind taken out of Gumiho's sails. But if he can survive for the next minute or so, and he is busting out a lot of units very quickly, he's going to be looking pretty all right. I'm just scared of the push that Bunny is going to get going, because I think he's already on 5 barracks and pumping out of all 5.
I feel Gumiho needs to buy himself a whole 2 minutes here, Ben. It's going to be like a long time till he catches up on the army supply. He was already down on tanks. He loses 2 of them, a pack of medevacs and marines, and he was really just trying to force it a little bit too much there. You can tell that Bunny was expecting this sort of play. Like, look at his setup. He has spotters everywhere, turrets ringing all sides of his base. His army was sitting in the most central location so it could respond to anywhere he got hit from. He's even got depots in the top left of the map, and he's only sending out small harassment. Bunny is basically just saying, play defensive. Gumiho is going to try and force the issue. He's way too overeager with this strategy, and I'm just going to wait for him to keep making mistakes. The problem is that worked well to get him ahead, but he missed the counterattack window. Now Gumiho's catching up in army supply, and he's still got that 8-worker lead.
This is the kind of build that I would like to do, the one that Gumiho's doing. It's like no Raven whatsoever. It's just kind of gung-ho, you know, like for me, I feel that my micro's been lacking a little bit, but the way that he's playing here, he's got decent map control. He's taken a 4th base. Like, he's been very greedy about expanding, whereas Bunny, he's had to take it slower and more methodically, right? What's the tank count for both of them at this point? Because Gumiho, he's been... Okay, he is behind there. Bunny's army's just better, man. Like, equal amount of marines.
Second factory though, I'm not sure if he has that up just yet. So I think Gumiho should be able to catch up a little bit, but that's gonna put a spanner in the works.
It is, but Gumiho is actually positioned pretty damn nicely. He got a siege tank up. Obviously, he's lacking some medevacs here, but not even an SCV going down, I don't think. And Gumiho's holding. His 2-2 is a bit faster as well. And Bunny, he's only got... This isn't big enough an army to hold this, man. He's gonna have to pull all his SCVs.
That's 2 tanks on their own, pretty much. The SCVs do come forward to buffer. The tanks get a lot of good shots off, but 20 SCVs going down and having to lift the base. He's going to counter shove on the south side at the same time. Interference matrix is very nice to take away the front line, but there's still 2 tanks in the back. As long as Gumiho pulls back the command center, keeps that alive, this will be a potential advantage for him. Both sides very even in workers and army supply. The 2-2 upgrades have just kicked in for Gumiho a little bit earlier. Tank advantage massive.
Oh, these tanks, they're kind of getting caught out though here, Pig, and look at that. Gumiho coming in with a drop from the north as well. His tanks in the back aren't actually attributing to the fight at all, but he did clean up quite a few tanks. But man, you can really tell that even if you've got an upgrade lead, fighting against siege tanks is very rough. And despite all the damage that Gumiho did, Bunny, with a slightly superior army here, more tanks, he's just getting work done. And now he's taken a 4th base. He's denied this 3rd base as well. Still got that drop alive in the back, but Gumiho, nice tank positioning here to defend things.
Yeah, good to see those Vikings cleaning that up. Gumiho is on 20 army supply right now. 2-2 upgrades tying things up. The Vikings going to shoot that drop down. Those Marines aren't going to be able to do anything more inside this main base. Gumiho has the base up in to the left, and I think he kept his 3rd command center alive as well, I believe. So he is up a command center, or was. Bunny's 4th base did just finish as well on location. He's going to make a planetary there. Gumiho starting his +3 weapons. He's going to go out onto this map, looking to catch these units as they retreat. But overall, he's outnumbered. If he gets, a little too antsy, he's going to be walking into a trap. Bunny has the larger force. Gumiho's been kind of forward on the map, attacking, but you've got to be careful getting in the habit of just attacking willy-nilly, because right now, Bunny has the army advantage. Bunny's got a slight worker advantage, and it's close enough that, it could go either way, but Gumiho's looking like he's a bit desperate.
Gumi is so spot on in all his games with upgrades, by the way. Like, every game that I've seen of him, he is just, boom, starting upgrades. So even if he is playing, a bit gung-ho at times, he's still fundamentally behind it all, doing all the right things. And every time he's hit these upgrades, he's had these little advantages and these little windows that he needs to work with. And he does just that, doesn't he? By being so aggressive. And here he has to be careful, because that Raven... one anti-armor missile or a few interference matrices, and that army just cannot fight, and he knows that. He has to get on back.
Oh, but Bunny's going to drive a wedge in between him and his bases. He says, hey, where are you running, bro? That's the corner of the map. You can't defend your bases up there.
Raven down.
Taking of the position. Nice snipe on the Raven for Gumiho, but that is not enough to stop that many Marines shoving in. Only 1 tank, a few Marines and Vikings. The Vikings not useful at all against this. Gumiho has to turn tail and run.
And I mean, he had to go around that wedge that you were talking about as well, like back to his base, and he couldn't get there in time, lost the CC, did keep all the SCVs alive, which is nice. Bunny is starting as 3-3 now. Remember, it's been kind of a hectic game, so even though they've both been mining and the situations look very close here, 168 supply apiece, they've done so much economic damage to one another. I think like 30 SCVs have gone down on both sides, so definitely a bit of a crazy game. Yeah, 29 versus 26.
Army moving out once again. Gumiho is not happy to just sit at home. Bunny, though, seems to be a little better on the army management. Keep in mind, 3-3 is about to kick in. Gumiho would love to take an even battle in terms of the numbers when he's got the double upgrade advantage. And he's going to start opening these rocks up. Bunny loads up a single medevac. He's going to try and send that down the south. A couple of Vikings are watching that path, so that could backfire.
I always love it when Terrans get their +2 tanks on the go. It's such an important upgrade in Bio. Means your tanks will then one-shot stim Marines, even with combat shields. Very, very important to get. Look at Gumiho, by the way. No fear this man has. And he's now getting into a position where he really wants to bully Bunny around. But Bunny, far more prep for it. But that is a big siege on both sides. Going to get chaotic. Bunny is shutting down the Expo again from Gumiho. But all the Marines from Gumiho are getting slaughtered here by the tanks, and look at that. Bunny's got mad air control as well.
Yeah, I mean, Gumiho needed to pull those Marines back in the main battle a little bit earlier. That was a bit of a mistake for him, unfortunately. When you go for that sort of fight, most of your tanks are out of range of each other. So whoever runs further forward with the Marines loses the fight because you're letting more of their siege tanks fire than yours are. And that's kind of what happened in that engagement for Gumiho. He's also clumping up a lot around the corner. He's up in supply, though. And you talked about how he does a lot of things at once. And that's kind of what he's doing here. Like, he's definitely losing a fight here or there, but he's expanding at a more rapid rate. He was better to rebuild his economy and his upgrades. And because of that, Gumiho has the supply lead. But with no 5th base for either player, it is still very close to stable. Fusion cores on the way, which tells us that Bunny wants to probably make, I would imagine, a range liberator transition, though technically it could be battle cruisers. The reactor on the starport tells us that, of course, range liberators will be a good way to break your opponent's positions if you have the Viking advantage.
Yeah, and he has had the advantage. He was producing like 4 liberators at a time as well, I do believe. And Gumiho, no chill on this madman. He's trying to get into a good position here, but the tank spread from Bunny has been pretty damn good. Now he kind of is going to, I think he's going to take back that SC, or rather the supply lead. But I say that, Gumiho just playing Beyond style, man. It's just nothing but Marine, tank. Medevac count is super low for him, obviously lost them all. And look at Bunny, he's producing 6 Vikings at once. His army is just better, man. He's catching up on the upgrades, his tech is better, and he's also got extra orbitals alive.
Do keep in mind that when you get to really heavy Viking counts, you can overbuild them. That's the only concern. If it's a big tank Viking standoff, having the Viking advantage is massive. But if he ends up going to about 20 Vikings, is way down in Marines, that could be a problem. And he's only got 17 Marines right now, but he gets a great angle. Is he quick enough on the siege?
Holy crap, they are blowing each other up like crazy here, but the tank count just so much bigger for Bunny, and doesn't matter if you have literally like 50 Marines against 50. The amount of just pure mech and Sky Terran that Bunny has, look at that, man. He's actually multitasking out of this world. I love the way that Bunny's handling this series. He's kind of switched into mech at this point.
This is awesome. This is a really good TVT to start our day, Ben. We've got a very hard-fought match. It does feel like Bunny's about to run away with it. 6 Liberators at a time. That's absolutely wild. I don't even know if you ever really need to be putting 6 libs at a time. But you know what? Bunny's saying air advantage is what I'm going to use to press this.
Has to be a little bit careful with these Vikings on top of those Marines. I mean, 3-3 Marines against 0 on the Vikings. They will actually totally shred them and rip them out of the sky. Gumiho, a random tank harass here, just denying that gas. There will be a Liberator flying over. But yeah, this Sky Terran built from Bunny, I would actually like it if he made a few more Marines, and that's exactly what he's going for here, because it's never nice to be fighting against a very mobile Terran that you know is on the brink. He's on the ropes, isn't he, when it comes to just straight army battle. So Bunny will start meeting him, but he's also got across the map here with a very strong army.
That's essentially a mech army at this point. Gumiho needs to surround it. He cannot fight from one angle. There is no way that's going to work. That tank line is way too deep. But Gumiho knew he was on the ropes. He felt he had to defend this base to take it out. He sees now just how big that army is. And of course, losing that half, it needed to be a sandwich. Not just a sandwich, it needed to be probably a 3-sided sandwich. 3 pieces of bread on that mech filling.
and probably needed to wait until he had more army supply as well, because the numbers were just so in Bunny's favor. GG, great game one to start things off.
Great game, absolutely great game. Like Bunny played true fundamental good Terran. There was no tricks, no shenanigans. The one mistake that you might have made was sending out that Raven to do maybe some harass on the other side of the map, which Gumi did catch, but he still had one Raven alive, so was able to stop that Doom drop early on. And then he just played good, solid Terran. Like, if I didn't know better and the nameplates were, you know, not there, I'd have been like, that is totally Maru. Just thinking, I'm the better TVT player here. I'm going to sit back and let you do whatever you want. I know you might be in good shape right now, but as long as we get to a portion of the game that I'm comfortable with, I know I'm going to be okay. Once the tanks hit that +2, Bunny was like, you know what? Let's just kind of switch into more a mech style, get all the upgrades are flowing. Because those Marines from Gumiho, even though we had these massive numbers, them getting one shot from that point on, it's a massive, massive issue for you as the bio player. And I mean, they were both bio, but just made his tank so much better.
I do think that first Doom drop was a bit of a mistake for Gumiho. I mean, it shows how good his play was, that he kept doing well from there, but there was a few engagements where it felt like Gumiho tried to force the issue a little bit too much. And I feel like Bunny won the strategy war ever since he scouted the 2 racks in the start, because he swapped into a very defensive style, waited for Gumiho to make mistakes, and he just kept doing small harass, the single Reaper, a couple of Hellions going in, the double drop going into the main and coming back in later. It was all about forcing Gumiho to make mistakes, and eventually Gumiho did make those mistakes. Bunny came across with this huge counter attack, and a really good way to counter a double barracks opening. You know Gumiho doesn't like to build Ravens, or maybe one Raven at most with that. He's not playing a slow style, and very rarely does he swap back into like mass tank Viking. Usually for him, his win condition is take more bases than you, swarm with the Marines, find a defended angle, and just trade with you with Marines. Kind of zerg you out of the game, basically.
Yeah, really cool play from Bunny. Like, he just showed me that he feels very comfortable against Gumiho, and probably very comfortable in TVT in general. Maybe he doesn't play like that against most people in TVT, but it was just clean, man. It was no tricks, no shenanigans, just good standard TVT play. I'm looking forward to see what they bring next, because I know mech is viable in TVT, especially as the maps get a little bit bigger. Because I know I've seen Special do it a lot, and he's given trouble to some of the best Terran players on the planet with it. And Gumiho, he's real damn good at it. Spawning over in the top left of Gressvan, up to no good already. It is Gumiho.
His opponent in the bottom right side, he didn't scout last game, but he might be in trouble if he doesn't this game, because he's about to get proxied. Representing Mystery Gaming, it's Bunny.
Oh, and Gumiho, you know, this is kind of like the classic. You do some shenanigans in first game, doesn't quite work out, you know, like he didn't play bad by any means. It just, Bunny played very solid and very rounded. And then it's like, you know what? Let's whip out the 2 racks. Like, and this has been a good build in TVT, even though 2 racks, proxy 2 racks has gone out of fashion in most matchups for Terran. In TVT, it's still always a threat. If you go for any sort of 1 gas expansion build, you're donezo. If you go for the double gas, you can still kind of get yourself into a decent position if your opponent mishandles it.
Seen a few people recently where I'm cautious commentating these. I've seen a lot of people have terrible openings like reactor first or 1 racks expand like you were talking about, and I go, he's dead. There's no way. You can't hold this build with this build. And then, you know, they do some magical micro, the SCVs blocking and the Reaper surrounding, and suddenly they hold and they survive the scary moment in the game. But obviously we don't need to worry about that this time. This one, it would be very surprising if Gumiho straight up wins the game. Definitely we've seen it. If Bunny loses his first Reaper, usually it's over. But if he can just keep the Reaper alive, bring a bunch of SCVs to help out, get the Hellion out, then he should be good.
The worst build you can go for if you go double gas is Reaper Reactor. And it's kind of funny, like what you were mentioning, because if you go Reactor first, sometimes it's not as bad as you think, which is, yeah, it comes down to a little bit of micro and potentially your opponent, like the grenades not being the best and what have you. But right now, the way that he's playing, this sucks that he throws down the CC as the 2 Reapers come. Now he knows exactly what he's up against, and boo, yeah, he's still got his Reaper going across the map, finishes the factory, which is a big deal, but now it really does come down to micro for both of them.
too far gone. He says that Reaper ain't getting home in time, so I'm going to send it in. You've got nothing at home. Your barracks are on my side of the map. So Bunny here, a Reaper and a big pack of SCVs trying to defend these 3 Reapers. Meanwhile, Gumiho has 5 SCVs against a Reaper microing on the side of the map. Multitasking for both sides. We're going to see who can win these trades. This is going to be really awkward. Oh, Gumiho gets Bunny's Reaper, runs up the ramp, gets away from the SCVs. Bunny is still microing his SCV like a beast on the other side of the map, but losing a Reaper at home is a big issue.
Yeah, they're both dealing a lot of damage. I mean, Bunny, economically, he was in a better position, but now Gumiho's actually done a lot of damage. And look at that micro from Bunny on the other side of the map. 1 hit point, or rather 5 hit points or something on that Reaper, just 1 shot remaining. He is producing nothing but Hellions and Marines to hold this. You might be like, hey, why not more Reapers? Why the Marines? They take way less time to build, so you just need anything you can get right now, because he knows if he survives, he's not in the worst shape. And this Reaper has been doing wonders on this side of the map for Bunny. And economically, look at that. 17 workers versus 16. Everything's been kind of reset a little bit.
You know, a lesser Terran would have sent a Reaper home to defend. Gumiho says no, no, no. And even the Hellion, he's rallying across to join up with these Reapers that he's still pumping out. Gumiho is still hoping that Bunnyho makes the slip up, that Bunny makes the slip up and he could just kill him. The problem is Bunny's Reaper's going to go back in and get that SCV. And just as the command center starts, oh, luckily the Hellion is there. Gumiho with a pretty quick response, but the Reaper grenade confirms the kill. That Reaper, I'm telling you, man, game 1 as well, Bunny's Reaper harass was so irritating for Gumiho to deal with. It kind of feels like when you've got a superior player playing versus a lesser one, even though Gumiho is, of course, going toe-to-toe with him in the other areas.
Oh, that was spicy there, man. These armies, they do a lot of damage to one another, and they don't survive very long. Gumiho, look at that. The Cyclone will come out, though, and the Cyclone shuts down everything that Gumiho has now.
Yeah, Gumiho just took a bad trade and continuing to build Reapers. You might think, oh, it's not that big a deal. They're an early game unit. They cost gas. 50 gas per Reaper. Every Reaper you build delays you building the actual good units that you want to be playing with. And oh my God, that is a 9-kill Reaper. And he would have even got out if it wasn't for those Reapers coming all the way home. But Bunny doggedly leaves the Reaper on Gumiho's side of the map. And in such an intense situation, kept microing both at home and in the other player's base at the same time. That is fantastic speed and experience showing itself. And Bunny really surviving off of his multitasking. He's going to go for a 3-alien run by, but luckily Gumiho's learnt his lesson. He's got a Cyclone at home.
Yeah, it's still a little bit scary for Bunny because there are still a few Reapers, so he always has to make sure he looks after his main base, whereas, oh, Bunny with the nice pull away there on the heli and going to keep everything alive. But Gumiho is obviously going to be hunting this down, and he's got a trap waiting here. 4 Reapers still alive, and, oh, those Hellions not long for this world at this point, and everything shut down. Now, for Bunny, that isn't super bad. He obviously wanted to do something with it, but they were mainly like, I need to survive against your Rax pressure right now kind of units. Gumiho on his side of things going for a 3rd CC, nice and greedily, nice and early. I'm still not sure about what he's going to go for this game because it is still a lot of potential for mech.
Did Bunny cancel his medevac? Because they were both building medevacs. No, okay, so Bunny's going to go for a 2-tank pressure. Gumiho's going for a 1-tank pressure, I think. And it feels like they're going to run into each other a little bit. Yeah, here we go. Push is coming forward. This is why I don't think losing the Hellions was too bad for Bunny, but it was so necessary for Gumiho because Bunny had such a bigger army, and those would have been great buffer. Oh, good medevac micro to break some of those lock-ons and save a few of those units. But now Gumiho knows that this is moving across. He should be well prepared for it. And you pointed out the 3rd command center. That's a huge thing here because Gumiho just needs to defend. He's got the economic advantage coming in behind this.
He certainly does. That siege tank, Bunny doesn't know about it. If that gets a juicy shot on, could take out the Cyclone. Oh, that's actually kind of nice for him that it only shot one of the Marines there, because shooting the mech units, that's obviously far worse for you. Nice micro by Gumiho. He's doing some of the nice dropship action here. Will lose a Cyclone there, but my goodness, they're both microing really well, man. This is feisty.
Gumiho did not want to give up that ledge. He really was like, no, you're not getting in range of my ledge. I don't want you to have the opportunity to drop into my main. And immediately when he sees Bunny retreating, he boosts the medevac down the south of the map. Gumiho's got that starport swapping over onto the reactor. Tech lab on the barracks, so he's going to be going for Stim and Viking production now. 3rd command center starting up for Bunny. Gumiho is down, or actually they're about dead even in workers, really. It kind of keeps swapping back and forwards. This drop getting a few kills could be big. It feels like Gumiho should be ahead on the money and able to get his barracks up much faster. If he can do some damage, he can really slow Bunny down and put him in the dirt.
That's actually a really annoying drop. At first, when I saw the units that was in it, like 3 and then the Cyclone, I was like, oh, it's not going to be that bad. Oh, lovely lockdown there. So 4 SCVs, a bit of lost mining time. Will get the kill on that medevac, though. Nicely done by Bunny. That's actually so nice for him, because killing that medevac, you're not going to be making more medevacs for quite some time as a Terran in this situation. So he knows he doesn't actually have to worry about A, the Reapers anymore. They died in that drop. And B, the medevac. Now he can be totally out on the map and feel like, all right, now I can do something. And that's exactly what we see out of him.
Look at the army supply difference, 24 versus 42. Massive advantage for Bunny. Gumiho has way quicker infrastructure. He's got a 2nd and 3rd barracks up, but they don't have add-ons. What's he going to do? Build unupgraded Marines? At this stage of the game and for the next minute or two, tanks are king. Vikings and Ravens are king. The other units are basically just a little bit of support. And when you're up 2 siege tanks, you've got the medevac, you've got the Raven. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of energy, but that's okay. Luckily, Gumiho does have the Viking advantage, but he needs to get those Vikings out in front. He needs to see this army coming. Bunny coming in with a vicious push right now.
What's in his medevac, actually? Is it 2 extra tanks? Because he's going to be able to get a sick contain going on here. Like, he really is. Gumiho, he's invested a lot in upgrades, like he's been doing throughout the series, doing really well on that. Look at Bunny. He's getting into a nice position here. Those add-ons that he just freshly made, well, goodbye. They took a long time, and they are not going to pay off at all. This Raven will be shut down, so that's nice for him, but this mech army that's in the base, and it is a mech army again, that is hard to take out, man.
It's so funny because, I mean, yeah, it doesn't it doesn't feel like this is necessarily what Bunny was planning, but he saw the opportunity and just goes inside. The Vikings are going to lift off. 2 more Vikings, a few Marines coming out. Gumiho needs to control the skies, or he's never going to be able to regain control of this position. He does end up winning that fight. Dead even on workers. 49 versus 49. Bunny maintains an army advantage, but Gumiho takes out a siege tank on the retreat. And Bunny here really forcing his will upon Gumiho, and necessarily so, because if it wasn't for that, Gumiho would have lots of Marines pumping out of those reacted barracks. He would have Stim, which he does have finished, but he'd also have found the room to start combat shields. And instead, Bunny is saying, no, I'm going to keep on trading with you, making this annoying. Luckily for Gumiho, those tanks barely survive. Repairing those up should even out the tank count.
You know what's really messed up for Gumiho right now? The fact that he literally has 0 production. Like, he has 1 upgraded. How many Marines are actually out on the field right now? I think that's pretty much it. 6. They have the upgrades, but he has no production, man. Like, the barracks got taken out, the reactors got taken out as well. That could have been a big deal. Oh, the Vikings kind of went down for just a moment there. Will get away with this medevac, and look at that. They're both doing everything they can here, Pig.
Oh, Bunny smashing it. He gets the drop out and takes out 3 or 4 Vikings. This is devastating for Gumiho. Bunny is really exerting his will upon him. We've already seen that Bunny does look like the player who's faster in terms of the multitasking. And with this contain up, Gumiho is finding himself trapped. The Vikings are finding avenues. Bunny has a 3rd. He's got 1-1 on the way. He's going up to 5 barracks, swapping into medevac production. Gumiho is going to go for a desperate counter drop, but it's just 2 medevacs, 2 tanks, and 8 Marines. It could do a ton of damage, but it kind of relies on Bunny being asleep a little bit and not realizing, because he's scanning and he's seeing no Marines at home. He should know what this means.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe it's going to be like a flank drop kind of thing, but if he does get into the base, he is 1-1 against 0-0 right now. He is getting his combat shields. I don't know if that is done for Bunny just yet, but... Oh, it is done. But so that will allow him to fight back a little bit. And Bunny, he's got to be smelling something here. Like, something's wrong, and he's in there. He's on top of the engineering base as well. That could actually be brutal.
No way. That could be massive. +1 armor goes down. Can he get rid of the attack upgrade as well? Oh, I'd just focus it and unsiege and get out. Oh, my lord. He gets both engineering bases. He's going to take out a pack of SCVs as well. Brilliant play for Gumiho, and Bunny getting a little bit too overeager with that contain. Drop comes in the natural, but the missile turret does shoot it down. Marines do stim in there and get even more kills. I can't believe the fact that he maintained this hold of this position. He's going to go drop the 3rd mineral line as well. Gumiho was looking down and out in this game, but he fights back with a desperate counter drop. Bunny's contain is looking rather flaccid right now.
Was it desperate, or did Gumiho have him right where he wanted him? We'll never know. I mean, this situation, they're both still very close in supply. Gumiho with +2 weapons on the way as well. Still only on 2 bases here, Pig. He's got himself out of a bad situation, but breaking out of this is still ridiculously difficult. But the fact they took out those 2 engineering bays, that is absolutely more than he needed to get back in this. Now, if you're Bunny, you're probably going to be sweating a little bit, because even though you felt like maybe the better TVT player, right now, the odds are stacked against you. And look at that, the scan down here. This is the real standoff for both these players.
Oh, man. Yeah, Gumiho doesn't want to throw this game away. He knows he's done a lot of damage, and so he's going to go for it. He's going for it right now. Huge break for Gumiho. Oh, the Marine tank comes in. Oh, the flank from the north was brilliant. He elevated a bunch of units out in the north. Unfortunately, his medevac's coming home did get shot down by the retreating Vikings. Thought he would kind of grab everything together there. Bunny gets away, and my lord... Is it a wash? It's almost dead even army supply. Dead even worker supply. Bunny's been fighting from his third earlier. The upgrade advantage is very, very real, though. The engineering base have not been rebuilt.
No, that's actually brutal for Bunny. And I mean, like, now he's thinking about it. Now he's like, all right, I've got to start it up, right? But if he takes a fight, as he needs like way more tanks than his opponent right now. Like I'd start an armory up. I'd start thinking about, okay, maybe we just go for the +2 on the tanks. We play exceptionally defensive, try and do whatever we can. Because right now, this bio army of Gumiho's, that'll win any sort of straight up fight. And we'll see that probably happen here. Lovely drop by Gumiho. This might be the beginning of the end here for Bunny. And look at that, the tanks beautifully placed. And GG. What a game. What a game by Gumi.
What a series. Oh, I love it. I love it. You know, this is what happens. They're like, chucked a Muslim and Pig on the silly TVT. No one wants to do that. Best series of the day, calling it now. Already, it's 1-1 and so much fun. This is awesome.
I'll have you know, I signed myself up for this one, all right, Pig? I was like, TVT, Gumiho versus Bunny. I know this is going to be a proper slugfest between them, just because they're both all about aggression, but just totally different ways of doing it. And so far, Gumiho's brought 2 very similar builds in the 2 racks, both games, but just very different ways of going about it. He's shown that he doesn't like to go for Ravens, really, but he likes to do everything else when it comes to making you feel uncomfortable in TVT. Very, very difficult to go up against.
Very exciting opening. Bunny maintained his cool under pressure. But Gumiho started to shut down things, kept diving in with some drops, but, you know, interference matrix to catch it. Just so many cool interactions in this game. This push was very cute. Wanted the angle on the natural, saw it was defended, rotated in the main, got the reactors, got one of the barracks to lift off. You know, it was huge damage and kept him in there for a while, but there's always a rule, which is the longer you've got someone contained, like the more prepared they're going to get to do either the perfect breakout or they're going to sneak an army across the map, right? And I feel like it's almost a rule that, like, once you've contained them for a minute or two, just unsiege and go home, and you know, they can't catch you out. It's either that or set up a perfect ring of vision so there's no way they can sneak anything by you.
Yeah, I mean, Bunny was definitely the eager zookeeper there, keeping that tiger Gumiho caged for way too long. And then, you know, just kept hanging that stake for just a smidge too long. Didn't think about, like, what's actually happening. And, you know, that tiger broke out, bit him in the ass and took out all his eco kind of situation. And losing those eBays and not rebuilding them instantly as well. Like, if he was 1-1 and... It's just one of those things. Sometimes, like, I've been in that situation so many times where I know I've got my opponent on the ropes and I just keep sending units over. I don't even think about how much damage I can take at home because I think they also have to be focusing on defending, but sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and that's what Gumiho did that game. Speaking of, spawning in the bottom right on Dragon Scales, it's our Red Terran. It is Gumiho.
And his opponent in the top left, he's good at the multitasking. This map's great for drops into the main base. We'll see if he takes advantage of it. It's Mystery Gaming's Bunny.
I've been enjoying this, man. This has been good. If I'm in Bunny's shoes, I'm not exactly sure what I change besides just kind of having it on my mind that my opponent's a bit nuts. Is ignoring Raven builds entirely and just being like, you know what, let's just not be too crazy, because that second game, I was the eager beaver. I was doing the contain and stuff. I can do that, but like you said, at some point you just kind of have to realize, like, all right, rein it in a little bit. Let's get back home, or at least let's have a tank in, you know, my main or my natural and third, have the turrets at the main kind of thing, because he had all the money in the world to afford that. He was mining from his third base a lot quicker than Gumi. So one of those losses that can kind of teach you a lot. Like, it's not necessarily that loss that's like, oh no, I'm so bad. No. That probably helped Bunny in the long run.
Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, I had that. Okay, I've just gotta pull back at the right time, or set up that nice ring of vision. Definitely had Gumiho forced into a corner, and it's always that thing where you learn something. If you force your opponent into a corner and then they beat you with like a desperate thing that you kind of force them into, usually you go, oh yeah, I should have been ready for that. I'm the guy who put him in the corner, you know. I should have been ready for him to basically start fighting viciously and taking risks and all that sort of stuff. So Bunny is still looking pretty good and solid in the series. I am definitely thinking about that historic, the advantage Gumiho's had in their head-to-head, though. And the longer a series goes, when you feel like you've got someone's number, I think your confidence does go up, especially after surviving in a game like that one. You know, Gumiho's got momentum on his side now.
Oh, he certainly does. Like, the way that he's been playing has been erratic, but that is just Gumiho in a nutshell. Like, he feels very much like a player that has an idea for the first few minutes, and then he freestyles quite a lot. Like, if it goes a certain way, maybe he just feels he can do something else entirely. But he's shown that he's very flexible, but he likes being aggressive. And yeah, it's Gumi in a nutshell. This game, Bunny will be going for that starport nice and early, and Gumiho will as well. That's something that he's been avoiding this series so far, so constantly mixing it up.
Reactors coming up, as is the tech lab there for Bunny. No doubt going to be getting into some Ravens and all that sort of stuff. The command center's coming up. I'm interested in the expansion pattern of both players on this map as well. I wonder which direction they expand, because I really feel that main base being open to drops is a big feature of this map, and I wonder if anyone like expands down to the fourth below the main base in order to try to cover that up. But hold that thought, Gumiho's running in with a two-prong. Reaper's in the main, Hellion on the natural.
He certainly is. Will be greeted on both sides here. Nice grenades by Gumiho. Will be getting a bit of damage done. Wants to get that last Reaper there, and he will get it, which means no more scouting with those for Bunny later on. That can be very, very nice for you. Did he get to see? He must have seen the starport there, right? Does it have a tech lab for Bunny? Let's have a look. See, he doesn't. So Gumiho does know it most likely will be some form of medevac pressure, which he's going for a second Cyclone right now. He'll probably be more than ready for.
Yeah, it's interesting because they're both going Cyclone medevac right now. These sort of games can go really messy if like the drops past each other in the middle. But because Gumiho is coming out much later, oh, here we go. The tank is going to drop on top. Cyclone intercepting medevac seems good, but you've got to be prepared to run away the moment that thing moves in your direction. Gumiho was trying to trap it, give it no option to retreat. But by doing that, he put himself in a terrible spot. Oh, nice SCV pull though. The Cyclone locks onto the siege tank. He pulls back out of tank range, and the Marines there. Oh, he pulled back too far. Gumiho with a blunder.
That is a big blunder, Piggy. And look at that. Another Cyclone from Bunny coming and joining the fight here. This is really cool. Medevac taken out. The Cyclone, like the lock-ons from Gumiho, I thought he was handling it really well, but man, Bunny just forcing out the mistakes out of Gumiho. And here, Bunny already getting a nice lead by just bringing it to Gumiho straight away.
Oh, there we go. Finally does finish off that tank, but he's going to pay a very hefty price. The Cyclone going down. Medevac of Bunny is still standing strong. Where is that siege tank for Gumiho? It was on the natural. It's going to have to walk up here. But Bunny has complete control. He's got him basically pinned. Going to 4 gases and a third command center. Behind this is Bunny. I love that he delayed his third and fourth gas. He just did very mineral focused. That means he's had non-stop SCVs and the third command center. Bunny's going to be like just steamrolling his way up to a really high economy. He's also, I got to say, he's accidentally brought that SCV and decided to just use it to repair. But you know what? I'm going to actually screw that. I reckon it was on purpose. He says no waiting, no going all the way home. That is a mobile repair station strategy. This is awesome.
I actually don't think it's a mistake, because why else would he have brought an SCV? Like, it looks like he's absolutely planned this. His other army is getting into position now. It's going to have, is it 2 Ravens out on the front here? I mean, this looks very nicely timed. Gumiho, by the way, is going for mech. He's also going for 2 Liberators early on, which isn't for defense. That is purely for aggression. I'm pretty damn sure. Very often the players that do go for mech like to slow down their opponent just a little bit, then they will switch into Vikings afterwards. But we'll get to see what Gumiho is going for. Is going to be the Vikings afterwards. Does see that a drop is in his base, and this is tight, man. This is very, very rough for the mech player.
Now, technically, Bunny did see the Liberators pop, but I'm not sure if he actually noticed it. Well, he's going to get to see one of the Liberators coming across the map. The best Liberator is a surprising Liberator, and this is not that. Oh, beautiful Cyclone Marine catch. Gets through to one of them already. One Liberator is snaking its way down the left side of the map, but I do not want Gumiho to go in with that Liberator until something else is happening at the same time. Doing that on its own, I think, would be very wasteful.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the second Liberator. Like, very often the mech players, they want to go with 2 at the same time. Just makes it far more difficult. Look at Bunny. Those Vikings were waiting in that main base for something, and he will get a little bit of damage done. Those Vikings sleeping on the job a little bit, and you know what? That single Lib's actually done more damage than I thought it was going to do, especially with not much else happening on the map. But Bunny, look at his map control, man. Like, if we just look at his vision, what he has going, he sees everything. He doesn't have to worry. I think he knows that he's against mech as well right now, which that really limits you. He must have seen that factory going down that tech lab. He is in a similar position to game 2, but I feel like he's just respecting the game a lot more now. Has to be careful though. That is a rather ballsy move out. I think that's a big mistake from Bunny.
Buddy's got the numbers. It doesn't matter when you've got that much stuff to Muslim. Bunny does lose a lot of tanks. Oh, it's so close. The Vikings and Marines are going to take out most of Gumiho's tanks. He's going to lose all of his Vikings and tanks for it. This might let Gumiho out of the contain.
I think it might, but I mean, no, it won't. He lost 5 tanks to try and do that. I think that went about as bad or as good as it could for Gooby, but still it wasn't enough. The power of the Ravens, man. Like 4 interference matrix, maybe 3 there in that fight. Bunny's still got the contain. He's on 3 bases as well. He can get out more air control. He can get out the bio as well. This is so rough for Gumiho. You don't want to be a mech player that's stuck on 2 bases, man. Never.
No, this is quite easy for Bunny. If he plays 3 base versus 2 base, he just has to stop him from taking the 3rd. The Vikings are going to land. Interference Matrix lands on one of these siege tanks. Nice engagement for Bunny there. He's going to take out most of these units, if not all of them. Yes, he will. With his rally, he maintains position, and that is going to be a victory for the underdog in this series. Bunny comes out, double the supply. You said he won't be frustrated at that last game. He'll learn from it. Well, what did we see? A perfect ring of vision. Catches the libs coming out, keeps scanning, intercepts them, shuts them down, keeps his contain up. And in this game, he will not let Gumiho free of his grasp.
Do you think Bunny was the underdog going into this one?
Yeah.
Really?
Just head to head. Gumiho has his number.
Wow,
Overall form, I think like Bunny has a way better chance of beating Maru than Gumiho, and like the other top Terrans, I think Bunny can beat Beyond, he can beat Maru at a higher percentage than Gumiho can. But for whatever reason, Gumiho just seems to have his number. But you can see today that like, as long as it's like just lots of movement, lots of fighting, Bunny's really, really good. Like he's an absolutely top tier Terran player when it just comes to the multitasking game. Gumiho is trying so hard right now with these Hellions. He gets a couple of SCVs, does a little loop-de-loop, goes in, goes out, the Abe Simpson, but it's rough. He just doesn't have the numbers. His army's completely immobile. He can't really defend that 3rd command center.
No, I mean, that's kind of a desperation 3rd, isn't it? Landing it over there, because I mean, while this bio can't just kind of nip to the right there, can go up and round if it wants. And look at Gumiho. He's getting ready to do something here, man. Like, he has to defend that 3rd with everything that he's got, but he can't get down his ramp without getting flacked by a bunch of siege tanks over there. But oh man, this is super rough for Gumiho. He's played a real damn good series, but here, I'm not sure what he can do in this situation. He's going to try and eke out, but every little movement here just feels like it's going Bunny's way.
Yeah, this is honestly, we're watching him just getting strangled and refusing to tap. So that's okay. That's okay. It's his tournament. You know, tournament life's on the line and that sort of stuff, or at least the stage in this bracket and everything. And you've really got to just hang on, fight as hard as you can, and really try to get your best play out. But Bunny, of course, is just kind of like, man, add all the tech, all the upgrades. You can see how much he delayed his upgrades as well, Bunny, right? Like only now going 1-1, he committed a lot to keep this contain up, but it was well worth it. I mean, the Hellion run by is going to get a lot of damage on the expansion, and Medevac comes in the picture, picks up some SCVs. Liberator's starting to break out of the contain. Gumiho actually gets some good harassment damage and defends at home. Unfortunately, when you're on 2 base versus 3 base, you're going to need that a few more times over to get back in this game.
Yeah, I tell you what, not bad by Gumiho getting that amount of SCV damage done, because now he's actually ahead in work. It's just his workers right now. He's mining out that main base like incredibly quickly. He is managing to take this third somewhat. He's against a lot of Marauders though, and these tanks, they're not all together here, Pig, and look at that. Bunny's just snapping them down real damn fast, and when you lose tanks like that, re-maxing on those, I feel this is the beginning of the end here, and GG. Bunny 2-1 against Gumi.
A very nice victory. Very, very nice for Bunny. Just looking fantastic as he starts to grind his way through. I thought that TVT would be a very exciting match, and hey, it really delivered. Bunny stays alive. Unfortunately, of course, that does mean that Gumiho is eliminated from the tournament, falling to Classic and here to Bunny. Mech not serving him well versus Protoss, and the Desperation Mech from behind not able to bring him back here in TVT either.
Man, it's been a rough trot for Gumi, because I don't think in any series he went down without taking at least a map here and there. But yeah, we'll get to hear what our analysts have to say after that series.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good cast here at Gamers Without Borders. And you could tell by the closing moments from that series, a bit of an emotional defeat almost for Gumiho, really not wanting to let that one go. But unfortunately for him, he is eliminated. Bunny lives to fight another day. Wardy and Cats joining me here. Wardy, what a series to start things off. I said it in our Discord chat. I felt like this series was better than everything yesterday. It was a really good start.
I mean, that first game was super fun, right? Back and forth, and both players trying to figure out how they were going to stay in the game, get back into the game at multiple different points in time. And when TVT's like this, I think it's one of the best matchups to know. A lot of people will hate that, but TVT in this form is like, you know, it's so fun, it's active, there's a lot of repositioning, there's lots of try and find out what your opponent's doing and how to counteract that. And we just saw that throughout the series, but especially I think in that first game. So yeah, just really cool stuff.
That's the great thing about it. It's the extremities that TVT can show, right? You've got a game like game 1 or even game 3, and then you go to a game 2 as we take a look at the highlights brought to you by Aramco here, Cats. And you get to game 2 and all of a sudden it's insane requirements of micro and attention on either side of the map whilst your Reapers are trying to shoot at everything. So these guys bring it all to the table, and it was a damn good series.
Yeah, absolutely insane multitasking on both ends, and Bunny ended up getting the better of that, and probably mostly in the multitasking front. But Gumiho always, somehow, some way, he was always, it felt like having worker leads where he had no business having worker leads, like where Bunny seemed to do more damage, but Gumiho just on top of his production in the back of it and just doing a wonderful job to stabilize and even bring back a game that looked fairly over. I mean, Pig even called him flaccid at some point, and then he still came back, so amazing.
Pig said that? Oh, what a surprise. Weird, that. But we've got ourselves, as we take a look at the tail end of game number 1, Bunny looking fantastic. And as I said, we get into game 2 here. It's interesting. We've joined game 2 in the highlights here, where we don't get to see a lot of that early game action, but I was so impressed at particularly how Bunny was able to try and deal with the aggression coming towards him, Wardy, and also keep that Reaper alive on the other side to get, what, 7 or 8 kills or something?
Yeah, it was a 9-kill Reaper right when it went down. It was really, really awesome. Just saving it, keeping it alive as long as possible. And yeah, kind of a shame that honestly that game 2 didn't go Bunny's way as well, because he was, I mean, good that we got game 3, right? But like, he was just looking so good. He was making a lot of right decisions. It was that one drop, that just little bit of like, you know, dotting the I's, crossing the T's that Bunny didn't do, and just let Gumiho right back into it. In the end, I really think upgrades were the real killer for Bunny in that. So yeah, but he responded well in game 3, and he was absolutely on point and let anything come across the map at any point.
Oh, absolutely, Cats. How often do we see 2 engineering bays get sniped down quite the way they were? That was crippling, I think.
Oh, for sure. Not very often, especially because it wasn't that big of a doom drop, right? It was, I think, 2 tanks, and it was just a couple of medevacs, basically 2 tanks and 8 Marines, taking down 2 of those, and even the army that followed, right? So that was a very big turning moment there in that series, and yeah, it wasn't enough to amount to a win in the series for Gumiho, but at least he did take that game one and, you know, gave us a pretty good series to start the day. So that's something.
And that's Bunny moving through to a qualification match, and he is waiting for the loser of either Cure or Hero, I believe. So that's going to be another banger match here down towards the bottom in the lower bracket. So commiserations again for Gumiho here, Wardy, considering, again, the gusto that he was bringing to both brackets, I want to say, here throughout the 2 weekends. But we'll have to see him later on down the line, I suppose.
Yeah, you just cut out for me at the end there, James. But,
sorry.
Question, Bunny, good?
I was basically saying commiserations to Gumiho because he looked really good across the 2 brackets, but we're gonna have to see him fight another day.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I'm kind of gutted because like last weekend I was like probably the most hyped about Gumiho, and he didn't make it, right? Because he put up such a good fight, such a good series. But I mean, it's tough, man. You mentioned that, you know, Bunny moves on. He has to play the loser of Q versus Hero. It's not fair that any of those players don't make it, right? They're all really good. We just saw how good Bunny can be. There's going to be heartbreak today and tomorrow.
That's what it's going to be like when you're competing for what is effectively a $400,000 tournament. But thank you very much, guys, here at Gamers Without Borders. We are done for our first best of 3 of the day. We're going to go to another one right after this break, as we've got another elimination match on the way. So stay tuned.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
And all these players here looking for an opportunity to try and qualify for Gamers 8. Here at Gamers Without Borders, we still have plenty of opportunities left to go. 4, in fact, here for this bracket, as now we go on to another elimination match for our best of 3. Joining me to my left-hand side to get things going is Piggly Wiggly and Ben. Whoa, you guys had a stonker of a match here previously. Thank God you did, because yesterday it was a little bit all over the place, a bit topsy-turvy pig, but what do you think of that match? It was a little bit of heartbreak, as I mentioned, for Gumiho, but great performance by Bunny.
I mean, what a great comeback in game 2 from Gumiho. You know, it looked like he was going to be down and out, but he bomby knocked him out of there with that counter drop, didn't he?
You're trying, you're reaching. I'm going to be a Bobby knocker. All right, you know, it was close. It was good. It was
Being
good.
around you, James, you have an influence. I get excited. Sorry, I want to join you British boys. I've got a British boy on my left, a British boy on my right. I want to, you know, I got to learn your language.
Yeah. It's. What did you think of that, Ben? Did you think a Bobby knocker was the way to go, or?
I mean, Gumiho was proper slobby walking all over the shop, wasn't he? Like,
he was.
It was very nice from him. I think he put up a real damn solid fight against Bunny, but Bunny, he let that second game slip. For sure, and I think it was mainly on him letting it slip. But Gumiho, he's tricky to play against, man. And I think overall, you could feel like Bunny took that one and was like, okay, I didn't play super bad. I'm actually going to get better from that. And that third game, he started doing everything really damn good. He brought the pressure straight away, made Gumiho feel uncomfortable, didn't let him play his game, didn't let him dictate the pace. And then he was just like, you know what, even if I take a little bit of damage here and there, as long as I'm defending and getting the container, making his life a misery, I'm doing well.
All right, we'll get into the next one there. Let's take a look at the verses between Creator and DRG. Will it be a Bobby Dazzler? Will it be a Barn Burner? Will it be a Slobber Knocker? We're about to find out. It's going to be Creator going up against DRG. You've got to feel a little bit for Creator in the matches that he's had to have so far here. Pig, he's had to go up in the previous bracket, up against Maru and then Dark, going up against an insane Cure in the first round of this stage 2, and now he's got to play against DRG. So I feel like Creator's probably got a decent chance here, but he's had such a tough road in all these brackets.
If there's one thing Creator's good at evoking in all of us fans of StarCraft, it's pain. We all get to feel his pain, you know, vicariously through him, whether it be just barely losing matches in uncomfortable ways or getting matched with these awful brackets. Definitely Dongre Gu is a player. He has a much better shot verse, and I do expect a dynamic of him really trying to make no mistakes and turtle up and defend everything. But Dongre Gu has a history of surprising him with some really clever timing attacks.
Yes, he does. Got to be a scary guy to go up against. Don't want to be going up against him in a knife fight. But Ben, what do you think coming into this match, huh?
I mean, I think I favor Domragu. I just feel like mechanically he's super damn solid, especially when he's on point. And I think ZVP as well isn't one that I'm like... It's not one that I've felt that Domragu's had a lot of trouble with. Like, as long as he's doing what he does, having lots of units here, there, and everywhere, I feel he can make people feel very much under pressure. And again, I have to talk about Creator's emotion level, because we do know he's an emotional guy. If he's feeling like, oh, I'm just getting beat up by everyone, I think that can start really kind of leaning on you a little bit. And just that creeping voice at the back of your mind, and it's like, oh, I'm up against a legend like Domragu. Like, he's definitely going to be feeling the pressure.
It's going to be Gressfan, Royal Blood, and Dragon Scales if we need it. Pig, anything to extrapolate from this?
Creator wants big maps, Dongre Gu wants small maps, and that is not too surprising because Dongre Gu wants to get across there. Definitely not averse to a Queen Walk, a big surprising, you know, Roach Ling Flood, Ling's trying to cancel the third base. Anything to disrupt a Creator who is very likely to open Oracles into a quick third base. So defense for the Protoss and all about catching him off guard for the Zerg. once you start messing up his build, that's where you can start doing all the clever tech switches as Zerg, right? Swap into muters, do one timing attack that flows into another. That's exactly what Dongregu's goals are.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentators here to bring you this best of 3. Again, the winner moves on to a qualification match, and the loser is eliminated completely and will not get a chance at going to Gamers 8. Let's go over to the commentators.
Thank you, James. Happy to be casting with my good bloke here, Wardy.
You good bloke. I love how I was like, I felt like I was about to be your boy, but then I was like, no, what? He's not my boy. He's my good bloke.
He's my good bloke. I had to Google some English slang. I realized it's 3 UK people here right now. So
yeah, there's lots of UK going on, you know. So
very cool.
Yeah, I mean, you killed a cat. Completely great usage of the word bloke. Very happy.
Thank you. I wasn't sure. Do you reckon someone's gonna get plastered here?
Plastered? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're gonna quite get plastered. Usually that's when you drink of it too much. But
really? Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe after the series, if it goes too badly wrong, then maybe someone will go and get plastered.
All right. Well, plastered sounded like a stomp of some kind. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think if it was like a gamer term, it would definitely kind of mean that. But I think in British slang, unfortunately, it's not built around gaming culture.
What a shame. What a shame indeed. But this should be a great match, Wardicio. Very exciting to be casting with you today. And yeah, do you have any favorite here?
I actually kind of like Creator, man. I really feel like we've seen a lot of good PvZ from him. I feel like DRG's been a little bit less impressive, but it's one of the matchups that I think on paper, realistically, it goes either way. You know, there's no kind of player who is meant to win this one.
Indeed. All right, well, we are loaded into the game and spawning in the top left-hand side of Grasvan. It is Creator.
Down in the bottom right-hand corner of our map, our blue Zerg player is DRG.
That he is. Looking for a 17 hatchery. It's gonna get blocked, so yeah, pretty standard stuff here from DRG. He sent his drone out early enough that he can kind of just reroute if he sees the probe. So this is more or less a normal 16 hatch, not uncommon either. And DRG is gonna go to 18, drop a gas, and then rally the next drone to make a pull, presumably. Actually, 19. Okay.
Wow. The greed.
Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Do you think Creator is just going to open some Stargates and Oracles as well? Is that kind of how you see Creator in this matchup? I know it's something he does a lot. Is that kind of like his go-to?
I would say so. I mean, in the Void Ray era, he was really doing some wonky stuff, but ever since, I think he's kind of settled for a little bit more standard play in this matchup, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Like, he's definitely kind of become accustomed to kind of aiming for the later game, and even if he gets into a good spot, a lot of the time, it's almost always him. I feel like I see Creator at like the 15-20 minute marker all of the time nowadays, right? Like, he just gets to those later points and is generally just kind of trying to be as, you know, passive as possible up until then. Like a little bit of aggression, not super passive, I guess, but, you know, generally just not super eager to end the game, I guess.
I love how in the side chat the Muslims tell me what to not ever say. It's like, like, okay, like I'll try my best, I guess. I don't think I would have ever said that, Ben, and I don't know what it means. But yeah, now the chances of me saying it have definitely improved. Jeez, why do people do this to me?
You're just exploring the British language. It's not really a safe thing to explore, I guess.
I suppose so. It reminds me of the time that Roddy baited me into shouting out Red Bull in the Monster broadcast.
You don't have a good you don't have a good track record on that one, do you?
Not really. No. One of the worst. But yeah, we have a hatchery now coming down. The Adept is going to go on forward. And of course, part of the charm, I suppose, of blocking the natural expansion for the Protoss is that you do get this extra room for the Adept to maneuver. And it's harder for the Zerg to position links and queens accordingly. But DRG has done a wonderful job with just 3 links in the main and a couple of links in the natural.
Yeah, no, he's He's doing a pretty decent job of just holding out and being defensive and just not letting anything happen just yet, because, you know, at the end of the day, these things can happen very quickly sometimes. So gotta be careful as Adept doesn't find the drone. Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, really nice. Unfortunately for DRG, right, that the drone, I mean, he could have microed that drone away, but instead he just kind of clicked on the minerals, and unfortunately it shuffled to the wrong end of things for him. Otherwise, it was a pretty good surround on the Adepts, because, you know, otherwise they do so much more damage if they can continue to move. So it was nice for him to turn around the drones, get the surround, and get the DPS out early, but ends up losing maybe one more than he would have liked. And there is a Void Ray follow-up actually to this from Creator, which I kind of like.
Yeah, very, very different to the norm nowadays. I feel like if we do see a Void Ray, it's usually like one Void Ray to start into the Oracles, but yeah, into a Void Ray on a follow-up. I'm kind of intrigued as to what else there is going to be. He's just going to follow up with another Oracle, so just going to use this Void Ray to clean out some early Overlords and take some vision away from DRG.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like it too for defense in a weird way. Obviously, it's not nearly as effective at killing Zerglings as the Oracle is, but it doesn't run out of energy, right? So the nice thing about this is, like, with the Oracle, you can kind of bait the Oracle out of position, force it to turn its beam on, then come back with the links, right, and just run around circles. With the Void Ray, you can't really do that if it's sitting in the right position, because so you need a much greater commitment of Zerglings if you want to break through, basically, because the Void Ray will just work through them. The Overlord gets spotted, but Creator didn't go for it right away, instead just killing the creep tumors. Seems like a sensible decision now.
Yeah, seems pretty decent. Yeah, I like what you say about the defense, obviously, because I think a lot of the time as well, the Void Ray, when you're playing against someone like DRG, who yesterday showed us a lot of aggressive timing, that Void Ray can be something extra for you to kind of stand behind, especially if you just don't get the immediate scout on the attack. It may just be the difference of you being able to hold on a little bit for a little while, and maybe then being able to be okay. So I don't mind it in that regard either, as a few Adepts will come forward and they're going to try and put some damage onto some of these Queens, even the Void Ray coming back in, and that first Queen is going to go down, so nice grab.
Yeah, great job there from Creator, and this we were already putting in a decent amount of work, and there was the third Oracle, I believe, produced from Creator on the back end of that. Two of them now out on the map, or maybe it was just, no, there is the third one at the third, I see. And he's going to continue to poke here, try to find openings. He knows where the majority of the Queens are, so he's going to find this one exposed, but he has to be careful because the weak Oracle was actually kind of in front. Now shuffles it to the back.
Yeah, just got to keep... You don't want the Oracle to be going down, obviously, so be a little bit careful with all of that. The Void Ray just poised up to the top. The other Queens still are going at that lair. They're like, no, don't you morph into lair. No, bad lair. Oh, okay, maybe we're so quick. You guys...
I mean, that was 15% HP or so, right? Like, there is a universe where the Queens kill the lair, but it's a very unlikely one. I think we've seen something like that happen at some point in a pro game in the last 12 years. But yeah, even 15% HP out of the lair is quite a bit.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing which maybe it comes down to when those Zealot run-bys or warp-ins start later on. Adepts into the natural. Big thing is not just the damage they're going to do, but spotting the Spire is amazing information as well. So that's a pretty fantastic start, man.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the other thing that the Void Ray does as well, is it discourages Zerg aggression early on, like you were saying, right? Like, it's not just nice to have for the aggression, but just showing it makes it so that the Zerg doesn't want to be aggressive, because you don't want to be aggressive without, like, say, a Queen drop or some sort of anti-air rushing Hydras or something of the sort. So the Spire helps in that regard, and unfortunately for DRG, it's been spotted, like you said, and that's kind of like the most important thing about Spires is the surprise element in this matchup in particular, because they're not super common this early.
And Creator's just killing it. No, he's just killed so many drones throughout this now. He's going to come over here and didn't... Okay, he just about got one. Maybe it should have been two, but like, he's done so much damage, and it's reflected in the supply. And I know DRG's got the Spire, and maybe you're saving up a little bit of money to build, you know, everything all at once right now. But I just don't even know if the money in the bank really makes up for the supply gap that was there. And yeah, he's still got 600 gases. Now he levels it out, but he's leveling the supply out with roaches, which we always talk about. You know, they're very inflating of the supply. So I don't know, man. I just don't like this at all for DRG. He's taking a lot of damage. Creator's getting comfortable. Fourth base coming up. The Spire built, but never really utilized. And this Observer just double checking on things through the bases once again.
Yeah, it definitely looks a little bit rough. I mean, the Creator is going to give him a little bit of breathing room. He is adding a second Robo as well as now Archons. So we're going to have basically Immortal Archon as the base of his army composition, or the backbone, I guess, with Zealots just kind of tanking the front, and that looks wonderful against roaches, right? Like when you have double Robo Immortal production potentially into Disruptors, I mean, DRG is gonna struggle to close this game out anytime soon, and if you don't, then you know you're kind of just pretty basic as far as your tech options are concerned heading into the later game.
Burrow tunneling close is just like, it's something, but like, you know, that's not the tech I want to see coming online right now. As you do see, Roach is going to come across and grab themselves an Archon to start out with. We're going to go after a battery, a cannon here as well. I mean, this is a nice attack in, but then how many of these Roaches are going to get out? The Zealots are quick to get on top of them. The Oracles are dealing damage, and the Zealots get charged back, or just a couple force fields. It's going to be an amazing grab. Creator getting a full wrap around there. Now Roach is up the right side, going to go after a cannon. Voidray, in this scenario, Voidray is amazing just to add some damage out throughout as well, and another good force field.
Jeez, units lost, please bring it up, or don't. It's gonna be nasty. It's already double here on the side of a creator that had a very good start, and that's not even accounting for how good his harassment went in the early game, right? Because drones are not that expensive, but they definitely mine so much throughout the game that if you take them down early, it's not gonna bode well for you. And now creator actually pushing him forward. I'm not sure that he needs to do that. He's gonna reconsider towards the tail end there. Your opponent's just going roaches. You're definitely gonna outscale them, so I would say just hallucinate a Phoenix, make sure that they're not taking up to a hive, something of the sorts, and relax and sit back. I guess he's nearly maxed, so it's not a bad place to try and go. And yeah, he's gonna do it. And I don't know how DRG holds this, Wardicho.
Yeah, I don't mind him attacking just in case, because what if Creator doesn't see what's being built and it's actually like a random mutas, and Creator doesn't want to end up in that weird scenario, right? Maybe. I think it's not a bad place to go, because his army in theory should win right now based on whatever DRG has built, and that's what we're kind of seeing. There's a couple probes going down the other side of the map, but these Immortals are pretty much untouched still. And DRG is not going to have a good time as they continue to shove their way through each and every roach. And Creator is going to grab game number 1 pretty comfortably on the counter attack, coming straight across and just saying, yeah, good defense for myself, good harassment early. And in a lot of ways, this is what DRG had problems with yesterday as well against Hero, where the early game just wasn't good enough. And so Hero just got ahead and said, okay, cool, now you die, or you're going to do an attack which I can defend, and that's just game. And that's very much so what this game came down to as well, I feel.
Yeah, a little bit of a massacre, and it was kind of uninspired on the side of DRG. I don't even know if we ever saw the tunneling claws being used, right? He got the research, he got the burrow, but he didn't even use it, and it's hard to blame him because, I mean, all the tools were there for creator regardless, and nothing was kind of going DRG's way. So like you're saying, I think we need a cleaner early game. I think this Spire was kind of just the nail in the coffin, the last nail in the coffin, right? Because if that doesn't get spotted, then at least you have like a chance to make something happen where the game doesn't look brutal, where you seem like you had a plan and you seem like you had some shots at making something happen, but not to be this time around.
Just not the kind of game where, because it is scouted, you can afford that kind of like, oh, I built it, but I won't use it, because you took so much damage. You need everything you've got to go into whatever you're going to do. And it was very just kind of one way than the other from DRG. And in the end, created just this army is insane. I mean, there's so many Immortals in here, a few Archons to provide some splash. It's just plentiful to be able to take everything out and just win this one out. So solid stuff from Creator. Kind of knew when he could attack, just a game really good harassment to begin with. And I kind of feel like, you know, if you win a game like this as Creator, you've just got to look at game 2 and say, well, can I not just do more of the same? Because, you know, it wasn't anything special that I did, but like he has to improve his defense first before I even need to worry about like a later game plan almost.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, this was pretty basic, right? And on the flip side, if you are not going for the Stargate, if you're going for, say, Glaive Adepts or something like that, DRG was kind of like one of the best proponents of like how to stop exactly that. So I don't see why Creator would switch it up. Maybe the order of a Void Ray into Oracles, or triple Oracle before Void Ray, or no Void Ray at all, or some small variation, but otherwise, I don't think so. As yeah, we're loaded into the game. It's gonna be on Royal Blood, and then to the top right hand side, it is my Sabu DRG.
In the bottom left with a 1-0 lead, he's had some tough draws in this event so far, but can he get himself to a qualifying match today? It is Creator.
Yeah. Okay, well, this hatchery is going to get blocked again. It's once again a 17 hatchery for a DRG, but yeah, this is kind of just the expected thing that most Zerg players are gonna have to do against the hatch block. Not as common these days as it was once upon a time, but still pretty common. Would you say like 50% of the time or so, or maybe even more, less?
Hatch block?
Yeah.
I think a bit more than 50%, honestly. Like, I feel like most players try to do it. Usually, like, it's odd in a best of 3-1 game, they don't hatch block, right? Or they don't try to. So, yeah, it's still very popular. It's something that's... It's kind of funny because I remember when it was first done, a lot of people were like, it's not that good and stuff. And, you know, not everyone kind of caught on to doing it straight away. And yet here it is still, like, so far down the line where it's like, oh, everyone's still kind of doing it. Turns out this one was pretty good to do.
Yeah, but there was a fad at some point about how maybe it's not beneficial because the Zerg gets that like creep spread launch pad basically, perhaps in the Queen era, in the Queen Walk era in particular, like that was like it kind of pulled back a little bit. Hearthstone called them enlightened Protoss, I think, when you don't do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely seen its ups and downs, but as a Zerg player, I've always despised it when they do it. So I try to go for 15 hatcheries and stuff like that just to try and avoid it on larger maps. But yeah, I hate it. I hate when it happens to me.
It's the sort of like it's like such an annoying thing where it's like, no, just let me play my game, man. I have the same when a probe shows up and nibbles my SCV build in the barracks, like, bro. I can't stop your gateway building. Let me just have my barracks, you know, fair is fair. I don't want to have to micro my SCV. Give me the first minute of the game off.
Yeah, exactly, because like the SCV even has to waste so much mining time and stuff building the barracks, and on top of that it has to deal with harassment. But yeah, the first few links are gonna find the probe and shoot away here. It's 4 Zerglings. Now DRG repositioning 3 of those to go back into his main, and the 3 to defend his natural. So this is kind of a nice split, a nice setup. Something that I'm gonna have to take a page out of for my own records, because I always struggle whenever they block my hatchery. The adepts just do too much. So 6 Zerglings is the DRG response, and for the most part it went okay last early game. Maybe if that one extra drone didn't fall, I think it would have been fine.
Yeah, I think so too, right? You know, 3 drones maybe a bit too many. 2's kind of fine, still maybe a little good for the pros, but not too into the world. Really, the damage that was crazy last time around was just the Oracle zapping in every time. You know, 3 workers here, 4 workers there. Of course, none of that this game. Resonating Glaives from Creator, so a complete switch up from him. And DRG needs to be ready for that, because it's the kind of build which you die to if you don't have any preparations.
Absolutely, like another build that I really struggle with. But DRG, I mean, he is the authority on this build. He came up with a response that has been widespread and modified a little bit from time to time, but for the most part it's his, right? Like, he came back from the army, he saw this was going on a lot, and then he started going for a swell of links into a Roach Warren, well-timed, and just kind of showed how to deal with this very effectively. And I mean, he should be able to, and that's a well-timed Roach Warren. Maybe like 10 seconds late, as he does spot the 2 adepts trying to go to the 3rd. But I believe in DRG to hold this one, Wardicio, and he has to do it.
He does have to do it, otherwise he is down and out. Glaives is just a few moments away from finishing, so Creator should be ready and soon to get moving to the other side. Of course, a few adepts still just dealing with the first Zerglings here, trying to keep those pinned back, trying to keep those from doing anything too meaningful. And we already have a few adepts across the map with the Prism, so here we go, all set up and ready to try and get some damage.
Yeah, the RG knows exactly what it is. There's going to be 12 links on the way. They're going to look for to chase the shades and prevent an annoying shade onto something like a ramp or something of the sorts. There's enough queens here at the front, and the Roach Warren's done now producing roaches 4 at a time. Creator does have an economic lead, but if this attack is held, there is no 3rd in sight, so then the RG can catapult himself back into that economic lead. He just needs to hold.
Yes, he does. Let's see if he can. His 3rd base starts now from Creator, but you want to get something out of this, right? And obviously, the longer you can extend drones from being built, the better. If you can get it in trade a little bit, that'd be nice. You actually decide to go in and take down a Roach immediately just on the front, turn around into that army. Prism tries to go to the main. That's where the Lings are at, so Prism will not get in there. But at least you've drawn the Lings out of the way, which has allowed you to pick the Roach off initially, too.
Yeah, a lot of roaches actually in the main 2 now. There's like those 5 roaches or so. So DRG seems to be well prepared. Also a Spore that's gonna potentially fend off against the Warp Prism, but really more than that, it's in case there was a DT follow-up, right? Which can be pretty tricky to deal with.
Yeah, a couple of Lings come in, a couple of Adepts getting lifted off. Spore Crawler coming to the back.
Yeah.
And to zone that Prism out. I think it's nice, right? Because otherwise that Prism's going to keep on trying to get on in here, being annoying. So if you do have it, obviously, just in case, there's the DT follow-up as well. It's not a bad thing to have a Prism up and running, just, you know, to make sure you're as safe as possible based on other things that could hit you after.
Yeah, absolutely. And DRG deems it that he has defended this properly, and he definitely has. He didn't take any damage from those adepts, so he is now droning up. He drops his lair pre-6 minutes, now about to finish at 6:30. And he's just doing everything that he can to just kind of progress the game on forward. 5 gases at the same time as well, as Creator looks for his own transition in the Blink Stalkers. I personally struggle with things like Disruptors as a transition just because you've been forcing out so many roaches, but Creator doesn't seem to want to go for an all-in or use his base number of adepts too aggressively, but he has to suicide him at some point, and that point seems to be right meow, Ardicchio.
Right, meow it is. As our Dexter Adepts get set and we get ready to go. Super aggressive follow-up here from Creator as we head into the upper right side. Observer here to provide some detection against that creep spread. Of course, we're waiting for these walls to pop out, and they're just going to go straight onto the roaches. And this is going to be a group of adepts that make their way forward. Shaden, and they could potentially go, but the Lings run by and they actually take mega damage. And man, DRG ain't prepped for this.
He ain't prepped for this. There is no AoE, there are no Banelings, there's nothing like that. And the Immortals, I mean, they output so much damage against the Roaches that are all otherwise very sturdy and helpful against those Adepts. The Immortals do get abandoned here, which is a little bit surprising, so they will get taken down. But at what cost? There is so many drones dying, 28 already down. My Sabu, he's gonna die, Ardicchio. It's happening. I mean, this looks horrible now for DRG. Even if he cleans this up, 31 workers, a little bit too much to lose when Creator already has a third up and running too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was like, man, the Immortals, that's kind of a waste, but honestly, the Shaden was still good. He could have just had the Prism close to save the Immortals right if the Adepts were going to commit, but this is absolutely fine anyways. The damage is 100% done. The army supply is still good enough that Adepts are straight up fighting Roaches and Ravagers. That's not meant to be how this goes. And Creator, 20 minutes is all he needs to take down DRG. Just convincing PvZ from him. I mean, really just solid stuff. And I guess that's expected from a guy that gave Dark a run for his money last weekend as well. Creator will get another shot at a qualifying match here in the Gamers Without Borders.
Yeah, wonderful job from him. I mean, I loved what he did there with the Adepts as well. He didn't wait too long. Those Adepts fall out of favor so fast, right, in the game, but he had so many of them. And the follow-up with the Immortals, they kind of serve a similar purpose to what I was talking about with the Disruptors. They account for the Roaches so well. And DRG was kind of just, you know, he probably sees the third of Creator and he feels like he can drone up and he should be greedy to recover from that early game where he has to make so many units to make sure that he doesn't take any damage, and he did a good job there, but it just simply wasn't enough on the follow-up. The Immortals shred through the Roaches, and DRG a little bit underprepared, and yeah, no AoE to speak of.
No AoE to speak of. Pretty sure we can head on over the desk, see what they're thinking about this PvZ, and Creator advancing on.
That's right. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, I barely sat down to eat my food again. This happened yesterday. Jeez Louise. Oh, well, we have got ourselves Creator getting a pretty dominant win here over DRG. Pig and Ben joining me here. Pig, that was quick, and Creator was bringing some interesting stuff to the table.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was going to be just solid defense and DRG trying to catch him off guard. He wasn't able to catch him off guard with anything and didn't really even get a chance to get properly started. That game one was just really nice play. And it's interesting the way Creator opens because he's very flexible. Oracle into a Void Ray, into an Oracle. He's got a lot of scouting, but also it's hard to just do a lot of these kind of random attacks. And the Roaches did come in. They looked like they were finding a bit of damage, but Creator's defense was, he was damn solid.
Yeah, definitely so, Ben. When you look at the series now, I did expect DRG to put up a little bit more of a fight here, but not to be the case.
It was a bit of a weird series. Like, Creator just did things. Everything seemed to be working out pretty damn solidly for him. Yeah. Like at one point earlier in this game one, Creator was just ahead in supply, which, you know, I don't often feel like Protoss are ahead in supply early game, but just everything that Creator did worked out for him. Like, especially in that second game where it's just like, you know what? I'm gonna have so many Adepts and just gonna go and kill you. Yeah. It was just one of those series that Dom Ragu, He was trying things, he was trying to survive, but just he could never get going. And Creator, honestly, for all the losses that he's had that have been, I don't want to say like one-sided because he's put up a fight in most of his series. But yeah, he just looked like he was the better guy today. Absolutely did. I mean, this game here where the Immortals get left behind, for a second I was like, maybe, but then you just see the drone count on the left just absolutely plummeting. Like, that was literally in like 10 seconds, 28 drones falling. It was amazing.
I can't wait to see all the salty Zerg tears about Adept Printer go brrr for this one, because it was just, I haven't seen this many Adepts on a push like this for quite a while, Pig. This was brutal.
Yeah, Scarlett's out there watching. She's gonna have to bring out the old Adepted clan tag that she used to rock.
Yeah.
No Zerg enjoys having that happen. You know, the Adept, it's a pretty weak unit that doesn't scale all that well, but you give it that teleportation ability, the surprise as well, the way they just dart on in there. And Creator nabs himself a really nice timing. You could see, I think, the fear in game one as well of DRG, of Creator doing something like that, because he is quite unpredictable with those timing attacks. And when he's got you on the back foot, surprises you with the macro game, surprises you then also with the timing attack, that's basically his strategy is just working perfectly.
That means the Creator now has got himself in a qualification match, and he's going to be going up against either Ragnarok or Classic, depending on who is unfortunate in that qualification match. So that pretty much does it. Unfortunate for DRG here, Ben, but again, you know, we'll have to see him fight along down the road some other time. The cool thing about DRG is that he has been relevant for arguably one of the longest periods of time out of any StarCraft pro gamer ever. So we always see him rear his head and come back fighting.
Yeah, and it's not as if he got like one of these, oh no, I'm out because of this happened. No, he just went up against a very strong Creator today. And that's nothing to be ashamed about. Like, we've seen Creator, he's also been around since day one, basically, and he's had his ups and downs, but it's nice to see that he's just performing quite solidly across the board.
All right, well, thank you very much, gents. It's time to go to a break. When we return, qualification matches time. We've got 4 best of 5s coming your way, 2 from the Korean bracket and 2 from the world bracket. We'll see you after this for more Gamers Without Borders.
This is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
All right, this is where we get the big fight. We've got the qualification matches on the way here to find out who moves on to Gamers 8, which is that $400,000 tournament here in the distance. Here at Games Without Borders, we've got to my left-hand side to talk about this game. It's Pig and Ben once again. Great stuff. Okay, we've got ourselves Ragnarok versus Classic, but let's take a look at the bracket and see how both of these players got here. First things first, steady, calm down, James. We have got ourselves up towards the top of the bracket here. Ragnarok was able to 2-1 Bunny, and Classic was able to 2-1 Gumiho. So neither player had exactly the smoothest road to get here, Pig, but a good opportunity for these guys to be able to move to Gamers 8.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's cool to see Classic looking in form recently, and obviously Ragnarok. It was so important for him to not keep losing against Terran in close 1-2 matches. He finally broke that little miniature curse he had going for himself. So there's high hopes for both of these players, and I really don't know who to favor, because over the years, Classic was always like the big guy. He was so much better. Ragnarok was kind of this B-teamer. But in the last year, Ragnarok has stepped up his game, and it's very hard to judge how they're going to match up now that Ragnarok has evolved as a player.
Oh, definitely. Now the apprentice has become the master. We have, let's take a look at the verses here between these two as well. Ragnarok versus Classic, again, to reiterate, is a best of 5 here to qualify to Gamers 8. So Ben, what are you thinking? Because of course Ragnarok is a guy that has really made waves over the last year of his career, especially. But now trying to get over some of these hurdles has been a little bit difficult for him. But it's good that he doesn't have to go up against yet another Terran here. It is going to be a Protoss for him.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to make of this one, you know, because Classic, I will always revere him as one of the best Protosses in the world during his era, and he's had these roadblocks, hasn't he, upon coming back? Like, I think it was Pig that mentioned it when he tried to get back into GSL after just coming back from the army. He was so close multiple times, and he went up against like people like Zest in big best of 5s going down to the final map, and then he didn't make it. It was like, oh damn, like I guess Classic, we're not going to see Classic this season. And it's really rough being a pro gamer, isn't it? Because you get these times to shine. It's like you just get beat out by somebody very damn good. Zest was also one of the best, obviously. But I'm very excited to see it. Like, Classic is one of those Protosses that I'm always curious, because I know that the potential is absolutely there. He's done it before, and I'm just kind of waiting for that moment, because if he does become one of the next big Protosses, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but I'd also love to see it.
Yeah, Classic for me is the name that was almost always on the cusp, but just before he went to the army, always on the cusp of being one of the absolute greats. Pig. I mean, yes, okay, he's won an Intel Extreme Masters, but then you would get like to finals or semi-finals of huge tournaments and then kind of whiff out, burn out a little bit. So it is good to see, as Ben says, Classic back on the horse again here. Maybe he can make it.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, once you've been a champion, you know, and he has been a champion in the biggest tournaments in the world. He's won multiple super tournaments, as well as regular Code S's and all sorts of things. So he's a beast of a player, but he's had a little bit of trouble because I think the level in terms of late game army management is very high. And we've also seen very different compositions to what a lot of his old experience was with. So since he's come back, he's been very good at getting himself ahead, but especially versus Zerg, there have been times where he fumbles the maxed out army control when he's controlling like Zealot, Archon, Disruptor. Now that's something he's been improving gradually and steadily, but that was like one of the reasons he sometimes felt a little bit short in the Protoss versus Zerg matchup.
Maybe look to Creator for a little bit of inspiration, even though it was not exactly the most standard. But we have Gressvan, Neo-Humanity, Babylon, Ancient Cistern, and Dragon Scales if we need it here. So on the flip side of things, though, when you look at Ragnarok and how he is, yes, okay, there might have been this kind of weird wave, Ben, that he's had to hit against Terrans and stuff like that. But need we forget, this guy has been in a GSL final. He gets there for a reason. Yeah, okay, he didn't qualify for this reason one. But in Katowice, up until the point where he played against Maru, he looked unfazed by any match. He just looked like he was having fun and beating all these great players and doing all right. So Ragnarok definitely has that in him.
He absolutely does. Like, when it comes to just fundamentals, for anybody that wants to look back, go in a time machine, I think there's even one of those Caldor FP VOD things where you see his keyboard and mouse from 10 years ago. Yeah, literally. And Ragnarok's one of those videos with like where he's very fast, and he always has been. Mechanically, he's really damn solid. And if these games are, you know, he's allowed to do his thing, then absolutely has a really good chance. But Classic, he's one of the trickier dudes out there. Hopefully it's going to be a good one, because I know that they're both capable of dishing out some damn good series.
And now a blast from the past, that name. And now Kaldor's in Valencia, just riding his bike a lot, doing working out things. But he was always doing working out things. Anyway, guys, thank you. It is time to head into the qualification match now. It's a best of 5 to find out who moves on to Gamers 8. Who's it going to be? Will a Protoss go through for the first time? Let's find out.
Let's find out. We are back from a quick break. I've just had myself a nosh and a cuppa. No? Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, a nosh. He just had a nosh and a cup. I guess that does make sense, cats.
Okay, that's fantastic. And yeah, do you reckon? One? Yeah, of course. Do you reckon either one of these players will end up looking a Muppet?
Is that like a British phrase? Like
a Muppet?
Like
Muppet?
Yeah. Like I mean, like
yes, it seems so. Yeah, according to my Googling. I really need to work on my accent, and then I'll be invincible.
Yeah, in Cats, I think you'd make it here no matter what, mate. I think you'd be fine. All right, in the bottom right side, kicking us off on this one, our Red Protoss player is Classic.
With attack from Titan suit. And in the top left-hand side, it is for Alpha X, Ragnarok. Coolest name, probably, in the scene.
You know, Cats, I think you probably know more British slang than I do now.
Maybe so. I just Googled like a bunch of words. I really like it. How common is British slang where you're from? Like, I know, you're obviously within the UK, but...
Well, I guess all the time, like, especially where I'm from, people have very heavy accents and a lot of words that just... Yeah, a lot of words that people don't even know if you go like 2 hours south. They wouldn't even necessarily know what you're talking about.
Really? That's amazing.
Yeah, that's quite crazy, I guess, really, when you think about it, just how different everyone in the UK speaks a lot of the time.
Yeah, it varies a lot from like just place to place in the UK, right? Like it's like crazy differences. Yeah.
Almost every city like speaks slightly differently. It's some people who know the UK really well and UK accents really well. They can pinpoint like which city I'm from, not just like which general part of the country, but like which city.
Really?
And that's really impressive because I have like very little accent in my voice compared to a lot of British people as well, right? So
yeah,
it's it always amazes me because I wouldn't have been able to pick it up, but some people can.
Yeah, that's crazy. Out of you, Calaris, and the Muslim, who do you think has the most British, like the thickest accent?
Either James or Ben. I don't know. Maybe Ben. Yeah. Sometimes James gives him a good run for his money, though.
He does. James, yeah, I learned a lot of words from James as well. Right, well, pretty standard opening here. Again, we had that nasty hatch block from the probe, so Ragnarok's going to be forced to take the forward third as the Overlord is going to park himself here. You know what I like doing with this Overlord is just kind of like poking in a little bit further to see if you can force a Stalker, because once the unit starts, you're not going to cancel it. You allocated your chrono boost, and then just with enough time, I run back to the pillar. So if you bait a Stalker that way, it's so nice because then you don't have to make links on the other side and whatnot. But of course, most players will just go for the Adept regardless.
It's a very cute move, Cats. I like it.
Thank you.
Do a lot of people make the Stalker just because they see him moving forward, do you think?
I think more people than... I mean, I know that it has to happen sometimes, and that's good enough to do it, right? Like, if it happens once in 100 games, then that's an advantage for free.
Well, yeah,
but I think it happens
cost you anything, right?
That. Yeah, it doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, that's actually a very cool idea. Stargate opening here from Classic. Classic, talk about his PvZ a little. He's very creative, and I really expect him to come out with a couple different timings in this series. I don't think Classic's going to be playing for the late game a whole bunch. I really think he's going to be very timing focused, or if he is playing a longer game, it's because Ragnarok's on the offensive and he's being forced to defend into a stronger army, but then he'll probably still try and make something of a timing out of it afterwards too.
This is a lot of Zerglings to make for Ragnarok this early into the game. 4 links are going to chase the Adept. You want to keep those alive if you're going for some sort of a timing, but I think Ragnarok wants to just completely shut down this aggression and then go to deny the third, force the Oracles to stay back. The problem is going to come if he doesn't find his damage, but lucky for him, the Adept is now backing away. and that gives his Lynx kind of free reign to go out on the map and get that map control, jump on the third potentially as soon as it gets set up. Luckily for Classic, or rather not luckily, but just smartly from Classic, he has his Oracle back here. Just needs to tuck those Adepts in the back, and he should be A-okay. Beautiful positioning.
Instantly pops the Oracle as well, as Ragnarok will go for the cancel and he gets it. So yeah, Classic was right to pop the Oracle ASAP, because then he got as many Lings out of this as possible at least. Now he'll replace the Nexus, and he will this time go diving across the map with those Oracles, but the Lings are going to dive back in. So Classic, he might be cancelled here a second time, and that's where it starts to get a little bit awkward. Now you're going to be hoping one of the Adepts stuck by the other Adept warping in.
Wow.
There is another cancel, man. This is actually starting off pretty well for Ragnarok.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but it was a very heavy investment into Zerglings. But yeah, I mean, 2 cancels in a row, pretty good. Gonna get an Adept there for his troubles, but this delayed his spores on the other side of the map. So 5 workers have fallen to the Oracles, and the 1 Adept for Classic still doing work here. Will get rid of all those Lings. And yeah, I mean, conceptually, Ragnarok got what he came for, but it is exactly what you pointed out, Wordicho. Like, he had Classic, that is, his Oracle in position, turns the beam right away. So even though Ragnarok gets the opportunity to pounce on Nexus as soon as it gets set up, he bleeds a few units. Very good position on the Adepts as well for Classic. And these Oracles, I mean, they should be punished by that many Lings on the other side of the map, and I think Ragnarok was not expecting they would move out as early as they did. So delays his spores and pays for it dearly. These Adepts, though, may not find much.
Yeah, they didn't want to do much full move. They would just move commanding. Oracle's turn to help out a little bit. At least they get shut down. That's something Ragnarok kind of needed at this point, just to not take any further damage, because he is the one that's been taking a beating so far. Roach Warren about to finish up at the front from him. And, well, Roaches can be on the way if that's what he wants to produce, but he's just going to sneak a few more drones out, playing a bit of catch-up. Classic on his way to blink. Again, set up there, even just a couple Stalkers this time on the defense of the third.
Yeah, but Ragnarok is looking to Ragnarok your socks off with this follow-up, as he is taking up to the lair. And he will be getting, presumably, you know, like some roach speed to follow. He's no Muppet, that's for sure. What did you say?
He's going to Ragnarok our socks off with the move into left.
Okay, I'll have to fully disclose. Okay, like, we have a new challenge where Pig gives us words to say during the broadcast, and this broadcast was Ragnarok your socks off.
Just,
the last one was meow.
It's only funny because you have the whole best of 5 to do it. I just don't
want to forget. I don't want to forget. Yeah, I mean, gonna Ragnarok your socks off with this halfway done lair. Definitely didn't pick the best moment for it. I agree.
Not quite. Oracle's still on the defense here. Lings have been super active from Ragnarok. He's been absolutely non-stop checking in on that base repeatedly. However, he is going to start facing these Stalkers, and his first Stalker push just prior to Blink is always dangerous for this 4th base. Something that Zerg has always struggled to kind of keep their 4th base alive against. Let's see how we do now. Oracle's not here immediately to help these Stalkers out. It means the Lings get a good surround and some good damage. Finally, we get Blink up, and that was just the Oracles being out of position. I don't think Classic was wrong to be here with the Stalkers. It was the Oracles not being on top of them that allowed the Lings to do so well, and that is a Blink. What? Classic? You crazy,
That's
bro.
so weird. Yeah, that Blink was absolutely bananas, but I mean, I kind of don't know how much I like the Lings around when the Oracles do end up showing up. It's so difficult to make the decision to disengage, because then you're gonna get taxed on the retreat by all of these Stalkers. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Ragnarok holds, and he does have a Spire on the way, 9 Muta on the way, in fact. So that is nifty. I mean, that looks really, really good against a Protoss that hasn't committed heavily to the Stargate, right? Just has one Oracle out there and is going into Colossus. So if Ragnarok can get on the other side of the map whilst defending here, he will be in a fabulous position.
Yeah, that's very true. Those meters popping, and Stalker's still trying to put on some pressure. Classic just not really doing enough with this. He's on his way to Colossi behind it. He needs to defend against these mutas, though, because mutas can absolutely just ravage your mineral lines and just completely disrupt where you're at in the game. And they're just heading straight across the map. The Stalkers are super busy trading on the left, and they're not making enough progress to punish Ragnarok for having made the mutas.
Yeah, and the scary thing for the Stalkers, and pay attention here, guys, is they cannot be blink microed very effectively while you're dealing with this on the muta. So he's probably just gonna have to blink back and disengage. And Ragnarok very smartly pounces on the Stalkers at the same time, knowing that minimal micro, it can be done at this point for Classic. The best thing that he can do is disengage. So takes a fabulous kind of like just trade on the other side side by virtue of distracting with the Muta, and it's impossible for any player in the world basically to deal with Muta when you've completely gotten unprepared and blinked your stalkers on the other side of the map, right? So fantastic move from Ragnarok.
Absolutely love what he's been able to do here and just turning around what honestly was at first I think scary for Classic. Well, and now just getting a lot with it. He is going to get blinked on here, loses a few of these mutas, so Classic getting a bit of a cleanup. His Colossus count has been growing, remember, so there is potentially still that one time with a few Colossi to maybe get something done.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal case scenario for Classic here would have been if he could have moved out with his first 2 Colossus or something like that, but it's very unintuitive because you have double robo production going for you. So, you know, you probably want to wait for at least 4 Colossus, then a couple of Immortals or Disruptors or something like that to really feel like you're operating at full potential and that your investment has paid off and going for that double robo and the robotics bay, right? So, yeah, a little bit tough of a position for him. Ragnarok's gonna get a lot of map control. Classic contained to 3 bays, and he's just gonna have to slowly crawl his way into a 4th and try to elongate the game, I think.
Do you think there's no chance of Classic going across with like a chunk of Colossi and just zip, zap, zopping everything down?
It seems very unlikely, but that might be what he is going for. It's so difficult to take that 4th against the Muta. I just think that Ragnarok has so much breathing room. Like, he can start adding perhaps like Banelings or something to make his army more supply efficient, or even just start attacking into Classic, and that might be Classic's. Oh, there's the Banelings. Love to see that. So yeah, he's still scaling, right? So by the time that Classic moves out, I don't know how he's gonna gather enough to really make a difference.
I thought that Classic finally made a Phoenix just to poke at these mutas, and it's low-key actually working very well. It forces the mutas out of that corner, and he's actually going to clean them all up. Maybe one gets away here, but yeah, pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Really
I mean,
sick.
what a sick detail there from Classic. Just the bare minimum, right? Like, it's so difficult to make that decision. It's like, yeah, I'll just make the one
Phoenix.
Yeah, beautiful.
Well, if only there was one Phoenix earlier, Cats, this might have been a whole lot easier. Right now, Classic is moving into the middle of the map with this big push, so no 4th base, massive attacks, so many Stalkers. There's like a lone sentry in there. Let's just see. I mean, you see him pre-splitting. He knows that Baneling Splash is going to be big here because of just how many units there are. He needs these Colossi to survive and somehow find a way to put a lot of splash out without going down too quick.
Yeah, but Ragnarok was just waiting for these Vipers, and now they're here. The 2 Colossus are gonna go to the front. Don't explode any Banelings on them, and Ragnarok does not. Beautiful job to start here from the Korean Surge as he is looking to pounce onto the now clumped up Stalkers. I would imagine anytime soon. I mean, he's just bleeding units. Let's go. Let's go. He's gonna go get the next 2 Colossus. That is wonderful. I want to see the production. What are the reinforcements? I would expect Zerglings with what's remaining here, and it is 42 Zerglings and 5 Roaches on the way, looking pretty great for Ragnarok.
Yep, the Vipers were out, and that obviously goes a long way. I don't think these Stalkers are going to be enough to push up this ramp. Like, Stalkers are good at, like, you know, attacking and trading back. I don't think there's enough of them right now to really push up here. Yeah, even this Phoenix is like, I'm going to be the most valuable single Phoenix of all time. Killing 9
really
minutes wasn't enough for me.
Really? I mean, he even forced Biles onto Ragnarok's own army, as now there's more Banelings morphing. I mean, Banelings are obviously going to do well against clump of units, even though against individual Stalkers, that's like one of the worst matchups possible for the Baneling. When they are clumped up, the Baneling is just that good of a unit, but it seems like the army of Ragnarok is thinning down here at the front, even though his supply seems to tell a different tale.
I feel like he's just holding some Banes back a little while, and I'm not really worried. I think he's got plenty on the way, and it's not like Classic's really making progress. He's just trading on the ramp, and Ragnarok's staying maxed out, then he's staying maxed out. He has a couple Disruptors, and even those need really good shots to make a difference, and killing 1 Queen probably ain't going to do it. We are going to snipe down 1 Viper or 2, so that's a great pick from Classic. That just needed to happen 2 minutes earlier to save those Colossi.
Yeah, a little bit careless there from Ragnarok. Probably just clicked on the Disruptors from far away. That is a huge shot, actually, onto the Banelings. I mean, as expensive of a shot as you can ever get from a Disruptor is going to be Banelings, because they clump up so much and they're relatively expensive units. The Biles are good for Ragnarok, but actually a blink forward from Classic, who continues to get flanked from a group of Roaches from behind. 10 Lynx and 12 Roaches only on the way for Ragnarok, and his supply continues to thin out. Drones surrounding the Disruptors. Where DJ, what is happening?
Classic just found the moment, man. A Disruptor shot helped him to lead into this, and all of a sudden he keeps on trading. Disruptor's ready again. More Roaches going down. Classic is actually going to do it, man. Like, what?
absolutely crazy. This is all off of a 3-base economy with the main almost mining out, so he was bound to run out of steam within a minute or two, and all Ragnarok has to do is hold at that point. Overconfidence, I think, Guardicio. For me, at least, for my money, those Vipers never needed to die. I think he was just like, yeah, this game's over, let me just abduct those. And, you know, like, yeah, I think we all thought this game was over, and Ragnarok paid for it.
I'm probably with you. Honestly, when the Colossi died, I thought, well, that's just it, right? Like, Ragnarok has everything in his favor, and yeah, the Disruptors showing up. Even then, I was like, okay, even if they get decent shots, I feel like you've got so much to do here as Classic, but man, the one shot on the bane lanes really meant there was no threat on the Stalkers, and suddenly it was just at the moment Ragnarok's trying to split a few roaches around to flank as well, so you could actually then just jump on one half of the army, or, you know, a portion of the army he felt like he really outnumbered. Just wow, honestly, from Classic, because I don't know. I would look back on that and still say that I think Ragnarok should absolutely have it until the moment Classic took the supply lead, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, retrospect, I mean, this Muta were so wonderful that we're seeing right now on screen, but I think retrospectively, I think I didn't like the last bunch of banelings at all for Ragnarok, and it's not just because they got taken down from a disruptor shot, but rather because I think that you get more value when you're not maxed out of Roach, Ravager, Ling against pure Stalkers, which is what he was facing, right? Like against pure Stalkers, when it's that wide of a space down your ramp where they can easily split potentially against those banelings, I don't think that you want those banelings. The banelings are beautiful and wonderful when he made them at first, because it allows him to continue to scale an army that otherwise doesn't scale past the 200 supply mark, right? So when you are maxed, you have 30 links. Would you rather have 30 links or 30 banelings? Well, 30 banelings every time. But if you're not maxed, if it's cost for cost, if it's not about supply efficiency, I think these banelings were a little bit of a waste to morph. I think the links would have done a little bit more, a little bit earlier, and he would have been able to afford additional army and reinforcements here.
So much supply from Ragnarok in production, actually, and obviously I said, you know, Ragnarok's staying maxed out, but Classic really went all out in the moment where I just felt like there was like 10 plus roaches in production, a few lings, and Ragnarok was splitting those units down the bottom side. So if there ever was a moment to make a jump, that really was it. And Classic just having killer instinct, something I think Classic's always had, really, right? You know, Classic's always been able to say, hey, look, you know, I'm kind of like the sort of player that shows up, and I'm the sort of player that will win these games when I can. Just incredible, though, because I absolutely feel like this was meant to be Ragnarok's game, and that's got to feel really bad for Ragnarok, because all of a sudden Classic is up a game, and obviously he is looking to be our first Protoss player qualified for Gamers 8 if he can win out this best of 5.
At least that would be good. Let's see. No, we have another one. We don't have a desk segment, do we? After the third game, maybe?
A desk segment? No, I don't think so.
Okay, because this is the best of 5s now, right? So there is a break at some point, I think, that the players have.
Players need it.
Want it at third game, right?
For now, we go in game.
All right.
More StarCraft.
More StarCraft. And what a name here that we have in the top left-hand side. He is truly living up to it. Classic.
In the bottom right, unfortunately, his opponents still have their socks on right now. It is Ragnarok.
Yeah, I mean, the Muta should have done it. He really was looking to rock some socks with that, but it didn't work out. That is the perfect scenario as well for Ragnarok, so it's going to be a little bit demoralizing on multiple fronts, right? Like, your Muta were unspotted, they crossed the map, they were doing wonderful. He took a beautiful fight on the other side against the Stalkers, which was kind of like the scary part, is before you make those 8 Muta, are you going to have enough to defend against the Stalkers? Once the Muta pounds on the other side, you get an opportunity to kind of divert your opponent's attention. Everything was going swimmingly. You're maxed with everything, your opponent's contained on 3 base, and then you lose. That's gotta be gutting.
I would imagine so, Cats. Like you say, like, you can't really set it up better yourself, even if you just kind of phrase it. And yeah, it really should have been a Ragnarok game, and I think he's got to be very upset at losing that one. And you know, it's never easy to take games off Classic. That was meant to be one of them. I still can't get over the single Phoenix though, man. Like, that was such
cool.
a sick call. Like, he realized, like, he was like, I'm gonna hold on against these mutas of Stalkers, and in the end he was like, okay, I've more or less done that. Yeah, I took some damage, sure, but I just need one Phoenix to actually poke them away from the corner so it can freely go across the map. And that's obviously what opened him to being able to just say, right, this is it, let's go then. So yeah, very cool Phoenix. That's fun to mention again.
And it really goes to show that Classic's mind is in this game throughout the entire game. I mean, even just coming back and pouncing on that last opportunity, he's very tuned into the game. He's very focused, it feels like, right? Like, to make that sort of decision, like, it's just not the sort of decision that comes up on the ladder, or it comes up like when you're practicing and stuff like that. It is just one of those situations that doesn't really happen. So for you to have the presence of mind to account for it in the way that he did was just wonderful, right? It is just so rare. I don't think I've seen that before, period. So pretty cool.
Very, very cool. Couple queens, Link Speed all coming out here. Overlord on the way out as well. Just going to see that Stargate again from Classic, and I feel like a lot of his openings might include the Stargate first. Don't know if you'll see too much of a Twilight opening from him, but he's the kind of guy that generally would Twilight open, but then I feel like he likes doing a lot of stuff just off the Stargate, even if it's just like one Oracle, then into a Twilight for Claves or something along those lines.
Yeah. Okay, well, here's the first Adept. Might want to wait for his partner, and he's going to go at a kind of a weird angle, but already Ragnarok in position for it. So won't be too problematic here, as now it's going to take the position in between the two bases to kind of threaten there. The link spread for Ragnarok, same as DRG's, 3 on each base, 6 links total to start. And again, he is going for this early swell of links to deny the third. Very interesting, because you just pulled that off, right? Is that really going to work again?
Yeah, it is off more drones, right? Like last time he did 26, I believe, and this time it's 30, so maybe not as much of a commitment, but still the same idea. Classic gets back, Oracle, Adept together will look to defend against this, and he did get the cancel a couple of times over. The big issue was just not having spores ready when the Oracles got across, so Classic undid a lot of the advantage Ragnarok created. And those Lings are just sitting on the Watchtower, man, not even competing for the third base right now, maybe waiting for the Oracle to move across, but then Oracle 2 is nearly ready.
That's just the thing, right? It's like, if you are going to make the swell of links, the best case scenario is what happened last game, which is you time it so that you are hitting as soon as Classic drops that Nexus. But this Nexus now has too much HP. If the Oracle even now turns around, I think it should be enough to save it.
Yep, and the Lings know that too. They're instantly off of it. So, unfortunately for Ragnarok, it's not all coming together here in game number 2. Classic is going to be able to maintain a good start, and yeah, just those Lings hurt you, man. You're still kind of trailing just about the same work count as the Protoss play here. 4.5 minutes in, 44 workers, losing a couple more Lings unnecessarily. The good news, at least, is the Oracles aren't doing too much. They're going to get a couple kills, but one of them is going to be low.
Yeah, and I'm glad this time around the sports were ready, because I feel like if you're going for something like what Ragnarok did, where you pull off this many links, it really hurts your economy enough that you want to delay those sports, and you're kind of trusting the links to keep the Oracles on the other side. So last time he got surprised. This time around, only 3 drones end up falling to the Oracles. So like you were saying, not the worst thing in the world, but still Ragnarok is going to be working at somewhat of an economical deficit just by virtue of having made those links that really didn't accomplish anything. As now Classic is looking to put on aggression and force, at the very least, additional units, not something Ragnarok wants to do.
Anything that Ragnarok builds right now is keep him on a slow drone count. Whoa. The commit, man. I mean, the Adepts get in between a mineral line, which definitely does help. And to be fair, they're pretty healthy still. The drones have to start pulling away. The Adepts can jump to the main base, and this is already looking good. They're going to commit in, just target down a few drones. Now the Oracle's getting to the natural. 7 workers. Lings are dropping. Adepts still healthy in the main. And this is just so much damage. Classic is absolutely destroying in this game number 2. He barely didn't get a drone there because of some slight regen. At 14 final workers. Wow.
I mean, he really is playing out of his mind, right? Because Ragnarok is doing these unusual openings. He is getting the swell of links, but then Classic identifies where the weakness is. He says, okay, you made links then. Now you have to drone up a little bit later. I'm just going to move out as soon as possible. Like every single time, right? It's like the first Oracle stays as long as it needs to stay. As soon as the second one's about to pop out, like you were pointing out, the first one moves out to try and find damage. As soon as he has 3 Adepts, the second one moves out and finds 3 drones worth of damage. As soon as he feels like his Adept threshold is greater than Ragnarok's links that he has made, he moves out. It's just like timing, like little timing after little timing after little timing, and compounding interests here for a Classic that is playing out of his mind today.
Now he's going to grab an Overlord. Ragnarok isn't really super clear of being supply blocked, so has to be kind of careful. Stalkers will begin to trade. We're moments away from Blink, but this time, difference to the last game. Oracles are immediately above the Stalkers to protect from circling, so an adjustment from Classic, realizing one little mistake he made last time around, and he fixes it immediately, and now just keeps on pressing forward. And again, Overlords are currently a problem. 5 on the way in production. Ragnarok is starting to fix it. He can blink back out of trouble, but just again, damage being done so far by Classic, and Ragnarok cannot keep up with this.
He cannot, not for the moment anyway. He's gonna go for some link counter attacks as he gets his +2, +1 links are pretty nice against Blink Stalkers, but there isn't much more, unfortunately. So he's just choosing to go for on the counter offense. He's gonna find the 4th Ragnarok is, but on his side, he's getting destroyed by this Blink Stalkers. And the 4th, I mean, Classic is unfazed. He's ready for it.
Yeah, deals with that, no problem. Stalkers here a little bit deep on creep, you could argue, and obviously they may want to start just, stepping back a little to be sure of themselves. The Roaches do kind of get quite far forward and on top of them, but we are losing Roach after Roach. It's not like there's a ton of Roaches. Finally, the Stalkers might have to blink back. Classic's even going to activate his Pulsar Beams on the Oracles, though. Keep on trading. An extra Stalker or so showing up right now. Those reinforcements that were previously defending now arriving to help the fight. And again, just never letting Ragnarok breathe, apart from just making Roach after Roach after Roach. And the Zealots are here to tank the Lings, and it just gets worse and worse as Classic attacks into Ragnarok's 4th.
It's so beautiful. I mean, so much confidence to have these little skirmishes, right? Where you have like 5 Stalkers left over, no problem. I got 3 more on the way, 3 more on the way, you know, and it's enough. Little by little, he has whittled his opponent down to nothing. And Ragnarok is going to have to tap out Classic with an absolute masterclass.
Yeah, I mean, what a solid game number 2. Just, like you say, masterclass really is a bit of a word for it. I love what you said about just kind of compounding interest and just finding the timings, right? Like, oh, Ragnarok, you swelled your Lings here. That means you're weak now. That's when I strike. You know, same a couple times over, and boom, you're just in such a lead. All that damage then begins to just add up time after time after time. And yeah, I gotta say, man, that was an absolute clinic from Classic. Just a solid game number 2. And now Ragnarok's really got to be kicking himself for that game number 1, because obviously Classic's now unmatched in qualifying points. But also Ragnarok's got to be like, man, if you're this dangerous, I should have taken my chance when I had it. It's not going to be easy for me to see opportunities in this series if you're playing as well as this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if that game 1 gets resumed from replay and you tell Ragnarok, hey, by the way, you know, you lost in one of the universes, he doesn't lose in the rest of the universes. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, okay, let me actually use my Vipers. Let me not overmake Banelings. Like instead of trying to simplify how to end the game, he would actually put his mind into it. And I'm sure he would close it out. But now it's Classic in the lead, and he is looking so great. I mean, so very scary. This looks like the Classic of old. Like the classic, you could say.
Yeah, I think I said this yesterday, but I really enjoyed watching Classic since Katowice. It feels like in Katowice he had a bit of a spurt, and it was like, oh yeah, Classic's looking pretty good again, isn't he? And then it's been like, wow, he's really started looking good again since Katowice, and he's just been on the up and up, and this has obviously been no different for him either. So yeah, super exciting to see Classic just continue to grow back into the Protoss that he maybe once used to be. On the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player up 2-0 and looking to be the first Protoss qualified for the Gamers 8 event. It is Classic.
How come we don't have the pictures? I really like his Attack on Titan suit. And in the bottom right-hand side, it is Ragnarok, the greatest Titan of them all.
I don't know why we don't have the pictures, cats.
There it is. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. Production on top of things today. Classic might be doing production at this point with how swift that was.
Cracking me up today, cats.
I am so impressed. I mean, the first series that we cast, it wasn't very good, you know. But this series, I mean, I'm just in love with everything that I'm seeing from Classic. And Ragnarok put up such a great fight and had such brilliant moments in game 1. I really just want this to go to game 5, but I mean, we're far away from that.
Yeah, we kind of need Ragnarok to change a couple things up, change the trajectory of this series. If we're going to start talking about a game 5, it's feels like a lifetime away right now. Let's see if you can do it. Babylon as a map we're kind of still working through some of the shorter maps right here. So if Ragnarok can survive through the first few minutes, you know, potential for him to be aggressive at certain stages, maybe try and catch Classic off guard. That's the sort of thing we'll be watching out for as time passes by. This probe really being annoying.
Yes, indeed. As Loco posted a ChatGPT cast of a British person doing introductions in StarCraft 2, and the introduction that we should have clearly gone for is that Classic is the Earl of Ire and the Master of the Golden Armada. GPT, man.
I mean, the Earl of Ire actually sounds pretty good, man.
Earl of Ire. What is an Earl?
It's like
that was a name.
It's like a title, no?
Oh, okay.
I'll find out for you.
No. For sure, it's a title because the Zerg introduction is for the Duke of Char. So it sounds like Duke and Earl.
It was the highest rank until the title of Duke was created.
Oh wow. Okay.
Not that I know how highly ranked a Duke is already. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Dukes are pretty highly ranked. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but if I would have just said it's just a title. I don't know necessarily a title of what, but yeah, sounds cool, right? Earl of Ire.
Earl of Ire. I like it. Well, the Earl of Ire here is just chilling for the time being. Pretty standard opening. Again, blocking the hatchery. So third time is happening here. Third time's... Well, I guess Classic. It's been working for him every time. So can't even say third time's the charm. It's just been good for him. He's going to chase this link down and get it too. A robo opening this time around. Mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, very fun with the robo opening. Obviously, he provides a lot of pressure immediately with the prism. You do... The robo one's weird though, right? Because it feels like when you follow up from a robo, you're missing a lot of things that you would usually have, especially if the prism doesn't do much. You know, all of a sudden it's like, well, you don't have any, upgrades to gateway units, you don't have any oracles to help you get in and deal damage. It really kind of heavily lies on this prism, and a lot of the time the robo openings follow very aggressively because it's like, you're not well set up for the mid game, missing those early upgrades or units that help you get there, such as oracles. And so an immortal all-in kind of, comes onto the cards, and it's exactly what we see starting up. First immortal beginning, and this is just going to be a ton of gameways. I believe he's not even mining gas right now, Classic. So he is just going for immortal, ton of gates, ton of zealots.
God, I hate him. I mean, every Zerg in the world hates Classic right now. We've all lost to this, and it is one of the most frustrating things to lose for, or to lose against, because it's just, charge slots, or presumably, or even just slow zealots in this case. And and immortals. So you're accounted for the roaches with the immortals. The Zerglings are gonna have a very difficult time against the zealots, and the esports were completely worthless on the side of Ragnarok as well. So I think he made 2. Was that 2? So that's $250 accounting for the drones. Not really what you want to have or not have in terms of a bank, right, to defend this. So difficult here for Ragnarok already.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see the Silver Lord just zooming up the left side. Here comes another round of Zealots warping in, but the Queen's got on top of the prism. Classic gets caught early. This is massive because you're stopping the warping that's meant to be here right now. All these Zealots on the other side. Can you imagine how this would be if they were actually in this fight? Classic was just a hair too far forward with that prism and immediately realized it. And that might just be it, man. Like, these attacks really rely on having the power of everything all at once, but no, now he doesn't have that.
Yeah, I mean, that was like 6 or 7 zealots that were not warped in as a result because the Queens, like you said, got on top of the Warp Prism. And once again, they will get rid of the Warp Prism. And now all Ragnarok has to do is reset and just hang on until he has enough units to deal with this. Don't even bother with this, I want to say, but the Lynx are going to get this round onto the Immortal, so that's going to work out fine. The Queen's tanking beautifully for the Roaches. The Immortal trying to get on top of the Roaches, but unable to with its very short range. And Classic will drop a map as Ragnarok gets on top of that Warp Prism. I mean, well done by him. A little bit of like an inch sloppy and a second sloppy by Classic, right? Because I almost feel like he could have let the Warping finish, lost the Warp Prism, and still would have taken a favorable fight right there and then, but then he loses all the steam for the follow-up, right? So it's I understand why Classic did what he did, but yeah, unfortunate for him not being able to execute.
I feel like it was enough zealots, especially with what Ragnarok had, and obviously we can see that better than Classic can, but I really feel like if that warping just finishes, even if there's no prism, maybe it would have been the better scenario. Yeah. Because like right now, if there's like 7 or 8 extra zealots, like this army doesn't ever die, I don't think, right? Like the roaches are so far away. And yeah, the prism's dead, maybe the immortal's dead. I mean, obviously, just easier thing to do is just not let your prism go so far forward that the Queens can jump on it. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Fantastic. Yeah, if he did that, he was looking fantastic. But yeah, I mean, not getting the first warp in and warping in far away, like you pointed out, just a little bit too rough. I think that even if he fought with the Immortal and Zealots, even if he didn't warp in with the Warp Prism, that fight goes a little bit better, but I also understand the compulsion to try to save the Immortal, right? So, yeah, I mean, difficult decisions there from Classic. Good opportunity exploited by Ragnarok. And yeah, a little bit of a switcheroo from the starport openings. And I loved everything you were saying about that, by the way. The game got hectic and it went into kind of endgame pretty fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, for sure, like if you don't have that Stargate opening, it's usually an all-in because you have to invest otherwise too many units to even defend the third, where otherwise an Oracle just does that job for you.
Well, on the bottom left-hand side, our Red Pro display, aggression not working out for him last time. He is Classic.
With a picture, love it.
Let's bring it back for you guys.
Thank you. And in the top right-hand side for Alpha X, he is Ragnarok. The Alpha of Alpha X.
You think he's the Alpha?
I'm not sure. I never quite understood the name of Alpha X because it's like it's multiple players in a team. Isn't the Alpha thing to be like the outstanding Alpha is like one like a Duke, you know? You don't get a lot of Dukes or Earls.
He's the
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I think it just looks cool when you write it down though, Alpha X.
That is true. That is true.
Maybe that's it. Maybe someone just
Alpha
missed the high school maths notations or something.
MLGX. No scope. No scope X or triple X even. It's kind of like the edgiest that you can go.
The edgiest name possible.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of NA teams are kind of like just, you know, like licensed to kill.
Yeah, that's true.
LTK, that's a cool name, I guess. But yeah, we have a probe now scouting once again. The hatchery has been blocked. And yeah, nothing much going on. I really like 15 hatchery, Wordicho, to try and avoid the probe block on the larger maps. Because I feel like if you know your opponent is going to probe block and you get the 15 hatch, then it's pretty worth it. But yeah, I mean, if they don't and you go for the 15 hatch, it feels kind of bad.
Yeah. I mean, just that ability to kind of outdo your opponent is definitely fairly valuable. Get behind it. Link speed, by the way, gets started and an X on the way down. Just seeing a nice chillo, but I'm really excited to see the tech choice of Classic because obviously he just tried to mix it up. And I was going to say, I'd be surprised if he kind of didn't just fall back to Stargate, especially on a map like Ancient Cistern. I still feel like Classic can do a lot of fun things off of a Stargate, so intrigued to see if it is just 2, maybe even 3 Oracles, with this being a bit more of just a full-on Stargate-friendly map, or if he does have something tricky planned once the Stargate finishes.
What is it that makes Ancient Cistern a Stargate-friendly map?
I just think it's a map that really encourages a Protoss to go towards more of a macro game, right? Like, the Zergs are not going to be able to really do much aggressively. It's quite long to get across. The busting positions are almost always from one direction. So you're just basically like, obviously Stargate keeps you safe against a lot of those busts as well, but it's just, you can get to like 3 Oracles and really use them to just control the game in a big way because the Zerg doesn't have much of a counter to it. So, and especially very rare that Queens are going to show up on the other side.
All fair points, as is to be expected from you, Wardicho. These links are very ready for the Adept Shade, as there's 4 of them on the other side. How many links are there at the third? 2? 2. Okay, so splitting 2 and 4. I'm trying to learn how to defend these Adepts. I hate them. It's 2 and 4.
I ain't adept with cats.
Not the 3 and 3. Yeah, we were talking about it in the green room earlier as well. I really hate Adepts. Both the Muslim and I are struggling against the Protoss right now, Wardy.
Yeah.
No surprise there.
Good time to be Roddy then. Get a castle.
Good time to be Roddy. Yeah, we're looking for it. Don't want to spoil anything. Hopefully it comes to fruition. 2 workers, very nice.
2 workers. The Ling's not enough to get cancel on the third base as Ragnarok doesn't try and swarm this time around. And yeah, good stuff from Classic. He does take a bit of a beating on that Oracle, so it's a little bit lower than you might like it, but 2 drones very early because it's very rare the first Oracle is able to necessarily grab 2 drones like that, so it almost makes up for the HP you're losing.
No, for sure. I mean, because you're going to regenerate the shields as well pretty fast and be ready to go again. now with the next Oracle as well. So he is very well set up to continue to do some damage. I love the Overlord from Ragnarok, kind of in between the natural and the third, to try and prevent this from happening further. As Classic now gears up to go into upgrades, so very much in line with what you were saying about the map, like just trying to scale. It's very difficult to attack into the map. And Glaives, I did not expect this. This is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, well, he likes to mix it up a little bit, doesn't he? So a couple of Oracles into Glaives. I wonder if there's something in particular he... Ragnarok scouted something that got cancelled into the Twilight Council. So clearly this was a bit of a mind game too. Oh, you lose an Oracle though. Oh, but more drones on the way out. Okay, well, every drone you kill right now is huge because the Adept timing is going to be extremely valuable for, you know, the more that Ragnarok's had to try and play recovery. Yeah. A few Adepts show themselves. Now, of course, it's not the first time we've seen the 5 Adepts, so this part is not uncommon for Classic to be showing. And so then all the extra Adepts show up that we're really going to see if Ragnarok is prepared. Currently making 4 Overlords at once. Massive supply block for him. As he finishes the lair, he's yet to actually make any Roaches too. I'm a little bit worried he might just instantly drop down tech and not have Roaches ready for the Adepts showing up.
What's with the rally from the third to the natural? So unusual for Ragnarok. I suppose it's not really the third. That is his initial natural, but it's not fully saturated and he's taking gases. And those transfers have costed him. Well, it's now fully saturated. But yeah, here come the Adepts, looking pretty scary. The robot now just starting for Classic, so looking for a follow-up. This is just harassment for him. He is set up on 3 base. This is not an all-in, but it does have a lot of potential. Love the Evo Chamber there to block the Adepts, but it's not going to do it for much longer as the Adepts do plow on through and now killing some workers.
Yeah, good start. Roaches were just very slow to build in this game, and because of that, you're really seeing the Adepts just be able to take an initial position, threaten to shade elsewhere. This time to jump on the natural, finding some Roaches here. Is that okay for Classic? It seems like for now it's all right. The Adepts aren't exactly dropping quickly to the 3 or 4 Roaches that are hitting them, and he's already up to 7 workers killed. Going to jump in the main base, where again he's going to find some Roaches, but maybe not as many drones as I thought he would.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful defense here from Ragnarok, but he's still taking a lot of damage because it was a reactive defense. He saw it kind of late this attack, and like you said, it's a huge mix-up from Classic. Not very usual to go for the very late Glaive Adepts and commit this heavily to it, of all things. So looking pretty good for a Classic that has killed 18 workers whilst being defensive on a defensive map. 22 workers now the tally. And as good as Ragnarok did, just kind of spreading his Roaches around, it was not enough reactively.
Yeah, the 14 extra workers since he took over the talking was definitely the deal breaker, I think, right? Because like 10 workers is like, well, that's kind of okay. 14 extra workers on top of that, 25 going down, that's expensive. And okay, Classic's kind of low on the army supply, but it's not a good map for running across to the other side on. So even if you feel like you've got the numbers of Ragnarok, if you want to pull that trigger, Classic has more chances than usual to get units up against it.
Yeah, so I think for Ragnarok, he's gonna have to do something that we haven't seen for him in this series, which is just try to transition to the later stages of the game. We see that Classic is getting set up for that as the upgrade. I mean, not the fastest upgrade considering how fast the Forge was, but at least he also has the Templar Archives on the way. He already has his Robo up and working, now making observers and taking a 4th. So Classic very happy to go into the later game, and Ragnarok is gonna try to bypass everything that we've been talking about as far as like the map being defensive with a Nidus Worm and Swarm hosts.
Okay. Not what I was really expecting. I'm a little bit worried about how he's going to do against the initial rounds of Stalkers. Because to my eyes, okay, Swarm was fine if you can start the initiative as, oh no, these Roaches get jumped on, they're just going to get picked off. Yeah, my point basically is the Stalkers are going to force the Swarm Hosts to be defensive straight away, and if that's the case, Swarm Hosts just aren't good, right? If they're constantly being used defensively, and yeah, losing these Roaches means there's even more of a chance for Classic to capitalize in that way, although he has had to run all the way back home, so maybe these Roaches have done something, but yeah, very expensive way to force the Protoss player back home.
Yeah, the real job, I think, was to provide an anchor for that Nidus Worm, so he doesn't even get it where he would like it. Instead, it's going to be a Nidus Worm near the 3rd of Classic, but he has so much stuff on the other side that I don't know how Ragnarok's going to hold here, how he's going to fend off, because like you were saying, I mean, the Swarmos, they're not going to do much defensively. They have to go on offense, and that leaves it to whatever Ragnarok has left to try and defend. He is now even on workers, but Classic has held the lead for the majority of this game. Things looking difficult for Ragnarok.
Classic just going to give up the base, because if he takes down this base himself, then it's basically 3 base versus 3 base, and that's absolutely fine from Classic's point of view. So he knows he can continue to fight. He's not going to worry about defending the Locust on the other side. He's going to keep his warpins on this side. Purely Stalkers, there was that one and more, and tried its best to cosplay the Prism from the last game by giving itself up early, but now he just jump on top of everything. Wow. And Classic will dismantle Ragnarok in this series. Honestly, the only time Ragnarok looked like he had a chance was when Classic accidentally put his Prism like too far forward, and yeah. I guess game 1 Ragnarok was looking
game
good
1
for
was
a while
pretty
too.
good. The Muta, yeah, with the Muta he was looking really good.
I guess just games 2 and 4 really undid what I felt in game 1, right? Like,
no, for sure.
It was so convincing.
They really were. I mean, Classic drowned Ragnarok and just his brilliance in this series. He was amazing, and yeah, I can't wait to see more of him. That was brilliant.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Cool to see Classic qualifying, of course, in this best of 5 game through to that Gamers 8 event. And yeah, first Protoss player, man. Obviously, we're hoping Hero can do it as well. That Hero Q match coming up, we know that's going to be a whole lot of fun as well. So also looking forward to that one. And yeah, cool to see Classic making through, especially if Classic plays this well, because I feel like he can be a contender if he's playing like this when it comes to the big tournament.
For sure. I mean, he played just incredibly well, better than I have seen from him. You've had a little bit more time, I guess, to follow him and his trajectory back to stardom, but he really is starting to look like the Classic that was that top 1-2 contender for the Protoss title. So yeah, amazing to see.
All right, let's go to the desk and see what they think about a Protoss in Games 8.
That's right. Thank you, Border. You don't sound very excited about a Protoss making it through. I'll make it up for you. Yes, the Earl of Ire. Give that man an acre. He got himself to Gamers 8. I'm so happy finally a Protoss made it. Oh, Pig. Ben, it's high time. We get at least one Pig. One.
Hey, remember to put respect on this man's name. In a year called 2019, there was a thing called the Nidus Swarm Host. There was a map pool that was very good for the Nidus Swarm Host, and it was what we refer to as broken. And Classic was the one man that stopped Rogue's disgusting Nidus Swarm Host onslaught that he was ruining everyone within that tournament, and he did it in style. And here again, he's fighting for that Protoss representation. He says, we're going to fight. Well, and that was the cleanest PvZ I've actually seen from him in quite a while. That was a beautiful display of skill.
I'm going to be real, though, as we take a look at the highlights brought to you by Aramco. I cast a lot of WCS Europe, and I actually have PTSD whenever I see a Swarm Host, so let's not talk about that. But now, let's take a look back at these games here, Ben. What a great series from Classic, and once again, I do feel like Ragnarok... It feels like watching Ragnarok at the moment, it feels like he's lost a little bit of his way, maybe some of his confidence in the game. I mean, across most matchups.
I mean, he might have done, but I mean, like, this series was all about Classic. Like, this first game, he had no right in winning. Like, he was sent back to the Stone Age. He was on 58 workers, 3 bases against like a 5 base Zerg, and he decided to push. And it was looking like, oh, okay, it's looking bleak. 2 Colossus gone, then another 2 gone, just down to Stalks and a couple of Disruptors. But he was making magic happen. And if there's anything that I can really take away from this series, it's Classic has killer instinct, man. Like, as soon as he got a little bit of a lead or a little bit of pressure or momentum, he just kept on going. He was an absolute wrecking ball. And I also love the fact that once he was 2-0 ahead, and like the first game was ridiculously close, he just whips out a build like this. The good old, I'm going to run across the map with an Immortal, a Warp Prism, slow Zealots as well. And I mean, why not? He's just showcased that he can do a lot, and he's a real damn scary Protoss. It's like watching the Classic of old.
Yeah, definitely he is. Unfortunately, he didn't quite get this one under his belt, but there's every possibility that could occur and could win against some lesser Zergs. But as we move on to game number 4, I feel like by the time we get to the end of these games as well, Pig, you see the eventual blink micro constant stalker control here from Classic, and then all of a sudden he knows he's got it and he does the blink forwards, and then Classic always GG's.
Yeah, he's got great decisiveness, and I think it comes from having such great range as a player. Classic is just got such a variety in his strategies to go from really defensive big macro plays to go for a Haas build, that Zealot Immortal attack, like without charge, it's such a crazy all-in that very few players do. Haas, the cheesiest man in the world, I believe invented that build. So, and then he goes back to like really just crisp, powerful, adept timings coming in, the Blink Stalker follow-ups, handling the Swarm hosts, and yeah, 3-1 victory, well earned for Classic.
That's right. If you're hoping for some diversity in our race distribution, it's a good day to have Classic going through here as he makes it through 2 Gamers 8, the first Protoss out of the previous 8 players that had already qualified. He is now our 9th player, and he makes it through for the Protoss pieces. Ben, it's a good time. It's happy to see. Ragnarok still has another chance, though. Down in the lower bracket, he's going to be fighting off for another shot. I believe he's going up against Creator in that one, so close one potentially.
Definitely doable for him. Like, I mean, Creator, he played very good in his series today. He was really clean, actually, against Don Ragu. But Ragnarok, yeah, he shouldn't be looking at anybody like they're undoable. I mean, if a Cure or Hero drops down, depending on how the bracket looks, then that's probably a bit of a roughy match for him. But even on his good days, I think those aren't totally undoable. I mean, he was making Hero kind of work for it. But yeah, today was all about Classic, man. Like, he absolutely breezed through it, felt like. I like the series against Gumiho, he was just taking fights that he knew were kind of bad for him, but it's like, yeah, I'm gonna win anyway. Like, and he just was, it was just good overall play. Like, he was smart about the way he played the series and smart how he played the games. It wasn't fluky wins whatsoever. It was well thought out, well executed, and it was just a super pleasure to watch him.
Yeah, it does feel like he's worked hard since coming back from the army to kind of reattain the level that he was trying to push before actually leaving on. So, well, any final thoughts, Pigs, before we wrap things up?
I mean, you don't win that many Star Leagues, GSLs, and Super Tournaments over a 6-year span like he did before going to the military without having this class. We're seeing him return to it. So I knew it was only a matter of time. I think this is going to be a great tournament for Classic.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, guys. And it's a big win, as I say, for Protoss. One of them has finally made it to Gamers 8 here at Gamers Without Borders. We're going to go to a break, and when we're back, will a second one make it to Gamers 8? For some, it might be the main event of the day. It's going to be Cure going up against Hero in a best of 5 here at Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8. The Land of Heroes.
And in our next series, one of our players is on a collision course with Gamers 8. Who is it going to be? Will it be Cure or will it be Hero? Will we get a second Protoss player through into Gamers 8? Well, let's find out here. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about our next series, I have Rotterdam and Artosis. Roddy, once again, we're kind of breezing through this day here. Good to get Classic on the board, though I'm sure you're happy to see at least one Protoss make it through so far.
Yeah, but I hope it's not just me. Come on, we have a beautiful game with 3 races, okay? So whenever we're doing qualifiers to go into a big offline event, obviously we want to see all 3 races being represented, but I never really had too many worries. Sure, first weekend didn't quite go the aliens their way, but this weekend we have plenty of good Protosses in the bracket, and I think we are about to add another one, but it's going to be close.
Plenty more Xeno threats. We will see if they're able to make it on through here as we have Cure and Hero going up against one another. Let's talk about this versus here as we do have our next best of 5 on the way. Dan, these are 2 names you are very familiar with. You're casting them time and time again over in South Korea, and it's a belter of a series because Cure looked amazing going up against Creator in that first round, and Hero's Hero.
Yeah. You know, Hero, you still have to give him the #1 Protoss slot in the world. But Cure, when Cure is on, he really has the best Terran versus Protoss out there. Like, when you think back to his GSL victory even, right? He did that by beating like 4 different world top Protosses, all with different styles. So Cure definitely knows what it takes. He's already shown some awesome TVP in this tournament, but you know, he is like a little bit volatile in his play. Occasionally, Cure shows up and plays some terrible games. Occasionally. So I just want to throw that out there.
Yes, which one are we going to get today? We'll find out. Roddy, what are your thoughts coming into this series?
Well, the initial thoughts are always like, all right, Hero, best Protoss, the second best Protoss player in the world. He should be able to get the job done. But then if you really dive a bit deeper into it, his PvT is honestly very hit or miss, right? Because it's all so high risk, high reward. If everything lines up perfectly, it just looks fantastic. And it looks like a straight up nightmare to deal with as a Terran player. But quite often he does get a bit carried away. And one big mistake with the way that he likes to play, you lose a Prism or one blink too far, and it can all come crumbling down. So it's actually very close. This is one of these series that you really want to hype up like nothing, because it could be by far and away the best series of the day, but it could also be some ugly games. I hope it's not the case. I'm honestly excited. For me, this is the highlight of the day.
Likewise, I think when you look at the names involved, when you look at the potential for the fixture, I definitely have to agree. We've got the map vetoes coming in: Ancient Cistern, Babylon, Altitude, Royal Blood, and Dragon Scales if we need it here. So for all intents and purposes as well, Dan, when you looked at kind of what Cure was doing against Creator yesterday, his playstyle looked kind of oppressive. It felt like Creator couldn't really find a gap, a weakness in what was actually going on, to the point where Creator had to go for those base trades. Hero is a very different breed of Protoss, though, to what Creator is going to bring to the table here. So I don't know if Creator can get away with being the oppressive force that he was yesterday.
Well, it's a little bit harder against Hero because he is willing to take those insane risks to try to get ahead. But I think that Kjur's style, if he tries to maintain this style, is actually pretty well matched against that because he's always treading that very thin line where it's like, I am actually macroing up and going for the later game, but applying that pressure. So if he can do that, but also really switch into heavy defense when Hero comes after him with something insane, I think that is a day in which Kjur is going to be favored.
Fair. Roddy, any retort, any rebuttal to that?
Well, Kjur did win 3 out of the last 5 series that these two have played, and just historically it's been very evenly matched, and Hero seems to be somewhat vocal about how he doesn't really enjoy playing against Terran, and I think that goes for a lot of Protoss players, but it's just an extreme matchup. It's very snowbally, right? If Protoss has a clean start, they get up to 3 bases, they're off and they're flying, but if just one thing goes the Terran player's way in the early game, and Kjur has plenty of ways to get himself a little bit ahead, it can often go the other side, but it should really be fireworks.
All right, well, as you say, Hero wasn't exactly keen about going up against Maru, and then he had to play him, and it didn't go very well, but let's see how it goes against Kjur in this qualification match. Thank you, gentlemen. Time to head over to the casters here. It's a PVT to find out who moves on to Gamers 8.
And we're all hoping that it is going to be the best match of the day. 2 awesome players, one representing Protoss, who desperately needed another qualifier, another representing Terran, and a Terran who has an extraordinary TVP win record, I might add. I am Zombie Grove casting with Loco for the next 2 series. How you doing today, Loco?
I'm doing very well. I'm actually super excited for this match. I think I'm with the other guys as well. This is, at least in my mind, the most exciting game of the day. We already did see Kjur play a little bit of TVP yesterday when he went up against Creator. I know the boys just brought it up as well, but honestly, as good as Creator is right now, Kjur just looked on another level. He was just all over the map, hitting at multiple angles at once, and somehow, some way, managing to micro multiple parts. Like, he had his army split into 2 big balls, and he was microing both of them at the same time. Just really impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think one of the first times that I was truly impressed with Kjur's TP was actually something like 5 years ago, where he was microing 3 different armies consisting of Viking, Ghost, Bio in every single army. And I was like, okay, that's pretty freaking cool. But both players basically have their cool factor. In the bottom left of Ancient Cistern, we do spawn on top of this man. For DKZ, he is Hero.
And his opponent up here in the top right in game number 1 of this best of 5 series, we have Kjur. Representing Abydos.
Yeah. So I mentioned that Kjur has a really good win record. In 2023, he is an 80% victory rate against Protoss. 80%. Whoa. He is 60-7 in matches in this year. So it's pretty good. You know, again, as always, those stats include some guaranteed 2-0s, right, against lesser known players, but plenty of very good players, both Korean and European and North American, all over the place. Kjur does play online quite a bit, as does Hero. But Hero remains at a measly 62% win rate against Terran. Actually pretty freaking good if you are on board the whole Protoss is having a tough time versus Terran lately.
No, definitely. So these two going up against each other this year so far. They've played 9 matches and 60% of them were won by Kjur. So he certainly seems to know what he needs to do against Protoss. And I think, Roddy summed it up really nicely, right? Hero is really good against Terran, but it's very hit or miss. If he makes a mistake in the early game or he just slips up with his control, it can be over very quickly. And against somebody like Kjur, who's very strong defensively too, right? He's kind of got it all. It's going to be difficult to get damage done in the early game here.
Kjur seems to really have a handle on TVP, no doubt about it, even above some other Terrans. TVZ, I'd say it's a little meh, but TVP, absolutely. Kjur actually is probably the best right now, considering his win rate at the very least. But first, we got to talk about what's actually happening in this game. Number 1 of overall best of 5. It is going to be a 2-Rax opener, which, of course, is successfully hidden away from the probe scout because you just don't know what's following behind that second supply depot. So it could be factory expand, could be 2-Rax.
Yeah, exactly. So there's already a couple of Reapers out on the map right now. Cure not using them aggressively just yet. He's hoping that he can catch some of those Protoss units that will be coming across here momentarily. Hero going straight for that Stargate opener. Obviously, he's got a wide variety of builds that he likes to play. The Stargate is certainly one of them, something that he mixes in all the time. And, well, the Probe Scout is going to go back into the Terran's main base, but these Reapers, they will not be scouted.
First appearance coming in, 2 Adepts kind of close by, but, 3 Reapers are going to demolish a probe line before the 2 Adepts can even chase them down with a shade. So 4 probes, and it is kind of unfortunate that the second Reaper did go down. Shakir was hoping he could come back in later for a better backstab. Actually, 4 probes, and now you've reduced the threat to almost like non-existent. That could have been worse.
It definitely could have been worse, yeah. He could have microed that probably ever so slightly cleaner. He does know right now as well what the follow-up right here from our Protoss is going to be. Heroes had that probe in the bottom right-hand corner for basically the entire game so far. That's the scouting worker that he sent across early on. This Reaper will be pushed back again as well, telling him to not come back. But now the Oracle goes straight into the main base of our Terran player, but the Marines were already waiting.
Yeah, the Oracle didn't pose very much threats, and I'm guessing Hero knew that as well. Unlikely that you find a lot of damage with a typically timed Oracle. Of course, Hero has to take a third base. So that does seem like it was pre-planned, but I also note that Oracle was the first time that Hero saw that it was a follow-up into a 3-racks, which might seem logical after a 2-racks opener, but, it could have also gone into 2-1-1, for instance. So that's still pretty important. I don't know if that's exactly why he'd pull the trigger on a hidden base, especially because Hero just does it so often. He's actually maybe too often. As much as I love it, like, Hero does hidden bases a decent amount in StarCraft 2 the last 6 months.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be a fan of it, right? So there obviously are a couple games as well that Hero played in this particular tournament, like a series against Maru. I'm sure Cure watched those games as well, so maybe he's just trying to mix it up a little bit, trying to keep the opponent guessing here. As long as he keeps up the pressure, it's quite difficult for Terran to scout this, and usually at this stage in the game of the TVP matchup, of course, Terran is going to be the one sitting back until they finish up a couple more upgrades, and these Oracles get to control basically everything. So I don't think the base in the bottom right-hand corner will be scouted anytime soon.
Doesn't seem that way. Kira actually having some... Oh, okay, there we go. Kills one of the Oracles. Taking the threat of the Oracles quite seriously, so building a missile turret in each mineral line, maybe fearing that Hero would go into the multiple Oracles. Recall to get those probes down to the bottom right base. As you were saying, Kira probably not going to scout this anytime soon, and I'm in total agreement, but when he does enter into the natural, eventually sends a scouting unit forward and goes, okay, what's exactly going on here? He might have some question marks. Why are you still on 2 bases and, for instance, don't have a Colossus? Are you really going to be playing Charge on 2 bases? No one really does that. No, you're very right. He's certainly going to be looking for that 3rd base here very shortly. Cure already splitting up his army. That's exactly what he did yesterday against Creator, just moving this army around like it's, 2 separate forces, I suppose, trying to look exactly what is... he wants to figure out what's going on the other side of the map, so he could easily take out that base in the bottom right, but he simply doesn't have the knowledge of it right now. You're also chasing around that Terran army here for a little bit, keeping tabs of where it's located, and now Cure, alarm bells should start going off in his head here because he's going to see that there's no 3rd base, although the Oracle actually goes down. Oh, yeah, it's unfortunate there for Hero. Very unfortunate, actually. He has very limited scouting otherwise. Since the Robo is only coming down now, it isn't like he has observers all over the map. So this has been confirmed. No 3rd base. Stimming on the partial army. I don't need 50% of the army. This is going to do damage. Gets the shield battery right off the bat, looking for those probes. But it is also, again, going to figure that something is wrong. I think that's exactly why Hero... Well, 2 reasons. The Colossus. Sorry. Yeah, to hallucinate the Colossus. Exactly. 1, maybe you do scare away the army, and 2, maybe you just convince them that you're going for a safe 2-base Colossus build.
Yeah, no, exactly. You already brought up the Colossus opener, right? That's one of the options that Protoss technically has at their disposal here. So maybe Cure saw that Colossus and he's thinking, okay, this is just a super safe approach right here from the Protoss because he saw an hallucinated Colossus, but in reality, it's a hidden 3rd base. Such a cheeky little play right there by Hero. I also saw that Colossus wandering around in the natural for a little bit, right? The hallucinated one, making it look, I guess, like he wasn't controlling it properly, but I would imagine that's on purpose just to make sure that the Terran player doesn't notice that the Colossus doesn't deal any damage.
Yeah, that's true. You don't want to, you know, let it attack and then no splash damage comes down. You also don't want it to get attacked, which I think was successfully done, right? Because then it takes way too much damage as hallucination, if you're really paying attention. Scan of Kira does reveal a third base. Again, it might be well-timed if this was a very safe 2-base Colossus opener with just charge also pumped out quickly. The Warp Prism, unfortunately, is going to get taken down. Probably not a super good use of the Warp Prism and 4 Zealots. But Cure might not think he has a timing when he might. Again, expecting maybe now 3 Colossus, for instance, which would be what Protoss are usually going up to at this point.
Yeah. So Cure is very much so approaching this as if it's a standard macro opener right there from Hero. He could have easily taken that base in the bottom right-hand corner, but he simply doesn't realize exactly what's happening here. He's also not necessarily the guy who will be flying around a lot of, well, for example, Ravens or Medivacs or something like that. I mean, he can certainly mix that in, but at least in that, or in this game so far, it's not the case. So he's just playing this as a regular macro game, assuming that the base that was just taken by Hero is the third, but in reality, he's already got a third fully saturated for several minutes, and he's going up against 4 base Protoss, and that could be a gigantic misread because, yeah, look at the income advantage here. Hero is outgrowing Terran very quickly.
Yeah, that's starting to get very dangerous indeed. Now, how many Vikings did Cure make before he stopped? Because, of course, the other fear is that he's going to go into something like 12 Vikings, which have been literally useless, or borderline anyways. I guess they can land. He did stop at 4, so either he's picked up on something or... Because I would say if you really did believe it was 3 Colossus, right, you would get at least 8. Pretty sure that would be the case. But either he's picked up on something or this is what he usually does and I just don't remember. But he is moving into EMPs. He is going to wait until he's maxed out, which is, I think, going to be better than, for instance, rushing headlong with 12 Vikings into someone who actually has Storm. So kind of like the best of a worst case scenario, I suppose, for Cure, who still is very much not really knowing what's going on. And okay, he's actually building more Vikings. So I mean, eventually they will be useful. That's kind of my point. Eventually their armies will both be the typical amazing late game Terran versus Protoss armies.
Yeah, no, for sure. So Cure has looked at basically every base at this point in the game, but he hasn't seen the one in the bottom right. So he's gone all over the map and he hasn't seen the ones in the corner. So he is completely not picking up on this. So yesterday he was playing a very aggressive style, right? Trying to hit the opponent at multiple angles at once. And I think in this game he's looking at this. He's like, you know what? I really don't even need to do that. If you're going to just play a super late third base, I mean, this isn't a ladder game. I could just, yeah, play a straight up macro game. I don't really need to take any risks. And I mean, it's not like he's in a terrible position or anything like that, right? He's still getting a very powerful army here. He's got that good transition coming up here as well. It is important that he doesn't commit too heavily into Vikings, but now he finally starts up a proper fight.
I mean, he just added 2 more and that was it. Like, either he's a little sus, and he scanned the army multiple times at this point, so I think he actually is kind of figuring things out. Or he's just kind of getting, you know, fortunate, not building too many Vikings. And the army that he's segmented off was actually pretty good until the Zealots showed up. Does have to pick up and leave. But the main benefit from the way that Hero has played here is that he doesn't have to worry so much about that mid game where Terran is definitely very strong, always has been, and perhaps particularly nowadays. And he should have a bigger bank, so he does still get ahead, even though Cure doesn't die or anything like that, right? Like, Hero should still be ahead, but Cure absolutely has a chance to play out his mid to late game TVP very well. So close to finding that hidden base, yet so far.
Yeah, I thought for a second he was going to look for that pylon, right? Because Zealot suddenly came from the bottom right-hand corner. I thought he was going to look for a pylon that could have warped in those Zealots, but not the case. Instead, he's distracted over on the left side. He does seem to be winning that fight there for now, though, but a good couple force fields do come down. The Widowmine's not really burrowed here yet either, and now Hero is coming in with the flank too. He's going to be able to push back this army easy peasy, but in the meantime, Cure is also moving towards, well, what should have been a 5th or a 4th base right here for Protoss.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing for Hero is that he's trying to get these, like, the Jaws closing act on a lot of Cure's little armies, and the Jaws never quite close. Like, Cure is able to escape with a decent amount of Medivacs and Ghosts every single time. Maybe not with this army.
Oh my god.
Disruptor kills more Zealots than anything else, but there you go. Again, he actually does manage to escape. Feedback shouldn't kill these Medivacs, right? Yeah, so he's effectively escaped, I suppose. And then the other army comes back, and Hero's not getting any of those beautiful capture moments that I think he's really trying to set up. Instead, he is ultimately getting a little out of position every single time.
Yeah, he's making the assumption he's going to be able to just outproduce the Protoss here eventually, right? So he needs to be very careful he doesn't get too carried away. He's once again splitting up his units. That is incredibly powerful here. There's really nothing to protect this Nexus. At least some of the probes will get out. Though there's a couple Widow Mines over there being annoying too. Now there's Zealots also going into the natural. The High Templars do survive, but yeah, now we have a full base race scenario once again. We've seen so many of those already in this tournament.
That's true. Creator just was always in a bad position. And like, well, I guess I got no other option. Base trade time. In this game, Hero was kind of in the same position where if this continued on, he would ultimately just be... He'd lose, right? He'd always be out of position. He'd always be coming back home after his Nexus was dead. So he just pulls the trigger on a base trade because there really was no other option and might have even been a little frustrated, let's be honest. Stalkers should be enough to clear this up, but it is going to be a trade, especially with those EMPs, and I believe the better upgrades for Cure as well. And no even upgrades, so not too bad. But yeah, a lot of Stalkers went down. Cure did hold at home, and Hero lost 2 Nexus. Thankfully, he has a hidden one, I suppose, but that is starting to run out of resources.
Yeah, I mean, he's at that base for about 10 minutes now, right? Yeah, it's definitely running very low. Cure still does not realize exactly what he's playing against, but does it even really matter? Those traits he's been taking are just so very efficient. He's already setting up the Liberator split here as well, so he is ready to go to the next stage of this match if he absolutely needs to. It is kind of funny, though, that he's still in such a good position after that incredible early game from Hero. Hero still struggling to really get an advantage in this match.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. There is still a game left to be played, so I don't want to go too deep into the analysis mode, but it does feel like, weirdly enough, while yes, Hero avoids that really painful attack timing around 7 minutes that Terran gets a lot of damage with, especially Cure, ultimately there was nothing truly gained from the way that he played. You know, Cure didn't fall for anything so much as he just kind of played regularly and was kind of rewarded for it. So again, Hero was going to get away with maybe a bigger bank, but that did not help him with all of the engagements that went down, which now Cure is winning yet another one with a huge concave. EMPs did come out. A Storm came out regardless, but didn't really get a whole lot. Disruptor's starting to miss everything as Cure splits, and this is going to be game.
Yeah, Cure is just looking absolutely incredible in this matchup right now. I mean, even when he doesn't have perfect information, even though he's probably scratching his head a little bit as to what exactly is going on in the game, he's just taking such amazing fights. Like, the probes are even being transferred away from that expansion right now. Hero has essentially had that entire base. And even then, I mean, obviously he has to build all of those things at the cost of, well, resources that he could have spent at home, but still such amazing control right here coming out of Cure. He doesn't even really need to know exactly what he's playing against, because as long as he can make Marines, Marauders, Ghosts, and Medevacs, and with good micro, he can get a lot of damage done.
Yes, certainly displaying that here. And now it is game over, so I could talk about whatever the heck I wanted. Because before, the supplies were kind of even, and then all of a sudden, Cure with that battle jumped up 60-70 supply. There is the official tap out from Hero as Cure takes game number 1. Despite some very clever play, I would say that that was one of the most effective covers of a hidden base that I've seen from anyone, including Hero, in some time. Because a lot of the other times, he'd be aggressive, so that even if the Terran found the hidden base, he'd say, oh, he can't do anything about it. But this was covered as more of a macro defensive play, and it worked out, I think, you know, right? I think everyone agrees that Cure was fooled. It's just that I think the better fool tactic, the one that Hero wanted Cure to fall into, is building something like 12 to 16 Vikings way overboard, or pushing into him when he had Storm and Cure didn't get EMPs. But Cure just said, oh, I guess we're kind of going into like 3 base versus 3 base. Let's chill, let's relax, let's just get our perfect armies, and then I'll show you how good my control is. And Hero couldn't keep up.
Yeah, no, you're very right. I think this game would have looked very different if he did decide to go up to like 12 Vikings, right? If this would have been an over reaction to a Mass Colossus transition or a really safe opener from Protoss, this would have looked very different. But Cure, even though he didn't have the perfect info, he, well, was calm and collected. I mean, this was really the only fight that didn't go great for him, it felt like, right? Like, there was the one moment where Protoss came in with the Zealot flank, but he essentially won every single fight we caught on the stream. And well, that one was also quite unfortunate. Hero blowing up like 6 of his own Zealots.
Yeah, it's just that he actually had really good unit retention. Every time that Hero thought he might be able to totally squash 50% of Kira's army, and then that would lead into a very good counterattack. Kira managed to save 30%, and that just made it a little more difficult for Hero to ever really gain that map control that he was looking for, and then to win a base trade. Even when he decided I'll go for the base trade because nothing else is working out, Kira handled it so well. I'm actually a little shocked. I would love to go back in the replay and see how he defended it just like easy peasy lemon squeezy back in his natural, because I thought that was going to be a little bit more testy, and it really wasn't.
Yep. No, for sure. Cure, just world-class TVP. I was very impressed after the series yesterday against Creator, because Creator has been on fire over the last couple of months, right? Like, he's been looking incredibly good. And Cure looked at it once, he looked at it twice, like, you know what? I can just, outplay you. That's essentially what he did over the course of a couple maps. He just heavily outplayed the Protoss there, and today he's ready to continue against, someone of the caliber like Hero, right? Considered to be the best Protoss player on the planet. And he's making it look pretty straightforward.
Yes, straightforward would actually be the absolute correct word overall for that game number one. Hero tried to take some twists and turns, and it's like he thought Kira was following him, so he's turning left and left and left, and then right and then right and then right. And Kira wasn't following him; he just was going to the same destination. Mm-hmm. So, like, they both arrive, and it's like...
Yeah, but imagine that base was found, though. Imagine that base was found a couple minutes earlier. That would have been
then Hero's really screwed. Yeah, absolutely. Game number two, let's see what other tactics this man has. In the top left, it is Hero.
And down here in the bottom right-hand corner of Babylon, we have Cure. Cure, of course, not taking a whole lot of damage right there in the early game of that previous match either. We did have the Oracles going around and, poking here and there, but honestly, not that much damage coming out of Hero. Curious to see if he decides to go for a Stargate opener once again. He obviously can play a little bit of everything, but the one unit that I feel like, at least in my mind, he really popularized again is the Blink Stalker. I wouldn't mind seeing some of that on a map like this.
Hero's Twilight Council play is really, really good, and still one of my favorite ways to witness Protoss play. Not the 4-gate, not the dedicated Blink Stalkers, but rather just that 3-base push and pull. It really is quite fun, but while Hero might be one of the best at it, he is also, funnily enough, probably one of the worst at it. Choosing some
it's very hit or miss.
Yeah, very questionable attack decisions. That has definitely bit him in the butt. For instance, the start of this tournament for Hero was last weekend. He faced Gumiho. And there was a little bit of that, Hero usually looks good here. Wait, what is he doing? Why? Okay, that wasn't really the best. Mm-hmm. So to try that versus Cure, who's even more rock solid than Gumiho, Hero might be just the underdog, frankly, in this one.
So Cure decided to go straight into a reactor this time around. This is not something that Hero actually saw. That reactor was built before he built any units, so he's relying on just an SCV scout right there instead. The probe, of course, is going to be coming back in for more, but I think that's Cure saying, I'm just happy to make some defensive units here. I'll just absorb whatever you're going to throw at me, because I should be able to outplay you in the long run, right? And I mean, if he can keep playing a game like he did previously, I don't really see another outcome than Cure obtaining the victory, so I really like this strategy overall.
It does make you feel like Cure just wins this best of 5, right? Hero gets this really great strategy, actually gets it to work, is like really the biggest thing, is that it worked, and then it was ineffective. So you're like, maybe your mechanics can do it, but Cure is really just rock solid. I still think Hero, the way that he can play the Protoss race, and we'll see if he does, but he can really unsettle even the steadiest of Terrans. So I would say even almost like that last game was not a typical Hero game for many reasons, but one is that he never really got to be aggressive. By the time he wanted to be aggressive, he was maxed out. That's not usually what we would expect. So maybe something else that, Hero is known for, the aggression with the Blink Stalkers, as you were saying, would lead to a little bit more of a tussle.
Well, this time around, he decides to go for the Phoenix start once again. That usually is a stepping stone towards Colossus, so maybe the build that he was pretending he was playing in the previous game, that would actually be kind of fun. We'll have to see exactly what his follow-up plan is going to be and how many Phoenixes he wants to produce. We've already seen him play a little bit of Phoenix as well, but he never really committed to that many of them. But yeah, it almost, you brought it up already. He's playing a little bit differently now than we have historically seen him play, at least over the last year or so. It almost feels like he's lost a little bit of that confidence, right? Like when you're really on point with your Stalker control and you're always getting in damage with your oracles. I mean, you play the game entirely differently, but Hero is playing this way more cautiously than we normally see him play.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. I think there's frankly, a good debate about what is the best Protoss playstyle. And we looked at the top two Protosses, Max Pax and Hero, really. And they both are still very well known for their aggression. But then we're seeing Hero, one of those leading Protosses, fall back into some more macro-based play, certainly strategical. Last game was more strategy. This game, it is actually 4-gas Phoenix Colossus. So what we expect to be more defensive, it could have its moments later on, but right now, of course, just staying at home. So it is very possible that Hero has just been smacked around a little bit too much, trying to be aggressive over the last 3 or 4 months, and has decided Terrans are too good against it now. Like, I got to try and play the other style again.
Yeah, no, I think you're very right. I think overall Terrans have stepped it up when it comes to their defense, right? You can see it very clearly as well with their splits against Disruptors. I feel like over the last couple of years that has gotten so much better. And I can imagine when you get, shut down every single time you try to go for an aggressive build for a week or two, at some point you're like, okay, it worked in the past, but it's no longer working for me right now. I guess I'll go for some different strategies instead. I don't know if, the time to experiment, though, is right now, especially when you're going up against Cure, who's now coming in with a medevac drop against somebody who's playing Phoenixes. This isn't really supposed to do a lot of damage, but it's already getting way too much damage.
Yeah, the problem is that if the Phoenix aren't in position and unloads, then that is actually a decent amount of damage, potentially. Guardian Shield is a hell of a drug, though, against the Marines. Marines do not have combat shields, so they're really not the best. It was entirely because Hero was out of position that this got any damage whatsoever. Thankfully, he wasn't so crazy out of position that it killed, 20 probes. 6 probes, really not that impressive, actually. Cure did get, ultimately... Well, bopped maybe is too strong of a word. 2 Phoenix did go down after all, but he did get pushed back.
Yeah, Cure wasn't entirely sure what he was playing against either, right? So he just kind of went in with the medevacs. If those Phoenixes would have been in position, that would have looked entirely different. He was forced to recall right there as well. Now we have the one set Phoenix going across the map, but at the very least, he's been using those Phoenixes and the units that he's built so far to go up towards the Colossi tech. So the Colossus will be coming up here very soon. We have the extended thermal lens already about 80% of the way done as well. And that's always a good moment, right? The only problem, though, is that Terran still has that 7-minute or so attack coming up here. He could certainly start moving across the map. Maybe he's going to wait until +1 infantry weapons is done, but there is that one moment, right, where the Colossi don't really have a whole lot of protection just yet, and sometimes the Marauders just eat everything.
Yeah. That's absolutely true. Definitely one of the weakest points of PvT right now. However, since Cure did go for a 2-1-1 opener, that's what it was, and he probably thought he was getting away with it too because he wasn't being scouted, and it failed, that really has pushed off what could have been a way more streamlined, typical 2-base Terran build, right? One, like a 3-racks opener, for instance, we did last game, or even just the 1-1-1 into Woodmine drop into immediately to Barracks production for Marauders specifically. So his Marauder count is not as impressive as it maybe would have been at exactly 7 minutes than maybe some other builds. But 11 at 7.5 minutes is still pretty good. And Vikings on the way as well. But just trying to point out that Hero actually does get the opportunity to go up to like 3 Colossus and spread out his army and then add on apparently Disruptors quite quickly. So he's not going to have an upgrade or charge anytime soon. And that's the downside, I guess. But Disruptor can, get Hail Mary shots.
Yeah. Well, we've already seen Cure split so far in the series. I feel like the Disruptors got more damage done against the Protoss army in that previous game than it did against the Terran. That being said, though, yeah, we do have the Colossi out right now, and when you have that buffer in front of the Colossi, it becomes a little bit more comfortable to play as well. The Disruptors, oh god, that Widowmine against the Hallucination. The Disruptors prioritized here before the upgrade, so we don't have charge started until just now, and the same for the +1 upgrade. +1 has already finished for Cure just now, and I think that may very well be the moment where he decides to test the waters on the other side of the map. Phoenix is sleeping on the job. Okay, Cure's army is actually marching back. He doesn't really need to fight, right? Like, Yesterday we saw him playing a little bit more aggressively, targeting the low HP Phoenix there as well, but he doesn't really need to play too aggressively. He's already outgrowing the Protoss slowly but surely, and yeah, if he just sits back and he maxes out, he'll probably feel way more comfortable.
Yeah, once again, we're reaching a point where I think both players can absolutely say, for both of us, waiting until we're maxed out is probably better. So Hero doesn't get to do any kind of bullying with Colossus range that you might see in some other PVTs, and Kira doesn't get to do his multi-pronged attacks with, mass marauders. He's gonna probably wait again until he's got EMPs and a good Viking count to really engage, but doesn't mean that you can just stay at home. I mean, certainly Terran players are supposed to be a little more active on the map, trying to scare the Protoss opponents. But Hero also, I would say, wants to be a little more active with his Phoenix. They really have done very little in this game. Literally, their main job, protecting against 2 medevacs, they failed. So.
Yeah, no, for sure. They haven't really been putting in that much value. And again, Hero is playing this very cautiously, very laid back, very unlike the Hero we've seen over the last year or two. So here we go. Kira ready to go with a big push right now across the map. Previously, his control against this Protoss army was absolutely phenomenal. This is, however, a really tight choke point, so he needs to be careful. Vikings trying to get as much damage done as possible. EMP going down on a lot of those Protoss units in the front. He needs to stim and get on out of there. And once again, the only units hit by the Purification Nova are the Zealots.
The Vikings now get free reign on the Colossus, so the Archons are going to get, oh my god, Disruptors got pushed to the front, so that was sniped down. I was going to point out the Archons are getting pushed to the front and getting sniped down too, and this is just a perfect engagement from Kure. Hero, I mean, he was down in supply, and he had the choke to work with, and then just chased after, I would say, far too long. I think you basically had to just like turtle up and be like, thank God Kure can't kill me. Thank God Kure can't kill me. And he kind of pushed out.
Top-level Terrans have gotten so good at microing these armies. It's actually insane. He's getting so much value.
Yeah.
Ghost waiting on the other side of that hill as well to throw an EMP and effectively just, well, push that Protoss army back single-handedly. The supply count, though, looking so good. Hero only just now starting up a 4th Nexus. At this point, honestly, this is Kure's game to lose, and really not even that much has happened, right? I mean, we've seen a couple mistakes here and there, but Kure's just outplaying Hero.
Yeah, to your point, you're bringing up the micros are so much better, and I absolutely agree with that. I would say it's not maybe micro that you would be usually talking about. Sometimes you say micro, and instantly what comes to mind is like, God tier splits and Baneling snipes. It was more just control of the engagement. Kure basically baited, I would say. He baited Hero to chase after him, like, ooh, don't chase me, pretty boy. And then, Hero chased, and he was like, gotcha! Because Hero had expended all of his important units, basically his Disruptors, and then put them on the front line while he's trying to retreat because they're slow. So, Kure he really plays, he's playing Hero like an instrument. Like, Hero's the one trying to do something sneaky and trying to do something, even standard, and then Kure's like, no matter what you do, I am going to control you. You follow me.
So Hero is kind of stuck right now at 170 supply, but he is finally going to be able to push beyond that. And being able to max out is going to make this game a little bit easier. Kure is sticking around on 200 supply because he can't go over that. He's going into the 2-2 upgrade, so he's got that going for him as well. I wouldn't mind seeing one more warp in right here for Hero before he engages, because there's just way more Terran units out.
Dude, the concave that's being set up, and Hero still moves in. Like, I don't know, man. Okay, one Disruptor shot was, well, decent. Actually, not even that impressive. And now the Disruptors are once again vulnerable, but this Disruptor shot is going to hit. Okay, so a bit better on the Disruptor shots and trying to push that army into the choke. However, all of the big splash damage units are already taken care of, so Kure remaining with a lot of bio, of course, pushes us back and takes game number 2. Again, just overall so dominating from Kure. He is so good at this matchup.
I am so impressed right here by Kure. He is playing such an amazing style of TVP. I mean, playing it differently than he did against Creator early on in this tournament, but or earlier on in this tournament that was played yesterday. Just doing phenomenally well right here against, well, Protoss in general. Yeah, I don't even really see exactly what Hero should do differently here, right? I mean, he just needs to do everything he's doing, but then slightly better. But obviously, that is not an easy task.
No, I certainly wouldn't know what to tell Hero. If I was going up on the platform, being like, "All right, buddy, you got this." He's like, "Well, Do I? And
Every
I'm like,
mistake
I honestly
you make,
don't
make it.
Yeah, exactly. Remember that mistake you made? Don't do it again. And certainly he could have, literally, he could have slapped down the 2-1-1 opener, and I think that would have undoubtedly given him a lead. But he didn't. It was kind of a trade, especially because Kier managed to kill those 2 Phoenix before losing all of his army. So I guess Hero really, the third game's got to be super aggressive, is what I would guess. You know, you're going to go extreme one way, go extreme the other way, and just pray. Because I think some prayer is necessary to beat Kier here.
This was honestly the best case scenario though for Hero, coming in here, finding that army split up, getting some really good disruptor hits. The Colossus gets to fire many times before it ultimately goes down, but Kier just has way too much stuff. That was still like 180 supply versus 200 right there from the Terran, and yeah, just a brilliant game right there from Kier from start to finish. Now Hero will need to win 3 games in a row, and if he keeps playing the way that he's playing in this series so far, I just don't see that happening.
No. Nothing in those 2 games told me like, well, if only this happened or if only that happened. The only what ifs that I've been giving is if Kier basically messes up, if Kier gets over eager. And one thing I gotta say about Kier is that I would never pin him as the type to get overexcited and to actually over dedicate. He's usually very calm and just waits for his moment. And that has been displayed in these 2 games as well. So I don't really, Hero's got to come up with something really, really special, which he's done before, but I don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah, I would like to see some of that Blink Stalker control, right? On the previous map, it's a little difficult to pull that off. So I'm not exactly sure what map 3 in this series is going to be, but yeah, Blink Stalker play is something that he is incredibly good at. So far, he's been shying away from that a little bit in this tournament, maybe losing a little bit of that confidence we were talking about earlier. But he really should be the aggressor in my mind. If he's just sitting back waiting for Kier to come at him, I just don't see this going well.
Yes, I do agree with that, although we do pop up on altitude, so in the largest maps. Let's see what Hero does with this one. In the top right, down 0-2. It is Hero.
And his opponent playing phenomenal Terran versus Protoss. It is Kier.
And I am thinking a lot about what Kier has been doing, and I guess I do have an idea, all right? I'm going to tell you what they're doing. He's going to win. It's going to be amazing. I do think threatening a 4-gate is a good idea. Unfortunately, I think it would have been the best idea to do it in game 1, just to say that I can do this, I need to respect it. But what Kier has been doing has been weak, I believe, to 4-gate, right? So he's been opening up with a lot of racks heavy pressure. So the first game was 2 racks into 3 racks, and then the second game was like a 2-1-1 opener, basically. None of those builds include tanks. So yeah, like a 4-gate versus 3 racks can be a little weird because there's basically one moment that the Protoss has before the bio gets too much, but then the second game, I definitely think that would have been weak to a 4-gate. Again, just like the idea posing in Kier's mind would have done something, I suppose. Because I do kind of want to say that Kier's been like getting away with his builds. As much as Hero got away with a hidden Nexus, which sounds so much more drastic, Kier's kind of been getting away with whatever he wants to do in his home.
Yeah. No, he's been very much so in the driver's seat of this series so far. He's been able to do whatever he likes, and Hero's just sort of absorbing every attack. He's not really taking a whole lot of chances other than, I guess, that proxy base, but yeah, other than that, not really all too crazy. He's going to look around as well, because obviously Kier at this point, I mean, he's a 2-0 ahead at the best of 5 series. He can certainly go for some proxies if he wants to. So Hero may be a little bit concerned in this game, once again, at least a little bit cautious about the fact that there could be aggression headed his way. Turns out, though, nothing all too crazy this time around for Kier, as he's opening up with what seems to be a 1-1-1 so far.
Yeah, actually, he's finally going into straight up 1-1-1. So we'll see what the factory is going to
yeah, you never know.
do. It's kind of hidden off to the side, which of course I like. I think there's no reason to just let the, well, is it?
Okay, I was going to say, that would have been so funny if he just walked straight in, but
yeah, but there's no reason to just let someone see it. Even if we would say it's a very typical thing, it goes into a Mine drop, you know. This Marine's going to take care of the probe, and it looks like, is he just going to go into a Hellion attack?
Yeah, he may as well.
Scouting.
Yeah, he could be a scout, or he may go straight into medevac. We'll have to see what he decides to go for. Hero does go Twilight Council this time, so no more Stargate play, just straight into a Twilight Council. He's going to be playing some of that Blink instead, which I, personally I'm a big fan of, especially when Hero does it. But as you've already pointed out earlier, it is very hit or miss, right? Sometimes he just seems to deal so much damage with those Stalkers, and you're looking at it and you're wondering, okay, what could anyone even do? And the next game he plays, he loses 2 Stalkers here, 3 Stalkers there, and suddenly it looks incredibly weak. It is hit or miss, so you're gonna have to be on point with your micro here, Hero, but straight into Blink we go.
Let's see if he goes into a 4-gate. I don't know if Altsu is really the ultimate best map for it, but
no.
Again, I think it's kind of it's just the idea of something that is there, whether it's a little bit less impactful. Now he's gotten a bunch of gases. Well, I was looking at Kira's build anyways, and I was I just told Hero maybe you should try a 4-gate, and then Kira's like, yeah, doing a very good build against a 4-gate, building tanks.
Do, yeah.
Exactly, so it would have been bad. So I guess I'm glad Hero's not doing it. But Kira will be heading out with a Marine drop, and the Hellion will just be used for some scouting. So it, could see, it is a 4-gate. It actually is not going to be able to scout, though. Nice little plug up in the wall for Hero.
Yep, Hellion not really getting a whole lot done. Observer going the wrong direction as well, as we do have a Raven right now on the back of this too for Cure. Something that Terran players have been enjoying quite a bit too. Stalkers getting in position if they are going to be able to... Okay, if they would be able to snipe this right away, that would be amazing. And that may have been very well what Hero needed here. Did he even notice? He's just going to... Okay. But for a second, he was going to move everything away here.
Yeah, please don't do that. Although it's not a very potent drop, right? These aren't stimmed Marines, so you'd have a lot of time to react. I mean, better not let them in, because Hero is doing something tricky. A 2-base, what will be a Storm build. That's why he got all this gas. Uncommon. I think, Classic tried something similar, and the casters talked about how this fast a Storm actually has a decent amount of vulnerability. It's fragile. Where Storm is super overpowered in the pleb leagues, and it's really difficult to play against these pros, especially Cure. Get a couple of Marauders in their mix, get the micro, and it just doesn't look very effective. So, Cure's going to figure this out, so we'll see.
As in, like, bronze to Grandmaster, right?
One of those things. Literally, like, if you're not a pro, Storm is pretty freaking good.
Yeah, exactly. It's always kind of funny, right, when you... here the pleb leagues and Grandmaster League is included. But you're very right. Storm is incredibly good up until the pro level. It seems to deal a lot of damage to everyone on the ladder, but not so much at this level of play. And Cure has already been microing like a champ. Now, obviously, there's a Prism on the back of this too. So there's certainly a chance that Hero's going to drop a couple of those Templar into the mineral lines. And that is one of those things where you have about, 0.2 seconds to react as a Terran player, and if you're not reacting in time, you will lose most of your SCVs.
Yes, absolutely. And I love that idea. That's a pretty cool idea. It is a bit difficult, though, for Hero to choose basically where to put the Warp Prism, right? So whether it's for Storm drops, hey, good call, or it's for Charge Law, drops, the point is then it might not be at home defending, or it might get sniped and they have to rebuild it, which is a pretty penny. Scan from Cure is absolutely necessary. Cure, actually, if you looked at his base while we were talking about what Hero was doing, he was well set up to defend a 4-gate. I think he was afraid of the potential. So that, is something. But then if it goes along the idea of that Nexus, it doesn't matter if Hero, got a strategy going for him. Cure's still going to win. Oh, but the SCVs, there you go. 10 of them go down. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, no, that was an excellent engagement right there for Hero, getting finally some kills on the board, right? Like, he's not been able to get much done in these games at all, but now he can finally sort of breathe again. He hasn't really taken a lot of damage. Maybe he's a little upset he could have gotten the feedback off on that Raven up north a little quicker, but overall, he is in a relatively comfortable spot right now. Then again, though, Mules are pretty good, all right? Third command center coming up on the back of this too. Cure is not out of the water, or he's not out of this game by any stretch, but this is certainly a better beginning right here for Hero than we saw previously.
Yeah, I think we can officially say that with all those SCVs dying. Before the SCVs, I was still a big believer in Cure just winning anyways, and I still am, actually. but it's like, no, this should definitely be good for the Protoss, and then Cure just doesn't care. Dropping to the third base, kind of effective, honestly. Storm is it's decent to help out against drops. The problem is that like a single Colossus, you can't just depend only on that single unit. You need something to protect it. So Kiera does manage to get a couple of probes and evacuate for the most part.
Yeah, you end up storming your own units, right, if you're not careful. Storm, of course, dealing friendly fire Colossi don't, unless you, well, tell them to. Which is usually not what you want to be focusing on. Okay, some good feedbacks. Getting the snipe on that would have been really nice. One Widowmine hoping to catch some of those probes on the transfer, maybe. Okay, he does get the medevac in the end, but yeah, this also gets cleaned up pretty easily. Still though, for Heroes normal game, this still feels rather passive.
Yes, I think I would agree with that. But I love that there is at least something, you know, it's definitely a change from the last two, where Hero is the one effectively using his harassing unit, the War Prism and the High Templars, and Cure is not doing anything. But I think the problem for me is that I know the real like meat and potatoes of this game is going to occur in about a minute when Cure is ready to move out. And then is Hero going to be able to defend that? He loses the War Prism, which I was talking about is extremely dangerous, that he's still going to commit to the attack. Tank's so well set up. This is such a small army. Please no.
There's no way for him to reinforce this right now other than by warping in units at home. He decides to go for the full-on recall anyways. So these two medevacs here certainly being nice, even though one of them ends up going down. But you already brought it up. If you lose that prism, it just takes the wind out of your sails, right? Now you have to remake that prism again, and Terran gets to do whatever they like here for at least a couple of minutes. And immediately Cure fires up the Ghost transition. He's just playing a slow and methodical game. Maybe a couple minutes ago he lost some workers, but if you would look at the worker count right now, you really can't tell.
No, it's even favorable for Cure, as he also kills a couple of probes of the auditor harassment. Also has that medevac from the very beginning still set up to do something. I think he might have forgotten about it, to be honest, and that's fair enough. But yeah, that pullback, that recall was exactly the time that Cure needed to actually be safe against this. Now he has so many ghosts that it is... I mean, it could still be a struggle to defend, but it's so much easier with 6 ghosts than, 1 or even 0 up against someone with Storm.
Zealot's forced to be warped in right here in the main base. This Cure once again is leaving. This is just to be annoying, right? So EMPs are going to be incredibly important. The spellcasters here can decide the outcome of this game. If Cure can EMP the Protoss army here, and most notably the High Templar, he's going to be in a good spot. Zealots end up taking quite a bit of damage there too. Okay, he gets the Vikings and he gets out.
Well, he lost the War Prism again, so Cure had a missile turret, right, and the Vikings. So that was very effective at doing what it, again, needed to do, which is buy time, because otherwise that fight wasn't the best for Cure. He was awfully bunched up, and he did not take out all of the Storms. There he goes now, preemptively doing so. He scans ahead, sees that there's still 2 in the pocket at the very least. His tanks are sieged up. He's still got some EMPs, and he's still dropping. Every time that Hero moves in, he also makes sure to have something on the other side of the map.
This is going a whole lot better for Hero than we saw in the previous couple games of this series. There we go. Once again, a large Storm connecting with most of the army. Now donating a couple of those Protoss heavy hitters here for no apparent reason. I guess they were caught behind because of that drop you were bringing up. The drop eventually did get pushed back. But at the very least, yeah, Cure once again gets a little bit of time to breathe here. Trying to take control of the Watchtower. He much prefers being the aggressor in a game like this. Matter of fact, drop here that was previously in the main base. Oh, well, don't fly it over there. I thought we were going to drop it at the mineral line. There you go.
It looks like an F2 to me, honestly, but Cure is still micering. So he drops out the medevac and is trying to take this fight. Widowmines are not going to pop off, and tanks are not sieged, so Hero with just some Zealot reinforcements really catching Cure actually finally being overly aggressive, something I said he wasn't keen on doing, he wasn't likely to do. Absolutely, he got a little too far ahead of himself, and Hero's more basic army, even without the EMPs, is very intimidating.
Yeah, he's now going to pull the trigger. He wants to obtain the victory in a game here, and he may very well get it done. Now, the Prism is nowhere to be seen because it got... Oh, my God. Okay, well, that should seal the deal. Anyways, if there were reinforcements coming in that one warped in the middle of this fight, I think it would be GG, and it is going to be GG regardless. Hero had a rocky start in this series, but he gets a point on the board.
I like it. I do like it. I think the... Well, I mean, a couple of things. I think Hero's build was a little more intimidating to Cure. We definitely felt more so that Cure had to respond to Hero. He built a very defensive setup that looked very much like he was paranoid of a 4-gate. And so that alone might still not have been enough given Cure's prowess in the matchup, but then he also loses 11 SCVs to the Storm drop. And it's altitude, so even if you thought he might have an opportunity to counterattack at any given point, it takes forever. So, he's the one that's being controlled, and Hero just plays a bit of a fast and momentum-based style. As long as he's got one Storm in his back pocket, he can stay on the map like that. And if he doesn't, hopefully Charge-Let reinforcements save his butt, which they absolutely did, and then caught Cure being too aggressive.
Here we have a replay of some of those Storms we saw in this game. I think the first storms we saw in particular were very good. The ones that we just had a look at almost turned the tide in this game once again in favor of Cure. But yeah, overall, really nice game right there by Hero, and hopefully this will allow him to get some of that confidence back, right? He seemed just very cautious and very protective in this series so far, but maybe in this after this match, he's feeling it a little bit better once more.
Yeah, the thing is that I don't think he gets such a strategical game going for him again. Hero really is trying to throw out the kitchen sink in terms of strategies and trying to trick Cure. And in the first two games, Cure's just straight and narrow approach ended up still being totally fine. But finally, you know, if he had known for a fact that his opponent was going to go into 2-base storm, you know, absolutely Cure would have been very different. Or even if he had figured out faster that it wasn't a 4-game, that game could have still been different. But he was locked up for a very long period of time, then tried to play the macro game, and I still gave him a lot of credit to win because he's Cure, but Hero thankfully showing that aggressiveness ended up winning out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he decides to go for any 4-gate blink styles in this particular series as well, right? In the previous game, that would have been a terrible idea, but in the first two maps of this best-of-5 series, it would have worked out quite nicely, I think. Either way, here we go. Our fourth game in this best-of-5 series. We find ourselves on Royal Blood. Spawning right here in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Hero.
In the top right, as the blue Terran, he is Cure.
Nothing too aggressive to start things off here. I'm always looking at the minimap, right? I'm always secretly hoping, especially when they start setting up rally points somewhere, or sorry, camera hotkeys somewhere in the middle of the map. Hero just had his vision there. That we're going to see something a little cheeky, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. If anyone is going to get aggressive, at least with some early game cheese, it would probably be Cure, but he seems to be happy just to play that macro game.
Cure is generally macro to me. I don't know if you've been seeing too much of his cheeses, but
no, very rarely. But you know,
yeah,
man can dream.
yeah. I know, really, 2 racks and a TVZ. Oh, watch out! It's pretty much as far as he goes. So, yeah. But Hero open up with a double gas. Does seem like maybe he's got a little bit of that confidence back. He's finally unsettled Cure. Cure's not just getting to do whatever he wants to do, and he's gonna maybe continue with some earlier aggression even.
Yeah, losing 3-0 to Cure after losing 3-0 to Maru would be kind of bad for your confidence, right? So, okay, he's going to plant the second pylon right over here.
Oh my gosh, he's going to get a Nexus again, isn't he? He's going to proxy Stargate into a Nexus. He does this so often.
Yeah, he does this quite a bit. We've seen him do it from the other side on Royal Blood as well, where he builds the Nexus on the right side of these minerals. So hopefully no, don't. Okay, we're going to go straight Nexus there? Oh, that's what we're doing. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Well, I guess the double gas is going to be useful to fake out something aggressive, right? So that would explain that.
He's going to go straight into the Adept here. SCV Scout is going to come in. He's like, hey, everything is looking pretty good, but we see a Cybercore. We don't see a Nexus. What in the world exactly is going on here? So Curious playing that guessing game. He did have a unit out on the map. He's looking around with the Reaper. Yeah, he wants to figure out what's happening, but he hasn't seen the golden minerals yet. Now, I don't know if Cure has figured out yet that in game number 1 there was a proxy base. I have no idea if you looked at the replay or if you've just been thinking about it a little bit more, but Hero has already shown us proxy bases in this series, so it's got to be something that's flashing through your mind.
I would think so. I was just going to say straight up, yes, let's check the SCV Scout because this is so common. Hero does this a lot. Yeah. So it's not even the first game being a hidden Nexus is also just, a reminder if you weren't remembering. So of course you're going to check this. But the thing is, as much as it could just be a fool's errand from Hero, he's done it too many times and he's going to get punished for it. I think Hero has come to expect it to be scouted, and he uses it to really confound the Terran and be like, are you going to push over to the right side? No, I'm going to be prepared there. Are you going to push over to the left? No, I'm actually prepared. It's almost like a bait is what I'm trying to say. I think Hero knows he might be scouted, and he's prepared to deal with the consequences.
Yeah, it's very easy here as Terran to get overly aggressive, right? Like, you almost have to treat this just as a regular base where maybe most of your aggression is headed to. But if you get too carried away harassing this, it can oftentimes, force you to fall behind. There's only a handful of mineral fields here, so even when this expansion is fully saturated for Protoss, the only real difference really is that it requires less probes to mine. It's not like he's suddenly getting a huge boost in economy. Okay, this is actually pretty nice as well right here for Hero.
Yeah.
I got 2 probes though.
Well, yeah, I guess the Reaper did its job effectively. Still nice to be cleaned up, and then also cleans up the Hellion prior to it doing any damage. Hellion was more maybe for additional scouting as well, which it did scout correctly. Everything that went down, so Robo, 2 gateways, Blink. There is a 4th added on. I would say Cure knows to be scared. Hold on. Nope. No, he doesn't. He's not getting any tanks. So that's bad news.
Yeah, that is going to make this follow-up very tricky. Hero is settling into his comfort, right? He likes going for that Blink Stalker style. And one way to pull off a proxy base, and he may very well go for double proxy gold. Let's go. One way to pull it off is to just be on your opponent's face. If you're just constantly on their side of the map and you force them to play defensively, they obviously can't do too much. Now, don't lose. Okay, don't. That could be a little bit tricky.
Yeah. All right, so here's the order of things. I'm just going to say, first off, I actually think that Cure might be onto this, because this is something that Hero has done before. Literally the Nexus to 4 gate to other Nexus. But what has happened is that he scouted a 3 gate, might have thought that it was being used defensively because, you know, oh, you found my gold base, like, oh, I got to prepare, isn't accounting for a 4 gate and then is going to get, you know, punished. Or he does know what's going on, says, I don't think you'll commit all that much to the 4 gate, and then I can immediately punish you because you are taking another Nexus. And if so, then Cure just, like, really knows his opponent. But let's watch these Stalkers and see what the micro of Hero can do.
Yeah, so far it's been very, very good. Here's the Stimpak being activated, but no Medivacs out just yet, so these hurt quite a bit. For now, though, Cure just wants to push this back. Like you said already, he doesn't have any siege tanks out, so defending this can be a little bit tricky. Hero, in the meantime, by the way, also taking that gold base on the left.
Yes, exactly. So the thing about 4 gate versus a 3 rack, which is basically is what it turned into, is that the 4 gate can exhaust through 3 racks prior to Medivacs being out, but there's a very limited time for it, honestly. Like, eventually the bio does get better, pound for pound, right? And then the Protoss Blink Stalkers are very ineffective, so you really got to have time for those charge lots. So Cure is, you know, at this point, obviously forced to try and play that game. Wouldn't mind hit the War Prism. It's out very, very weak, but still Stalker's going to get the SCVs. It looks like Cure has reached that point of no return, I suppose, for the Protoss player, which the bio is now better. But Hero, if he can control the situation for long enough, can get the charge, can get to gateways, and can saturate his 3rd base.
Yeah, this is what we know Hero for, right? Being in the opponent's face, controlling the fights as much as he possibly can, and just honestly taking the wind out of Cure's sails. In the first couple games of the series, Cure basically got to decide the pacing of the match, and that really isn't the style that Hero usually is known for. So he's just poking over here, trying to snipe whatever he can while building up a really nice economy. Even though the golden minerals are not to be, well, overestimated, they're also pretty good if you have 2 full mineral lines. The only expansion, I guess, or the only problem here is that expansion on the right is going to start mining out already in just a minute or 2.
Yeah, and if you do look at the overlay, whenever there's a red arrow, it favors who it's pointing to. Ooh. A little bit of micro being displayed. There are no arrows, or very infrequently arrows, so Hero's not dominating in the economy quite yet, but here come the charge lots added into the aggression, something that Cure was not quite prepared for, but very quick reaction. Pulls back the army, pulls the SCVs. These are unupgraded regular gateway units, so Cure's army is still supposed to be better, just needs a few more units to help out. And there's the blink forward again. Charge lots come in, SCVs pulled a little more awkwardly this time around as Cure also starts to display some micro, some fancy footwork, dragging those Marauders behind, picking them up with the Medivacs. SCVs will be lost, but if Cure can hold on to a solid army size, then it will eventually demolish Hero's army, but it's all about having the right numbers.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Hero is trying to avoid right now. Coming in with, well, the Archons and, of course, the charge slot, the Prism. Okay, the Prism needs to be careful, though. Oof. I'm always concerned that it ends up going down here, because that really shuts down this fight for the Protoss player. But he is just warping in as many units as he can, using those golden minerals to his advantage. Then again, though, Cure has really created quite a nice army here, right? That army is not to be underestimated.
Kira is actually letting some micro mistakes by it could be picking up maybe some of these Marauders that are being focus fired. It's very, very small points. It's a very tall ask, but that's something that Kira would have needed to do to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed. And unfortunately, it looks like Hero has done all that damage necessary to cut down the number of bio for basic gateway units to overcome them, as Hero now takes a very good supply lead, and the number of units on Hero's side of the map just continues to dwindle.
Okay, and this is exactly what Hero needed. He was struggling in game number 1, struggling in game number 2, and then in game number 3 and 4, he has been in the driver's seat. He's been trying his very best to take control of the pacing of the game, and as soon as he does, he seems way more comfortable. Only 19 SCVs remain. I think Cure is just trying to make one army, hopefully, have his opponent miss micro, maybe snipe the prism, something like that, and then go for a really big push towards the other side of the map. Hero realizes it though, and he can actually go back and play defensively if he wants to.
Yeah, he can. And the way he's using that Warp Prism is, I think, probably giving Kira some heart attacks. Like, do you have High Templars? Do you? It's all just charge loss, but still. Kira is respecting the possibility. You can see him splitting and pre-splitting.
Yeah, he's trying his best to make sure that he doesn't lose any of these units unnecessarily, but at this point it seems like the medevac count is, well, big enough for most of these Terran bio units to share a plane with one friend each. Yeah, and at this point, it's just a numbers game, right? Hero has been doing a phenomenal job in this game. Maybe he was forced to bring out the golden minerals to make it happen, but you know what? He made it happen, and that's all that really matters.
Yeah, I think now looking at the total sum of the game, if Cure had just gotten one tank, literally only one, and put on the high ground, he probably would have had a much better time. 2 obviously also would have been very nice to have, but just 1 to make sure those stalkers could not snipe so easily, get into that proper position that makes a guy like Hero just, easy breezy. Let's pop a couple Marauders, pop a couple medevacs. If there's a tank firing from the high ground, he just can't do that. And then the amount of bio would have quickly increased to an amount that would not die to a basic Protoss army. Instead, all those little pinpricks happened, and then the follow-up with the charge lots to more so seal the deal. It was wonderful control of the game from Hero, but at the end of the day, I think I also can say that Hero was not Cure was not expecting the follow-up. If he had, yeah, tank would have been really nice, right?
Yeah, a tank or 2 definitely would have been very helpful against the Stalker shenanigans right there from Hero. Either way, though, it almost looked like it was going to be a quick 3-0 in this particular series, and now we find ourselves in game number 5. So we've seen a wide variety of strategies. Cure mostly going for, well, some variety in the early game, I suppose, not really mixing up his unit composition or anything drastic like that, but here's a replay from this particular series. The Zealots getting some really good charges in, right? And even though none of these fights are particularly great, like you just end up losing too many SCVs over time. At some point, I think there were like 19 SCVs remaining versus 50-something probes, and you just don't have enough economy to sustain it.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, it just was effective. It was effective strategy from Hero in a way that the first game could not deliver something. So Cure was able to macro normally and say, okay, no problem, because Hero was playing that in a macro sense. Hero bringing out the aggression on top of the strategy to kind of confuzzle the Terran, make them go, I don't know, should I get a tank, should I not get a tank? And then punishing them, actually getting on their side of the map and attacking them, I think was the big difference. So this is it's a very hard game to pull off, by the way, guys, before we shout out like Protoss overpowered. It's a very difficult game to pick off. If Hero kills 5 less Marauders because his micro is a little less than perfect, his charge follow-up probably looks really bad.
Are you saying Protoss is not overpowered, Zombie Grump? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
According to Twitch chat, it's just like, whichever one won, right?
Whoever wins is overpowered. That's how it goes. That's how it's gone, though, ever since I started watching StarCraft 2. It's been 13 years. Whoever is winning, it's not because they played good. It's because whatever they're playing is too strong.
Of course, yes. Not that wasn't very, very well done, micro. No. The Protoss unit's just really, really good. Game number 5, though. Awesome to see this happen after the first 2 games were absolute stops. Hero's strategy combining with his aggression, finally delivering on the Hero that we know and love. In the top left, looking for that reverse sweep, he is Hero.
And his opponent down here on the bottom right of Dragon Skills. That's the final map in his best of 5 series. He is Cure. Yeah, I think overall, right, we can both agree that Cure has been the more impressive player, just because the way that Hero has been winning is almost with some tricks, right? Going for some high Templar drops here and there, and crossing his fingers, going for strategies where he's hoping that his opponent doesn't realize exactly what's going on and that he can't deal with what exactly is going on. But obviously, that's part of the strategy, right, that Hero has been going for. Is there something like that you can really do on Dragon skills, though?
Well, you definitely aren't taking any gold bases.
Yeah,
that's for sure. I think no. It is more difficult. It is more difficult because I think we've seen Hero try on Dragon scales to do some of these strategy surprises with combined aggression, and then it just isn't as effective. And more, Cure should be, I guess, likely to really just hole up and defend at the consequence of missing a mid-game timing, because he probably is still better in the late game. But I guess this is where, even though we've never even hit the late game, really, we got close to it in game 1. This is where I have to mention, for all the people who think that Protoss is underpowered in the mid game, whether you're right or not, whatever, a lot of Terrans hate the late game, right? So it does sometimes flip over at that point. So Cure might not be actually so confident to just say, oh no, I'll just play super defensive, turtle all the time, and then I'll guarantee win because the late game's in my favor. He might not be thinking that at all.
So Hero has figured out a way to bring this into a more aggressive match once again, as he's proxied his second pylon on the other side of the map. In the meantime, we had Cure going for an engineering bay blocking the natural that I almost felt like wasn't actually blocking the Nexus. I always kind of felt like the Nexus could still be squeezed in between there, but I guess it was a full wall. Either way, or a full block rather, he did go for the third Nexus right now as his first expansion, and in the meantime, he's now proxying a Stargate on the other side of the map as well. I mean, we were talking about it. How can Hero make this game crazy? Well, Cure may have just given him a way to do so.
Right. Cure is still high ground expanding, which is good news for him. Yeah. Just because he can make sure all of his Marines that he pumps out is in the main base. But this is going to get kind of weird. Stargate response to the NG block with the third base Nexus is not uncommon, but then you would never know if it is proxied. You're trying to harass the third base so much. So the Oracle could do a lot of damage.
Okay, so keeping that third base alive is obviously going to be quite important. That Oracle is going to be flying straight into the opponent's base. There's a bunker over there on top of the high ground. There are a couple Reapers out as well, so they're the only units that are available at this point for our Terran, and both of them are inside of the bunker. Marines will be going into the bunker that is on top of the high ground here. Okay, well, that's one that's one Reaper down. They'll be going into the bunker that's on top of the high ground in the main base of the Terran here soon. There's nothing, though. There's nothing available just yet to push back an Oracle.
No, 2 Marines is not enough, and 1 Marine at a time is definitely not enough.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with the bunker. Oh, this is going to be so effective. Cure just was such a late reactor, right? Pumping out those 2 Reapers, and then, of course, having no idea that this is what his opponent was doing. But even as he changes over to a Cyclone from a tank, it was because it just started. So it's not going to pop out anytime soon.
He only killed 2 SCVs, though. He only killed 2 SCVs and 2 Marines right there. I think it could have gone a little deeper. He probably was afraid of that Cyclone popping out already, but he decided to retreat really quickly.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. I thought that was wide open territory. He might have even been paranoid of a Widow Mine having popped out before the Tech Lab was added, just because, the timings could be difficult to read. But no, that was maybe an opportunity missed. But overall, Cure's aggression has not really worked out, right? So don't lose sight of that.
Yeah, for sure. Now, he's been shut down over at the third base location of Protoss, and obviously, eventually, Hero can just take his natural, and then everything will feel relatively comfortable. But once again, this is Hero we're talking about. He seems to have regained some of his confidence here, and now he's once again in his opponent's face. This is where Hero is incredibly scary. Obviously, this still requires Stellar Micro, and it's easy to accidentally mess up, but he's ready.
Well, Cure might have just pulled back well enough in time and pulled the SCVs to the front as well, but they were supposed to be repairing. Well, I guess it maybe doesn't matter. Well, do they want to repair? No, okay, I guess not. I thought
they were thinking about it too.
Sure. I guess half and half. Like maybe they should better hold position than repair. Well, either way, it was a hold and one that was costlier for Hero. Lost both Oracles.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. He now decides to take his natural expansion here as the third base. As long as these adepts don't go into main, there shouldn't be that many concerns right here for Cure, who now is going to be able to play this a little bit more defensively, right? He's made one more Reaper, which is kind of cute. Actually, is that the Reaper from the early game?
I think it is the basic Reaper.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so they made 2 Reapers, or he made right here 2 Reapers in total, and apparently he managed to sneak back home. He's going to get a little bit of scouting information on the other side of the map.
He's going to get a probe, my dude. He's going to get 2 probes, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We get 3. Yeah. I mean, he's clearly not that interested in scouting in the main base, so he's just like having a field day here.
Yeah, I thought he was maybe going to figure out whether or not the opponent made a third, but apparently that's a safe assumption to make. Honestly, that Reaper, that was, very effective. 4 probes going down right there for a unit that normally just sort of dies in the first half second of a fight. Not bad.
Not bad at all. And yeah, I think the assumption of a third base is pretty fair in a game like this with the developing Phoenix counts. You know, 2-base Colossus play is not as safe if your third base is your second base. So more likely going to be going into Phoenix Charge, I would say. I guess you could still go into Phoenix Colossus and then get that third base too. But the point is, it is on the way, and Cure probably figures that out. What Cure doesn't figure out is how likely Hero is to just literally make all the Zealots, not actually produce maybe that many probes. Like, oh no, they're just harassing. Okay, I like that better. Yeah. It's like Hero's gonna do that crazy thing again and just rush in. No, just setting them up preemptively.
The Phoenix count is slowly growing. We do have the charge follow-up here as well from Hero, so not going straight into the blink here, but instead we're going to go for the Zealots, trying to make use of... Oh, he gets a Viking. Trying to make use of that proxy pylon that he planted down there at, well, the first possibility, right? He made that very quickly. So charge is going to finish up, +1 armor is going to finish up here as well very soon for the Protoss. Question is though, can he just throw all of those units inside of the opponent's base? Because that wall off at the front is kind of scary.
That's the thing, right? Like, I take back what I took back. Hero is building the Zealots as if he is going to try and just send them into the natural, but then he is producing probes and he's getting gases, so it's not very dedicated. So it keeps on confusing, because the only reason I'm even doubting that those are only harassing units is because it is Hero. Otherwise, it'd just be like, oh, harassing units. Hero's a weird dude. Now he is just gonna wait for that army to actually move out and then, well, either pounce on tanks that are lagging behind or go for the run by.
Okay, so we've got the Storm follow-up once again. That worked out really well on altitude, so... Wait, was it altitude? I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, it worked well in one of the previous games of this series, and he decides to transition towards that once again. Viking in the main base will get shut down, so at least not a ton of counter-attack damage here. But Cure manages to macro up, right? That third command center right now is about to finish up. He's going into the Ghost Academy, so counters are being made to what the Protoss player is producing.
Yes. Cure would be very unfortunate to actually move out, as he has no EMPs and Hero is about to have Storm. But assuming that he does just chill, get his third base up, he will probably have those EMPs just in time if Hero decides to be aggressive, which he'll probably be in some way, either full-on aggressive with the army, although he's getting a 4th Nexus, or with some harassing units. Zealots in the natural, Phoenix in the main, maybe more Prism with Storm. Not going to be the most effective Zealot run by. He mistimed that, thought that Cure was moving out. Cure was just kind of positioning.
Yeah, would have been excellent if Cure was moving out, because then Storm would have been available at home to defend as well. Now instead we see like 5 Zealots getting sacrificed right there for a whole lot of nothing. Actually, maybe even more than that. Only the Adepts remain. Some of them even, almost getting misrallied back home as well. Cure sitting back, like you were pointing out, that is certainly the best move here. Get those ghosts out. Make sure that you have EMP available, because EMP is amazing against High Templar, but it's also really good against Zealots.
That's true. Yep. Everything in Hero's army is going to be vulnerable to the EMPs, even the Phoenix, right? So Hero would have... Oh, what? Oh my god, what? What is
he just misrallied part of his army there. I guess he army hotkeyed some of it back. It was moving on the left side of the map, and I thought it was going on a little adventure there, maybe to the third base of the Protoss, but that was a really unfortunate start. Cure still leading as far as the supply count goes, but we'll find out here if he needed those units.
Yeah, I wonder if he had them on the second hotkey and then he replaced it with ghosts, or thought he replaced it with a ghost. But either way, attack is incoming. EMPs are very effective. SCV's having to be pulled off the right side and through the third base. This is just a lot of Storm. Units barely surviving, however, and without reinforcements, that is the real kicker here. Hero will not be able to win this engagement.
There's no prism on the back of it. The prism right now coming up. I think Hero saw that opportunity and he decided, you know what, I need to go right here, right now. But I wonder if we should have waited until that prism was out so he could actually reinforce in the middle of that fight. Kira obviously with the defender's advantage. All of those units of his popping out of those barracks that are very close by. And this is now going to come at the cost of what seems to be the 4th Nexus.
Well, the Zealots could do some serious damage. Yeah, not being controlled. Well, what are Mines Marines? We'll see. Kira is continuing to aggress to the natural, actually. He's moving on to the natural, looking for the probes, to get the Templar Archives. He's got to be fearful of High Templars soaking up energy somewhere, waiting to catch him by surprise, but so far so good. There's the High Templars going to be destroyed, the Templar Archives rather, and the charge lots run by. Not going to get cleaned up. Okay, it's a little base tradey then.
Yeah, those Zealots are doing so much work on the other side of the map. I sort of expected reinforcements to get rid of that. Here's the Storms coming out of that prism, but I mean, he walked into it right there at the end once again. I wouldn't mind seeing him lift up and just getting out of here, because that is an awful lot of low HP Terran units. Instead, the Zealots, or sorry, the Marauders and the Marines will stim away there. The Ghosts pretending that they have Stimpack too. They wanted to be part of the club, but some of them got picked off.
Those medevacs are dry. Kier might want to take that into account as he tries to be aggressive once again. Wettermine's going to get a pretty nice shots, and he so far sees no High Templars, but you never know what's in those. That Warp Prism, exactly. There they are, getting the Storm. Even with a decent split, there's just so few healing units that are actually going on here. 2 medevacs with juice, barely helping out once again. And it looks like just the power of bio underneath any healing whatsoever is once again going to keep Kier's army alive. Hero, not enough backup to the Storm to get those final hits to kill the units, is now on the ropes, and I don't see him recovering from this particular fight.
Yeah, when you see Protoss players throwing away 20 probes for no apparent reason at all, they just sacrificed themselves to the Terran bio.
Oh my God.
You know that it's a bad situation for Protoss. Hero made it look very close. He certainly had a shot in this game as well, but in the end, there can only be one winner, and that winner is Cure.
What a wacky game 5, though. I mean, Kira making this huge mistake.
Yeah.
How much supply was that? Just not even firing. They didn't even trade at all. And then still winning defensively because Hero made a huge mistake. Not getting a Warp Prism right there. Yeah, and then the ensuing base trade-ish scenario, I think, just caused some, well, difficult to call scenarios on the Protoss side. So Kira will end up taking this series at the end of the day. Any last thoughts there, Loco?
Nah, really fun series. Let's hear from the boys at the desk.
That's right, thank you very much. And a main fixture for sure. Not quite how I thought this series was going to go down in terms of the flow of the games and what each player brought. But joining me here to talk about this one, Rotterdam and Artosis. I'll start with you, Artosis, because it felt to me watching that series that Cure overall, and I don't often say this, was the better player. I mean, obviously he wins the series as a whole, but just the way in which he's playing out this series as a whole, he was really, really strong in a lot of those games. Whereas when Hero was kind of getting some wins, a lot of hidden gold bases here and there, some cheeky things going on. What did you make of the series?
Well, I don't think anyone can disagree with what you just said there, James. I'm on Team Maru is the greatest player in the world, but honestly, Cure's TVP when he's on is probably my favorite. Like, you can't, he looks so unbeatable. Those first 2 games, ridiculous. Like when he got tricked by the hidden base, and then like there's even the hallucinated Colossus, and he's making Vikings he doesn't need, and then he's like, yeah, I don't know, I just macro well and engage better than anybody. It was unbelievable to watch, and I mean, without any doubt, Cure deserves to go to Gamers 8.
Yeah, definitely. Watching that, Roddy, honestly, I think we've all said it during the course of this series, but Cure's PVT or TVP looks awesome. It looks really fun to watch.
Yeah, especially the late game army control has been fantastic. And normally I want to say the game sense is there as well, but he definitely did get tricked a couple of times. I just love this series as a whole, not just by Cure, because it always takes two to tango.
Yeah.
And Hero really did make this an absolutely fantastic series. And what made it, I think, fantastic overall is just that so many games were hard to call, right? Like they both had big monstrous armies, and you just don't know who's going to win. And even in that final game, man, I felt that if Hero would have landed slightly bigger storms towards the end, maybe he cleans it up, maybe he still wins the series. It really was the fireworks that we were hoping for.
I did think at the start of this, after watching game 2, I thought, well, Kyo's probably going to take this 3-0. He looks unbelievable. And then I looked down for a little bit, then looked back up Artosis, and all of a sudden I saw 2 gold bases taken by Hero in that thing. I was like, what is going on here? It was wild.
Well, Hero certainly found his stride in that game. I mean, that was about as pure Hero as you can really get. And I definitely agreed with some of the analysis of Loco and Zombie Grub, where it's like, look, Hero is very good with stalkers. He should be trying to dictate the flow of the game, and you definitely saw him doing a bit better there. These more passive macro games, he had a harder time with, because I think, like, if you just give Kira a little bit of time, it seems like he just, the way that he engages with these armies, it's like he's zoomed out and he can see the whole map at once. It's insane, because we can zoom out and see it, and it's like, wait, is he really microing this quickly on that many fronts?
Yeah, and here we are in game number 4, and you know, once 2 gold bases get really wound up and going for Cure on the side of the defense, it's very difficult to make it work here, Roddy, with the amount of overwhelming numbers Hero's going to hit him with.
It is, but we can't forget that that's still very all-in and committed. And if Hero doesn't break him there, honestly, that would have been a completely different game. This is the fight that I was alluding to, by the way, because the supplies were honestly very close. And Zealot counterattack did a lot of damage. And if those storms were just a little bit bigger, then I generally believe with a big warp in, Archon Zealot can push Cure back. And then Cure would be in a bit of trouble, because he would have been behind economically. It was just a very fun best of 5, where I think Hero sometimes maybe got a tiny bit unlucky as well. We can't forget about Babylon. Like, if the Phoenixes catch these medevacts, they won't be able to unload in the main base. They don't kill 2 Phoenix and 6 probes and lost mining time. And in PvT, it is so important if you play Phoenix that the first 6-7 minutes go your way and it all feels very clean. Unfortunately for Hero, it just wasn't.
An unbelievable series. That means Cure is making his way to Gamers 8. Congratulations to him. As you said, Artosis, absolutely 100% deserved from the skill and prowess that we've seen there from Cure. And now we have Hero versus Bunny and Ragnarok versus Creator. These are 2 qualification matches that are going to happen tomorrow. Artosis, what do you make of these 2 matches?
Honestly, I think we're going to get a couple more Protoss players going through. You know, I'm a big fan of Creator's Protoss versus Zerg. I think that you really saw that earlier as well, that he's a lot stronger in that matchup. And with the quality that Hero just put out against Cure, because look, I love Bunny, but I do think Cure is another level up as far as Terran versus Protoss. So if Hero brings the same quality he brought today, where he pushes Cure to the absolute limits game 5, I do favor him against Bunny, but I think it'll be a very good match.
All right, well, that does it for our Korean bracket here for today. Thanks, guys. Time to go to a break, and when we return, we have 2 best of 5s coming from the world bracket. We're going to get 2 more players moving through to Gamers 8 here at Gamers Without Borders.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back. We've got 2 more series here for Gamers Without Borders today, and it's 2 more qualification matches as we move over to the world bracket. So let's bring our analysis guys on and let's talk about the bracket that we've actually got here for the most part. We're going to be focusing entirely on the upper bracket here, gentlemen. Rotterdam and Artosis joining me as we have 2 more matches to go. Oliveira versus Clem and Showtime versus Elazer. I guess I'll ask you, Roddy, about the Showtime versus Elazer match for the moment, because our first match is going to be Oliveira versus Clem. I'm excited to see if Showtime can continue showing the really cool form that I think he has in PvZ at the moment.
That is exciting, and it's also just cool to see him continue the run. After last weekend, we gave him a lot of props, but both series didn't go his way. He looked very solid in the PvP yesterday, and honestly, I think Showtime comes in as a pretty clear favorite over Elazer, but it's always special when these two duke it out with one another, so no guarantees, but I do think it's safe to say that Showtime is a pretty clear-cut favorite.
Yeah, maybe we'll see the final game of the day, how that is going to go down. But for now, let's focus on the TVT that we have on the way, because this one's quite exciting. We have, again, the world champion, Oliveira, going up against Clem, who's playing online here. So when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force, Artosis, should be a good TVT.
Well, to be honest, Oliveira more lately has been a movable object, unfortunately. But that being said, like, look, Clem is great. He's super talented and everything, but I don't super favor him in Terran versus Terran against Oliveira. Like, I think Oliveira gets very good practice in Terran versus Terran. You know, obviously he took down Maru in that finals. His Terran versus Terran looks good. I know Hero Marine kind of bashed him in 3-0, but you know, I think Oliveira has very solid Terran versus Terran. He has a lot of good ideas in it, and I don't think that Clem is going to have an easy time here. I'm slightly favoring Oliveira.
Okay, Rotterdam, any rebuttal to that?
Well, definitely to you, Kalaris. You can't be doing our boy Clem dirty like that. Make it seem like he's just an online hero. He did make it to the finals of an Home Story Cup offline, and he's had a couple of other great performances offline as well. It's mostly just Katowice, okay? There's something about Poland that doesn't quite match with Clem, but other than that, I think Clem does have good runs offline as well. I like what Dan said. For me, this is a very exciting TVT because both of these guys love to attack. And on top of that, I have to bring this up quickly. They played against each other in Katowice. For me, it's one of the most insane TVTs I've ever seen, because imagine a game, Kalaris, where for 6 minutes straight, Clem is ahead between 30 and 50 supply. At minute 25, he's ahead 50 supply, and 26 seconds after being up 50 supply, the game is over and Oliveira wins. Like, that doesn't make any sense in professional StarCraft 2. Like, we see trolls, we see comebacks, but 26 seconds after a 50 supply deficit, Oliveira won the game.
Yeah.
Insane game, and that just makes me hungry for more.
Yeah, I remember. And actually, if you really boil it down to brass tacks here, if Oliveira doesn't win that series, he potentially doesn't go on the World Championship run, because he was 2-3 in the groups by the end of that series. So it was really down to the wire for him to even get there. That being said, Roddy, I mean, still, Clem is still extremely strong online, so I'm still going to give him that.
Oh my goodness, Kalaris, you're doing our boy dirty. He's great everywhere, okay? It's just Katowice, man. Maybe it's you, Kalaris. Whenever you're around, he just starts underperforming.
Maybe it is just me. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but I mean, the record shows he really wins a lot online. So, you know, let's see.
That's because he's very good, Kalaris. He's very good.
Online.
Oh my god.
I'm going to stick with
this parachute game, mate, immediately.
Okay, well, you know, I've got a lot to do. All right, gentlemen, it's time to head on to this best of 5. Let's go for the TVT. It's Oliveira going up against Clem.
It's the guy who's only good online versus the guy who won the World Championship. Yep, that's how we're going to put it. Clem versus Oliveira for the TVT coming up. I don't know if we ever got a defense of Clem winning that series. Kind of got lost in the memory there. But I personally favor Clem. What are you feeling, Loco?
Yeah, I think this is going to be really close. In my mind, they are very similarly ranked. And I actually think Artosis brings up a good point, right? Clem was very close to winning that series at IEM Katowice. For some reason, I couldn't think of the tournament there for a second. He was very close there at the StarCraft 2 World Championships. And if Clem would have taken that, there was a very real chance that Oliveira wouldn't even have made it out of the group, and therefore he would never have had this shot of being the world champion. So this is going to be an interesting rematch between these two. That's also the last time that they faced off against each other, and historically there's actually only 8 matches that they ever played, and they've been going back and forth. So it's honestly going to be hard to say.
I'm not sure I'd say back and forth. Clem is favored with a 6-2 match score. Not many matches, though.
Yeah,
I feel like I would
fair
expect
enough.
more between them in total, just because they both play in some online stuff. But I guess Clem does play a lot more in the online Open Cups. In fact, the one that Oliveira played most recently against Clem was a Europe Open Cup 6 months ago.
Yeah, you're actually right. So I was looking at the map score, and I think you're looking at the game score, right? So indeed, in games, apparently Clem has won 75% of the time, but in maps, he's won 56% of the time. So yeah, he's definitely slightly favored here. But in my mind, Oliveira has also really stepped it up, right? I mean, obviously last week he did have that unfortunate defeat against Hero Marine, so that kind of sucks. But yeah, in my mind, these two are going to be pretty evenly matched, I think. And since they both like being aggressive, it should be really fun.
I do think it's going to be a really fun TVT. I think stylistically they're going to give us some sparks. But I was kind of disappointed with how Oliveira was able to perform, I suppose, just because, maybe bad time, bad ping issues, so on and so forth. In that I know that he can be a very, very fast and very intimidating player when it comes to micro and just speed. And it wasn't as much than I think we've seen in the past. But that could have just been last weekend, as we were talking about. He's already looked better this weekend. But this guy in the bottom left, amazing when it comes to online stuff, and this is online stuff. It is Clem.
And his opponent up here in the top right-hand corner of Ancient Cistern. That's map number 1 in his best of 5 series. He's the world champion. He is Oliveira. Still such a beautiful run, right? I still get nerd chills just thinking of the whole tournament. Whenever I see like a recap video, we saw an interview with him earlier on in this series, or not in this series, in this tournament as well. I get chills every time. Such a beautiful story. Anyways, Clem is starting off this game with a cheeky SCV on the right side of the map. What do you think, Zombie Grub?
Well, I'm not too surprised. Clem probably you would say he's a macro player, but TVT is a matchup that demands some early game shenanigans thrown in occasionally, especially in a best of 5. And there is a somewhat decent chance that Oliveira is throwing in a shenanigan of his own, which is like a 1-Rax expand. We've seen that in the previous TVTs in this tournament, where someone basically tries to get away with it, thinking that they won't be punished. That's not the case here. Clem is the one doing something a little bit different, being aggressive. Oliveira, regular old factory expand, is technically well set up to deal with this, especially because it's not a 2-base proxy, right? But it does always come back to the control, and also just maybe a little bit of luck. Where is your first Reaper? What is your
tech lab? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but is that a tech lab right there for Clem on the proxy one? Okay, so he's definitely, he's definitely going to step it up here.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Unless it's for Nitro packs. Can't help but bring that up because I now remember that it was a thing.
Get the Reaper speed boost inside of the factory tech lab somehow. Like, that was a thing for a little while back in Wings of Liberty.
Oh my gosh, yeah, their first response when people were like, this might be a little too powerful, and they're like, well, we'll just put it on the factory. Okay.
Put it on the factory, yeah.
Right.
Such a weird change that was. Luckily, that's not the case anymore, and the Reaper has gone through about 6 different nerfs ever since the Wings of Liberty version. But yeah, Clem is gonna get very aggressive here very soon, and the question is, does Oliveira have enough to defend this? He decides to go for the low ground command center, and I would imagine that, well, Mr. Clem is going to hit before that command center finishes up.
He should, and he should be able to stall it and perhaps even cancel it. Depends on if he thinks he can get into the main. The timing on the Hellion Scout couldn't be worse. The Marauder showing up on top of the command center before Oliveira knows that he's up against anything aggressive, anything at all. And while the swap onto a tech lab, I guess, expedites his Cyclone a little bit more than another version of this build, Oliveira is still in a lot of trouble. And Clem is just going to go for the safe call here and make sure that he cancels the command center.
Yep, he's just gonna right-click that command center here. I mean, decides to go into the main base for a little bit, but it's now low HP enough for him to always go back and get it, although I always prefer seeing them finish it off first. I get a little anxious whenever they go like 90% of the way there. Either way, though, there should be enough Marauders to close this out. There's the Cyclone coming up. Not enough room in the... okay, not enough room for the low HP Marauder there, but the CC has been cancelled, and we're going to go for one in the main base. And in the meantime, Clem is doing the same thing at home as well.
Right. Which... you know, funnily enough, really puts them quite even on the command center timing since they're both high grounding it anyways. So what does that mean in total then? Well, it doesn't mean that Oliveira has some stronger units, just the higher tech units, right? So he already has a Cyclone, he is getting into a tank, so he'll also have a better tank count, and he already is getting a starport, which, you know, a Banshee up against Clem's Cyclone, the Banshee isn't supposed to be all that much better, but again, it comes down to positioning. Perhaps the Cyclone tries to be aggressive, and then boom, Banshee shows up in Clem's mineral line.
Yeah, no, Oliveira definitely has that tech advantage over here. Well, that Alien definitely overstayed its welcome, trying to get that command center to burn down as well, but he was at like one hit away from... well, finishing off there. Clem, of course, has got the faster second barracks, so there are small deviations here. But overall, this game does feel relatively even. Now, there's the siege tank out as well here for Oliveira. At least it's finishing up right now. And as soon as that one is out, he's going to be able to start blasting away quite easily at that bunker that's currently on the low ground. Clem is going to be securing his own low ground expansion here too. And, well, Oliveira will not be too far behind.
I'm a little surprised Oliveira used his Banshee to tear down the bunker. Seemed
yeah, he had a siege tank out. He could have sieged it from a distance, but...
yeah, I guess technically, I don't know. That's just so many units that I really can't even see Clem diving his Marauders on top of a tank, you know, like if that's what he was afraid of. So now the Banshee Gambit is completely revealed. There's no way Clem should be out of position. He might still be slightly just, you know, main base into the natural or something like that, but... you know, if this Banshee gets 2 SCVs, that's not really making up for its production.
No, you're definitely right. Both players now transitioning towards the Raven as well. Maybe not quite as popular a unit as it once was in TVT, but it is still really dang good. There's that Banshee going into the opponent's natural. Okay, he's maybe trying to hit a bit of an anti-timing, right? Like if you fly in right now, there's this very small chance that you're actually going to get damage in, so maybe going in a bit later, crossing your fingers, hoping that that Cyclone is left is a better decision.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You know, no one expects the super delayed timing, but
there you go.
There's only so much a Banshee can do. Yeah. It's like, I'm good, bro. Well, the follow-up from Clem is going to be more directly into the bio, so not really a 2-1-1, but just, yeah, faster stim. Oh, there you go. Okay. 4 SCVs.
It's pretty good.
5 in total, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty good considering he had a full read on that, and he also managed to break out of that contain with that one Banshee. Maybe he could have used the siege tank, and maybe he could have sent it across. I mean, Oliveira must have been in this situation several times before. He must have run the numbers, and he realized, okay, this is actually what I want to do with that first unit. And I think that's basically the best he can hope for whenever he shows up a Banshee that early on. Either way, though, in the grand scheme of things, does it really matter all that much? As Oliveira is now ready for an attack. These Ravens, though, they both get locked onto. They have to use, oh no, an interference matrix just to stop those Cyclones from shooting. He loses one of them for essentially free.
Yeah, that was perfect for Clem, locking onto both Ravens. I mean, if he locked on a 1, I guess guaranteed kill, but... yeah, still 2, forcing the interference matrix, forcing the repair, basically stopping any form of aggression in its tracks, too. Not that I truly believe Oliveira wanted to push out, but if he was planning on it, definitely not now. And Clem, he went for, as I was saying, those faster bio units, the faster sim, the faster barracks production, actually using the starport for more so getting into medevacs. He didn't go for a whole lot of Ravens. He's just evened up the Raven count, so he's no longer losing in that department, and then just straight up has faster bio. So he really gets to, I think, have more of a playground here. Oliveira playing a nice, slow, standard TVT isn't exactly bad, though, but yeah, Clem, I'm definitely happy with how this has started out.
Very brave Marine over here, scouting out exactly what's going on. Oliveira sees that this push is coming in. That being said, though, these guys are actually bypassing each other just barely here in the middle of the map. A couple of units here trailing behind will scout that there's a big move out. At the same time, there's also a lone siege tank right there trying to reinforce. Oliveira is going to be able to get his tanks in a really good position here. And how in the world is Clem going to be able to break that? There's still a couple Ravens, of course. Interference matrix is not to be underestimated, but it's not like the Raven count is incredibly high here either.
Yeah, well, he's going to try and come in from a surround. SCVs on the left, Army on the right and top side. Interference Matrix was effective before it got Interference Matrix, and Clem will clean this up. Now, he loses 19 SCVs to do so. The pull on the left might have been a little bit too quick. Maybe he could have waited. Maybe it could have been even more of a perfect surround. But the situation now is Clem needs to have time to recover economically, but he should have a slightly stronger army. So he is trying to rush across the map and get the damage done while he still has time.
Of course, pushing in Terran versus Terran is very tricky because you got to push into sieged up tanks. So even when you do have that army advantage, it can be quite difficult. Here we go, the Marines trying to save that first siege tank as well. It will go down. Clem is going to start slow pushing forward. He gets that second tank as well, and maybe his army is going to be big enough to actually just straight up win the game right here, right now. Like you said, he's forced to remake some of that economy, but if you have enough units, if you have the siege tank numbers, right, you may just be able to win the game.
I think that's the case here. Clem's going to go for the counterattack, and it is going to be supremely effective. There you have it, Clem making sure to grab up this game number one despite the dicey situation. I mean, he was caught out of position. Make no mistake, that was a mistake. Make no mistake, it was a mistake. But Clem lost track of the army. You know, he could have had a high ground. He could have, you know, been totally fine defending normally. Instead, it turned into that desperate scenario. But in TVT, if you pull those SCVs and you end up dominating the fight because of it, you do have an opportunity to get that equal damage done, or perhaps even more, which in this case, it was more. It was the game.
Yeah, so much damage coming out of the siege tanks right there. So this was a really fun action-packed game. Clem starting off with this aggression, trying to really make the difference, but in the end, the game ends up being relatively even. I wonder what these fights would have looked like, though, with one additional Raven here for Oliveira, right? Losing that one earlier to the Cyclones really was super painful, and it makes these defenses so much harder. And I mean, the offense earlier obviously would have looked a little bit better there, too. If he could have shut down some of his opponent's units, it would have been an entirely different game. Either way, Clem has enough. After losing that many SCVs, he has enough army left over, and, well, he uses it to win the game.
Hey, there's two things I want to bring up, too, for that. The first one is you're talking about the Ravens, even down to the interference matrix. Oliveira tried to interference matrix Clem's Raven, and then because just the distance, that it's not instantaneous, right? It wasn't effective. The two tanks were still disabled from Clem. So that would have been huge if he had been able to get that faster. And the second thing I want to bring up is that you might have noticed a couple of Marauders in Clem's army from earlier on, right? So they usually are really quick to being not that great in TVT because just Marines can produce so fast and they have such good DPS. Marauders don't kill Marines so much as they kill, you know, tanks. That you don't want to build Marauders in bio versus bio. However, if the Marine count's still very low, like Oliveira's was, then they did exactly what they do versus mech, which is tear down tanks really quickly, or they survive a tank shot or two, right? And that's how he was able to pick off those two tanks a bit clumsily, I suppose, but he did. And then, well, he also had those tanks behind it that would have probably sealed the deal as well.
Yeah, solid game right there overall, right? It's a good example of, I guess, Terran versus Terran in general. It can look like you're playing a macro game, and then like a minute later, the game is over, right? I feel like the other matchups in StarCraft 2 oftentimes don't really have that so much, but TVT can be very volatile. One little mistake, and immediately you get punished. I guess that goes for pretty much all the mirror matchups in particular. Either way, apparently Clem requested a quick little break right there, so even though he managed to obtain a victory, maybe he needs to just cool himself down just a bit. Sometimes that happens. So we'll be getting into game number 2 here very shortly.
Yeah, I think so. I think the game is going to be continuing on. Clem, I think, I don't know, but well, you don't do the live casting, right? You do replays for the European Open Cup. But there's always something really cute about Clem, which is that around the semifinals and finals, he always has an extended break. And I just always imagine him stuffing like an entire baguette, you know, into his like 9 p.m. his time, and he's got to eat dinner.
Like 4 croissants, there you go, let him go.
Exactly. But no, it's just noon this time around, or well, evening, I guess, for you guys. So maybe he is getting a little hungry. In the top left, hungry for victory. There's a segue. It is Clem.
And his opponent down here in the bottom right of Babylon, it is Oliveira. Yeah, I don't do as much live casting as you do, but I remember trying to do some show matches featuring Clem, and any time before 4 p.m. in France is essentially an impossibility. I don't know if it's still the case these days, because obviously he's spending his time doing other things as well, but I always thought it was kind of funny, right? Like this is breakfast hour right here for Clem, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, I have heard that as well, is that he's not one for early hours. So I guess when I assume that it's 9 p.m., so he's eating dinner, he's actually probably eating lunch.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how he lives his life, but anyways, I always think that's kind of funny, right? Like every once in a while, we're going all the way until 1 a.m. and I see somebody in the chat getting very upset, like making these pro players play at 1 in the morning. That's insane. That's where these guys peak. That's where they're generally at their strongest, right? Maybe that's like the equivalent of like early afternoon for many of these.
No, that's not incorrect. Absolutely not. I mean, as we get older, I suppose the expectation is that, and I think reality is that a lot of them do eventually start to move to more like typical hours. You know, they get girlfriends and want to actually visit their family and weird like regular human things. But
pro gamers are human? Is that what you're suggesting right now?
I know, right? They're not just entertainment. I don't know, what's so bizarre. But I think Clem is still definitely on that teenage gamer schedule. But anyways.
Find ourselves here on Babylon. Not all too crazy of a map, of course. There's a lot of high grounds, a lot of choke points. So usually being the defender is kind of nice. But then again, it has to be clean. If you make one little mistake, the game can be over very rapidly. As now the SCV is joining in as well. Good grenade right there for Oliveira, pushing back that Reaper a little bit.
Yeah, very small micro battle that can sometimes snowball even in the big leagues, but very unlikely to. And here we go, not happening. So Oliveira's going to get a faster command center. So Clem does need to get some damage done, basically 2 or 3 SUVs, which I'm not sure that is going to be possible if Oliveira's micro is on point, although 1 SUV might already be dying. Well,
yeah, the command center has not finished yet either, so that can be a little bit annoying. Oliveira needs to finish that pretty soon, not only for the command center, but also for the supply block, right? I mean, he needs to get this command center done to make sure that he actually can continue building. Luckily, though, now the Hellion is out, the Marines are out as well, and Oliveira is going to be able to continue macroing here.
Yeah, Clem didn't actually go for those, like, 2 to 5 Reapers. He just went up to, what was it, 3? So, yeah, it could have been way more aggressive, honestly. It could have been all the way up to those 5 and 3 Hellions and really trying to bust into the natural. 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions still might be a little spicy. Woodamine's going to help out. Perfectly timed, really, there, and that is going to stop Clem. Or is it? Micro? Micro's pretty good. Just kidding. Yeah. That is not going to stop Clem, and Oliveira now going to lose some more SCVs.
Yeah, and that mule just landed as well. Oliveira forced to push that one away. And these all look like relatively minor traits, but at this level of play, they add up very quickly over time. We can see this snowballing out of control very rapidly. Clem's certainly getting the upper hand in these traits over here. The question is, what exactly is the follow-up going to be, right? So both players right now going for the Cyclones. That's nothing all too crazy, but we also have a medevac right here for Clem. So is he going to be sending everything across the map? I think so.
Exactly what he's going to do. It's a bit ragtag, but it is going to be something you can drop out with. And Clem's already displayed he's very eager to micro. Oliveira was planning on doing something similar, but seems to at least be suspicious that his opponent is going to be coming across the map eager to do the same damage that Oliveira was looking to. As we mentioned before game 1, they do have some very similar styles, but Oliveira is now just simply out of position, so unfortunate.
Yeah, here we go. Medevac goes into the main base. This is completely unscouted. Oliveira has to respond from this right now, but these units are in the middle of the map. I mean, maybe halfway to the middle of the map. Luckily, he's got a Medevac of his own too, so he decides to boost back home. Maybe an auto turret. There we go. Would be nice to have in the mix here too. At the same time, we did have that attempted pressure at the front by Clem, but it also got shut down. 3 SCVs here in total. Although apparently Clem is not done just yet.
No, he's never going to be done, man. As long as that medevac lives. He's been almost a show-off, honestly, on some of his micro. And the early game of TVT, I think, is some place where you can really showcase your micro, right? So Clem has had some difficulties in the matchup over the last, over his career, but in the last few years, he's really got it solid. I think he just simply did not really gel with it for a long time. Now it's totally fine, and you can see him having as much fun as possible when it comes to these early micro wars.
Yeah, being the aggressor usually seems to be a lot more comfortable, honestly, for both of these players. Oliveira, in my mind, plays a little bit of a Maru-esque style. At least his style kind of reminded me of that quite a bit at IEM Katowice. But yeah, Clem so far seems to be comfortable being the aggressor, right? And that's exactly how he's gone in this series as well so far, and how he's been playing, just trying to make sure he's in the driver's seat and trying to take control of the match.
Mm-hmm. Clem has taken a lead for sure in this game. He is up by 5 workers-ish, a little ahead in the army. Oliveira's
2 to 5 workers, roughly?
25. Did I say that?
No. He's got, well, a decent number at this point.
Are you going with 2 to 5? What are we doing?
Ooh,
anyways.
Anyways. Here behind the tall grass here.
Yeah. Gonna be playing around this
to load up the Medivac.
It's a bit of a stalemate because they're doing very similar builds behind this, and they still have very similar units with both of them having the Medivacs, so thinking the same thing.
Yep. Well, Clem at this point realizes what he's playing against too. He's got a siege tank just rolling out of the factory. Bringing some of those units back home is going to be critical. At the same time, Clem is unloading his Medivac on the other side of the map, trying to do as much damage as possible. And this is going quite well right here for the Frenchman. He's trying to target fire down the Stimpak. Nice stepping forward right there as well on that one Marine, tanking that siege tank shot to the face. But in the end, the SCVs, they do save the day.
I love it, but stop it, Clem. You're so fancy. It's like, SCVs were gonna.
You, Marine, go take the shot of the tank. It's like, oh, me, really? Okay, fine, I'll do it.
There's a Reddit meme right now where it's like, you know, the Marine inside the dropship when it's been picked up, and it's going like, oh, poor baby. And then someone responded with, but now you're gonna get sent out one at a time against the banelings because it's cost efficient for me. It's like, true. No one cares about Marines.
A siege tank right here for Clem, though, completely caught off guard, and that one is a free picking. Not bad. Okay, so Oliveira now decides to be the aggressor here. Okay, very nice interference matrices. Basically, everybody's siege tanks at this point are shut down. But is there enough available right here for Clem?
Well, there's enough for Clem. There's definitely enough for Oliveira. Clem's Vikings landing in such prime position. And then also losing the 3rd CC back at home. Clem just demolished that TVT. I mean, we were being a little jokey. We were being a little just kind of, you know, it's not high stakes yet, because as far as TVT goes, 20 supply doesn't designate high stakes. But one thing that Oliveira has been doing these past weekends, and I guess since Katowice, is he's been going for these really aggressive move-ins and just frankly incorrectly calling it. He loses them when he's the one that forced them in the first place. And I would say that it doesn't necessarily need to force it. It's very reasonable in TVT to say, well, you know, I can't force it. Let's try and just macro out of this. And Oliveira keeps choosing the aggression.
Yep. So Clem, here we have a little replay, microing those units correctly, forcing that mule back here as well, right? It's one of those small moves, but it can add up over time. And this, well, that's the final fight. Clem just has way more stuff. And in the end of StarCraft 2, usually the guy with more stuff will win over the guy that has less stuff. SCVs even pulled away as well from their post for a little bit. They weren't needed, but it is going to seal the deal. And there we go. A quick 2-0 lead right here in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, no, Clem still looks really dominant well, Clem looks really good in TVT if you've been watching a lot of his European Open Cups, but you could, you know, and that's fair. Oh, well, it's Europeans. He plays against them all the time. Let's see something different. And Oliveira does come from more of a Korean Terran background, even though he's Chinese. He plays on the Korean server all the time. But yeah, no, Clem still looks very, very good. And Oliveira still looks shaky. He just doesn't have that same spark that, of course, he didn't have in Katowice. It's a bit too tall of an ask. Frankly, the spark he had before it either. It's just missing a little bit. So I hope he can bring it back as we head into Gressfon. Top left for Team Liquid, he is Clem.
Down here in the bottom right, we have the world champion, Oliveira. Yeah, that's always the question, right? Whenever you win a world championship, I guess in anything, I mean, I'm asking the question as if we are familiar being world champions. Yeah, you always wonder, are you going to be able to continue that streak? Are you going to be able to continue being as dominant? Especially somebody like Oliveira. He's been around for a long time at this level of play, but he hasn't, well, going into IEM Katowice, he certainly wasn't one of the contenders to win the whole thing. Is he going to be able to actually, continue that streak? And for a little bit there, it really did seem like he was, well, just a top-tier player now. All of a sudden, in like 2 weeks' time, he seemed to be going from, a pretty good pro gamer to one of the top-tier contenders. But in this tournament so far, I am not quite as impressed by him.
No. I once made regionals in discus. Does that, am I close to world champion?
There you go. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I've never been good at anything, Tommy Grubb. Way to rub it in.
Oh, you're a great StarCraft. Great. You're an important part of the community, Loco. Everyone would agree with that.
Thank you so much, yeah. Can I be the world champion of YouTube StarCraft content? We need to give more awards is what we need. We need an award show for very meaningless things in StarCraft so we all, can go on a little ego trip.
Yeah, I think you would get world champion for that.
Hearthstone ends up winning it. I'm like, oh no, guys, come on. I had one thing going for me.
Oh, that jerk getting popular and stuff because he's so funny. Anyways.
Can't believe it.
So, to your actual point, right? Like, it just... We are very clear, I think it's fair, that the casters have been clear that we don't expect the Katowice run in particular. That was magical, but we are giving only the appropriate credit due to Oliveira every other time outside of Katowice, which is the credit that players would give him, which is that he's top tier, possibly even top 10 foreigner, non-Korean. And he is just not even performing up to that this particular time. So something is off, and he hasn't found the magic to bring it back. And, certainly not in this TVT, not yet, as Clem does open up with aggression. The Observer desperately trying to get us to talk about the builds, did hide what he was doing. So, yeah, Oliveira is going to have a lot of early game aggression to deal with.
Yep, and that seems to be exactly what Clem likes to do, right? Maybe originally he didn't really like TVT that much, but if he gets to be the aggressor in this matchup, he seems to feel quite comfortable. Now, there is already a switch over right there. We should be seeing a Cyclone here coming up for Oliveira, and that's obviously a fantastic unit defensively. So the question is, when exactly are we going to be sending these units across the map? Clem waiting one more production cycle over here. He's got a good amount of units available, and exactly that's the moment when we decide to go across. We've got about 4 or 5 Reapers right now, and then we're going to go into the double Hellions too.
Yeah. Non-meme, like it really is just the choice of TVT, right? It's very few people go 1 Reaper, 1 Hellion, although technically you can get away with that. It's often, actually upwards to 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions. No joke. In this case, that's what he's coming in with, 4 Reapers actually and 2 Hellions. But the Cyclone is usually the big bad. If you don't have enough support for it, especially a guy with Clem's Micro is going to try and take that on. Unfortunately, is still losing just enough units to say, okay, I cannot tear down that Cyclone.
Yeah, small little miss micro there as well from Clem as he accidentally shot at the command center at least once, maybe twice. That does help out Oliveira quite a bit. Now the second Cyclone is going to be available too. Obviously, it's not invulnerable, and well, obviously they can't be in every place at once. Reapers managed to get into the main base. They decide to settle for the Marines right over here. One of the Cyclones will be forced right now into the main base too, but that's maybe going to open up an opportunity for those Hellions in the natural to get some work done.
It looks like it doesn't. Clem, first of all, not being able to control in 2 places at once. It's actually impossible to do it simultaneously. We just think sometimes it looks simultaneous. Didn't target fire with the Hellions anyways. And since there's only 2 of them, probably wouldn't have gotten that much. So it is just 3 SCVs. Ultimately, Clem's opener, not really all that impressive, but not terrible either. The work account's relatively even. In fact, very, very close to even. But the army counts is a little different. The army type is a little different, and that's what Oliveira is going to try and capitalize.
Both players right now getting those Ravens going once again. Such a fantastic and very flexible unit in this matchup as well, especially when they can start interference matrixing each other just to make it extra confusing. So we already saw an attempt for that as well earlier on in this series. Clem right now taking up the high ground here, so that does mean he gets the first lock on, but he needs to be very careful. Oliveira flying it pretty far forward as well, and well, he just has more Cyclones right now. Siege Tank available though for Clem is going to be able to push this back.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Lock on too.
Yeah.
Nice handling from Clem, honestly. He made sure to take the engagement a little farther forward to give him the time to get the tank out and sieged, also in a somewhat forward position, because the much worse scenario is Oliveira bulldozes ahead with the Cyclones. Clem pretends, is scared rather, and then Oliveira sieges up near Clem's command center. That's a much worse situation. And instead, Oliveira has to respect the micro, has to pull back. But since he was the aggressor, he confidently took his third CC on location, and he is already turning it into an orbital.
Yep. He's definitely got a nice economy going right here. And as you already brought up, pushing into those tanks can be kind of scary, right? So you can obviously always go for like a medevac drop or something along those lines, but we're setting ourselves up for a nice little macro game. Both players transitioning towards larger armies, more economy. You can see that Oliveira is slightly ahead in every department here when it comes to the production tab, at the very least. A little bit faster on the upgrade, a little bit faster on the additional barracks, a little bit faster on the command center itself as well. But yeah, pushing the advantage in TVT can be really difficult just because, well, you have to push into siege tanks. It's just not something you can easily do.
Exactly. And Oliveira keeps trying to just be the ultimate... Oh, that's going to block this command center.
On siege of shame. It's the worst feeling right there.
Yeah. But Oliveira, he's trying to push the advantages, which... Sometimes, if you read it absolutely correctly and you get the best possible engagement, you can push these relatively small advantages. But it is difficult in TVT, and Oliveira keeps trying, and then he causes kind of himself to trip. He causes his own failure sometimes, because it wasn't just last game, but last weekend on this map. He pushed into what was a clearly well-defended Terran player. Maybe it was here, I don't remember. And it just didn't work out. So that's what I'm ultimately scared of. Usually I'd be so excited to have a TVT go into the macro game, slight leads for the guy who is down 0-2. And I'm going to calling the comeback, calling the crazy TVTs of Katowice, which were all so fun. But Oliveira needs to prove it with some actually decent engagements.
Yeah, for sure. If he keeps fighting the way that he's been doing it so far in this series, and honestly in this tournament overall, Clem is likely going to be one bridge too far. Now, we do find ourselves on Gresvin, though, and this is a nice little macro map, right? Usually, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like this is the one map where we get most of the longest games. I guess there's a couple other maps, too, where that tends to happen, but Gresvin definitely a map where you can quite easily take 5 bases as Terran. Not only can you take, both of those third base options, but you can also take the forward 5th, and that feels really nice and comfortable, right? So both players already adding on additional command centers here, and they're mostly just macroing up, not really even testing the waters.
It is that type of TVT, isn't it? They'll eventually get kind of maxed out, and they'll want to roam, and we'll see who chooses 8 racks versus 3 starport. Definitely heading that direction, but I think you are correct. Gresvin does seem to have the most macro games and some really fun games too. To me, it feels a lot like Eternal Empire, if anyone remembers that phase, where every Eternal Empire game was a macro game.
Yeah, no, this map actually feels pretty nice. We definitely have long macro games, but I guess it's also because this is the map where you can just quite easily expand. Anyways, both players once again moving around the map with very similar looking armies. Clem, though, so far unspotted right over there on the left side of the map. The thing is, there's already, that group of Vikings. They've been going back and forth there for a long while. Well, getting a Raven here would be really nice. Hello, Oliveira. Wow, okay. Yeah. That is not supposed to happen.
Nah, but it's completely understandable. Honestly, it's still somewhat common for, he's gonna still capture these units, so that's great. I was gonna say, it is common for some Terrans to still try and just blindly boost medevacs in, with the Marines inside, whereas what we're seeing is, I think, much more common nowadays. Old habits are hard to break, which is that they unload way before they're close to their opponent's base. And that did help Clem kill that Raven, but he lost out on the actual drop eventually. He is well positioned for this push. Just doesn't know it's on its way. Okay, there it is. The scan and the engagement. Oliveira is going to try and capitalize on this. And I think he should. This was actually catching Clem off guard, so this should be good for Oliveira.
Yeah, he grabbed a nice supply lead going into this particular fight as well, forcing that command center at the very least to back off while securing his own on the right side of the map too. Siege tanks in position right over here on the high ground for Clem, so pushing into this any further than he's already done is going to be difficult. But maybe, he's going to be slow pushing over here, pushes siege tanks against the wall over there, and continue this fight in the natural, and that's exactly what he decides to do. He's got a couple more medevacs, I was going to say. I believe they are loaded up with units too. Oliveira is not done just yet, and he's already got his own 4th command center up and running.
Right, Oliveira certainly pushing ahead in this TVT. Clem is not dead yet, and he is trying to now calmly take care of his natural, because this is the real threat, right? He doesn't necessarily have to take care of the tanks on the bottom if he just sieges his own. Finally, they get sieged up. Felt like it took forever. And there is the cleanup on the natural, you know, in the most important sense. The minerals are now mining again. But it took so long. SCVs died, gas geysers died, and those are still important. And Oliveira has a 40 army supply lead. Yeah, literally army supply lead, and so many extra bases.
Yeah, he's going to add a couple more command centers into the mix as well, whereas Clem is just trying to re-secure his fourth, and that really tells us the story, right? When both players are making the same units, the guy with the income advantage will end up with a lot more of them, assuming you actually spend your resources too, but I think at this level of play, that is a safe assumption to make. Clem now forced to go for that base all the way up north, whereas Oliveira is already transitioning towards the additional starports. He's going to be able to fire up 3-3 very shortly as well. This is looking really good right now for the world champ.
Absolutely. Clem is in trouble, no doubt about it, but we have seen comebacks from this stage in TVT. Okay, Oliveira going to try and break this siege up position. That's a lot of tanks fired away for Clem. Oliveira, again, trying to show off some of the aggression that at Katowice rewarded him with victories after victories. This time around, it's going to be enough of a victory to say it was okay.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's more of a wash than Oliveira would have been hoping for.
Yeah, if Clem can somehow chase down some of these tanks that are still completely unprotected here in the middle of the map. Okay, apparently they are going to be driving back home right now, but that was a very dangerous move. That almost looked like one of those fights we had earlier on too, right? Where, I mean, it seemed to me like he was throwing away a lot of his units. That certainly was not what Oliveira was looking for. That was one of those pushes where you're almost aiming to win.
Yeah.
Sure, he traded out armies, right? He got some damage done, but that was exactly what Clem was hoping for there. I think that's... yeah, pretty good right here for the Frenchman. Although, that being said, though, Ollie still has that transition coming, right? There's already a fusion core. 3-3 has started up. Clem can barely afford the +3 attack. So, he's still up with his back against the wall, but more fight that. And I do think Oliveira has to start being a little concerned.
Yeah, that's exactly the situation right now. If Oliveira continues trying to force the end game of TVT, then he is going to be throwing away too many units. And all it takes is one particularly bad fight for the momentum to change. And then Clem is the one controlling the map, and then maybe taking the wind out of the transition cells, right? If you're forced to be defensive, you can't just siege up those liberators offensively. They stay at home, they'll hold on, but it just won't be as good as it was. So Oliveira, he wants to stay in control. He wants to keep these siege tanks up because he knows he has the killer liberators on the way. And that thankfully, this time around, he does just wait for them. And now he slow pushes Clem probably to death. Clem is on his own double starport at this point. He's going to try and catch up in the starports, but it's going to be tough.
Well, you got the Liberator, buddy. At least the Liberator died, but at the cost of like 20-something Marines. That was certainly not worth it. The problem right here for Clem is that he doesn't have an answer for the Liberators, right? Okay, so he's got Vikings coming up, but there's already a lot of production from starports as well. From Oliveira, he's now sieging the planetary fortress, and if you glance at the minimap right now, there are so many blue bases available right now for Oliveira. Clem has decided, okay, I'm going to go for the counterattack. I'm going to try and make the best of this by going for what seems to be a bit of a base race or a flank or something along those lines, but it's a desperation move. Some of the units are caught here as well before they can even move across the map. Clem is now about, well, halfway across, so at least he's going to be able to continue over there, but there's siege tanks and Liberators waiting on the high ground.
Well, Liberators aren't necessarily all that intimidating to Mass Marine. You need a couple more tanks to really hold on, but I think at the end of the day, this is still enough, right? Like, the number of Marines, very, very low for Clem. Tanks unprotected, not nearly as good. Clem started the base trade in sight of Oliveira. That's really how this starts off as poorly as possible. If you can kind of surprise them and they go, oh, wait, you're doing this, then, you know, it's a little more hopeful. As it is, I guess technically there's some hope, but Oliveira really had a lot of time to prepare for this.
Yep. And we're once again in a base race scenario. That is base race number, I want to say 20 or so in this tournament so far. Anytime somebody is behind and they're like, okay, I can't fight your army, we've been seeing them go for a counterattack instead. But the thing is, it's an uphill battle right now for Clem. He can't break the natural expansion, or the main base rather. And, well, I mean, he can just sit in the natural, I guess. But in the end, it is indeed Oliveira who gets a point on the board. And that means we've got ourselves a series. It almost looked like it was going to be a 3-0 sweep right there for the Frenchman, but not the case.
Nope. Oliveira finally showcasing some just standard TVT, and only one misread that did not make up for the amount that he'd already gotten ahead. So that was still very important. The fact was he was ahead. He did overestimate his chances to end the game, but he was still ahead even after that. Clem really got close to prepping for the late game. He was close to having enough Vikings to win with the defender's advantage, but the Liberators came just at the right time to force him to, well, make the hard choice to go for the base trade. Again, under the scan of Oliveira, not a good start.
Yeah, brilliant game right there from Oliveira, though. Just in general, his mid to late game seems incredibly strong. Clem seems to be a little bit better in this particular series so far when it comes to that early game micro. But if Oliveira can, force the game to go the distance, he seems really quite comfortable, even though he does take some of those engagements that we, aren't convinced by. That was that medevac drop that kind of turned the tide right there for Clem. It immediately allowed Oliveira to go for a counterattack. It was really difficult now for the French Terran here to actually secure that fourth base. And in the meantime, Oliveira is taking control of all of the bases on his side of the map. And that was nice. I mean, there was that one fight, though, that he did in this choke point. I wonder if that's going to be included in the highlight as well. That one fight, it put me on edge a little bit, right? Because it felt like he was pushing for the victory. And yeah, I mean, it was mostly just a trick, mostly just a wash. It's disengagement right over here where he pushed into all of those tanks. Sure, he's got the supply lead, but this is also a moment where you can accidentally throw it all away.
Yes. You can kind of see the logic behind it. And there's no point in, well, all right, there's at least one situation which I just was bewildered by Oliveira's decision making. He literally scanned an army last weekend and just, there was no way he was going to break it. But most of the time, when you watch Oliveira try and do those busts, you can kind of see the logic behind it. In that case, I think he just didn't realize the Marines were as high a number as they were. He mostly saw just plain tanks, even though they were sieged up. But Clem did have a bit of buffer. So that explains kind of why that one wasn't as good as he was hoping for. But again, he was already so far ahead from the earlier jump on Clem's fourth base that it didn't end up mattering. Glad to see that Oliveira, can still take these TVTs, because it was honestly in question leading up to that game 3.
Yeah, some trap we sometimes see Terran players falling into is when they do get that advantage, they just stick around on the same unit composition for much longer. But Oliveira really smoothly transitioned towards that Liberator army there. He doesn't even really need that many. I mean, we didn't even see the full power of it yet, right? He had 3-3 coming, he had Liberator range coming, so it was only gonna get worse for Clem from that particular position. Either way, map 4 in this best of 5 series is gonna be on Dragon Scales. Spawning right here in the bottom right hand corner, we have Clem.
And in the top left for DKZ, he is Oliveira.
Okay. No SCVs moving across the map just yet. Nothing all too crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see relatively normal games here to close things out. At this point, I mean, Clem technically has a little bit of wiggle room still, being 1 point ahead, but I think just playing a standard game is probably your best bet.
Clem's not really the type to try and just go crazy when he's ahead. Yeah. In fact, starting the series off with that 2 racks opener was already a little...
Yeah, that was pretty crazy, right? That's for Clem's sake, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. For him, it's fairly crazy. But like I said, it's like, you kind of have to at least once, especially in a best of 5. But otherwise, I don't think, Maru might have already 2 racks Oliveira 3 times in a row, right? Like, well, I'm ahead, so I might as well trying to...
Well, I don't know if Maru is that great of an example. It seems to be a bit of a mental block right now, but... Oh, there you go. SCV's high five in the middle of the map.
Can you believe the lies that Maru was talking about? I don't think about Oliveira. I don't think about that Katowice run.
Yeah, and every single interview he brings him up, it's like, sure, you don't. But every single time we hear you talk about anything, it's Oliveira, but you don't think about him? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. So we're already through, of course. I guess it's possible that if Oliveira brings this back, qualifies into Gamers 8, we could see that rematch. But Clem, I'd still say, is favored, whether he chooses to play kind of standard back row or maybe mixes it up. Because there's still time to mix it up, to be clear, just because he's not proxying barracks. He could, again, go for some very dedicated early aggression. He could even go for a Marauder Hellion build, which he used to love. That used to be his go-to all-in. And then it kept failing. I think anyways, and he just stopped doing it entirely.
Okay, so let's see. What exactly are we going to do? Clem going for a small deviation, slightly faster Cyclone over here. He's also going to go for that Hellion production over here. Same thing is happening on the other side of the map, but Clem can now start pumping those units out 2 at a time. Of course, this is mostly just a stylistic change, right? It kind of depends on how aggressive you want to be. Clem is going to be able to start producing 2 of those Reapers at once, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be sending all the units that he's got towards the other side of the map once again. I actually really do like him just, taking control of the early game. And sometimes you can even, win the game straight up if your opponent miss micros. It's just that on Dragon Skills, you have to... Okay, that was unnecessary. Okay, you had to stand in line, okay? He wasn't in the right spot. He will heal up, don't worry about it. But anyways, he's got the high ground advantage here. So whatever Clem does, Oliveira should pretty much always get the first hit in.
Right. So it seems kind of weird, right? Considering that there is that high ground situation in the natural, why once again open up with the 5 Reaper, 3 Hellions, really dedicated. But I mean, the truth is, sometimes it still works out. Sometimes, it comes down to literally whether or not the defending player is paying attention for just that half second before the attack arrives. So yeah, it still could do it. Of course, 5 Reapers could also just jump into the main as well. But I think what maybe is also convincing Clem to continue doing this, as you said, he likes being in the driver's seat. But also that last game, he was kind of close to being able to micro against a single Cyclone. And I'm sure he would have loved to have a chance to repeat that and actually kill it. But I don't think it'll be this. This probably isn't going to work.
Yeah, there's a Widow Mine on top of that high ground already. I mean, if you just charge into that, it can be very scary. Okay, he does manage to shut that down pretty easily as he now actually dives on top of that high ground. Grenades are being thrown left, right, and center. There is that Cyclone available right now, and Oliveira following this up with Cloak as well. But if he loses the Cyclone, that would be a tremendous problem, and he gets it. Wow, okay.
Oh, okay, my bad. I cast cursed it. This is exactly what Clem wanted to do in the last game. And he literally did it and proved that he could
up a ramp. That's the worst part here, too. Yeah, this is a worse situation for him, but somehow he makes it work.
Oh, Clem. Jeez Louise. Yeah, Oliveira is taking game and damage, to be honest. He's going to clean it up, obviously, with the Banshee, but 8 SCVs, 9 SCVs, and a Mule. That is effectively game over, but Oliveira, of course, going to give it the college try. It is his last life.
Yep. No, at this point, Clem must have also seen the green light inside of the tech lab that was attached to the starport, too, so... This Banshee is not really going to be able to, bring much to the table anymore either. Clem has got detection, mobile detection in the form of that Raven, so this is at this point Clem's game to lose. Very tricky situation right there for Oliveira, right? Like the margin for error in those battles is just so tiny. I mean, he's going to be able to stay in this game for a while longer. Clem is not looking to close out this game anytime soon, but it is an uphill battle for sure.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's, a bit of a pro gamer call being like, well, it's effectively game over, because really, if everything goes according to plan after this, then it is. Like, Clem should know that he has a substantial lead, and he can take his time and choose, the right moves. However, if you're a caster, you really have to give a lot of credit to human error. So I'm going to go ahead and just swap roles and say, yeah, it's absolutely possible Oliveira brings it back. It really is. TVT has had bigger comebacks. And 2 cloaked Banshees, obviously Clem wasn't expecting that, so already getting something done.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, the second Banshee here is maybe a little bit of a surprise. Don't lose it. Okay, he does end up losing one of them. That kind of sucks. Luckily here for Clem, he only lost a couple SCVs there, and he does shut this down relatively easily. But it does show that Oliveira is not done fighting just yet, right? He's trying to make a good game out of a bad situation. He's going to end up losing everything here. That is a little rough, but as we already pointed out, it's also difficult to actually push into that sieged up position. So, I mean, I don't think you want to move out right now, Oliveira. I hope you're not just going driving straight across the map. Okay.
I think he's going to basically apply some fake pressure.
Yeah.
Puff up his feathers. Be really scared of me. Trust me, I'm scary.
There's so much energy on those Ravens here, though. They can shut this down easy peasy. Oliveira obviously trying his best. If he's going to sit here in the middle of the map, okay, I actually kind of like that. Hoping to get a couple lucky shots off. He's sitting in the tall grass here. If Clem is hunting for a Pokemon, for example, well, he's going to find a siege tank. Not entirely sure if that's what he wants, as he does get the first shot in. That's basically one tank going down right there. But here's those interference matrices, and that is rough.
A second Raven didn't get to do another interference matrix, though. I think that's what his plan was, to get shot down. But yeah, Oliveira trying to get the jump on the engagement that he figured was coming was a good idea. It was a very good idea. And, you know, he might have gotten a couple more shots. He might have killed both of his opponent's Ravens before losing his Vikings. He does eventually get the Ravens, but that was still a favorable trade for Clem overall, considering he also dealt with the Banshees very well. You know, that Cyclone loss kind of gave me some hope, and it was quickly dashed. So Clem's still up 30 supply, 12 SCVs in army, in upgrades, in production facilities. Yeah, Clem he has to be the one that messes up to actually lose this game.
Yep. Now, Oliveira is... He's got a third command center, right? He's got all the tools, technically. It's just that Clem has all the tools plus a little bit more. He's got like 20% more of what Oliveira has. It's certainly possible here for Oliveira to get back into the swing of things, but Clem is just crossing his T's and dotting his I's here, making sure that there's no hidden expansion or anything along those lines. He's even going to see it land. Now, yeah, I guess he forgot one upgrade. So our observer here is pointing out, okay, he didn't forget, never mind. He just went for the armor upgrade first, okay? He's just pulling a Bjorn on us.
Exactly, pulling a Bjorn, who I think still has that bad habit. I want to give him some credit versus that mech game, but it was probably just his bad.
Bjorn loves going for the infantry armor over the infantry attack for no apparent reason whatsoever. Anyways, for getting an upgrade, that would be the beginning of something, right? That would be really nice for Oliveira. Here's the 4th command center coming up. The Marine this time around scouting out for siege tanks there, making sure he does not fall for the same trick twice. But Clem is ready to go for a bit of a push himself. No, he doesn't have any Ravens anymore, so that makes this fight kind of tricky, though.
It does. Ravens would probably guarantee end the fights, but without it, it's possible. It's just such a really difficult map to defend on your third base. There's so much concave opportunity. You can see that Clem, knowing he'll probably lose this tank, he won't even lose it. So he just knew he'd beat the opponent's tank. But he also just figures, I have so much army supply, I'm going to be allowed up this ramp no matter what you try to do, because if Oliveira had all of his tanks in one position, that's hard to break, but you can't have them all in one position. You have to have them every which way. Now Oliveira pulls them to the front, but even that looks like a pitiful army.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Clem is ready to secure his 4th base as well at the bottom of the map. I actually really love that Clem was confident enough to just sit there in the siege tank fire, knowing very well he's going to be able to kill that opponent's tank. I certainly thought that a red HP tank for the player in red would have gone down too, but he's in range of the orbital command here. Oliveira, I mean, guess what you do when you're behind? You load all units into a medevac and you take them across the map, right? I think if this was a ladder game, Oliveira probably would have GG'd out already, but he's gonna try. He wants to qualify for Gamers 8. He's gonna now boost the medevacs into the main base, but Clem is seeing this coming in from a mile away.
Yeah, Oliveira, as I said, you know, last life, he does have the lower bracket, to be clear, guys, but last life in this best of 5, wanted to give it his all. But Clem had this locked up nice and tight. He will take the 3-1 and qualify for Gamers 8. Oliveira will move down to face, I believe, the winner of Special versus Estrella.
I will agree with you on that one. I'm not exactly sure what the next opponent is going to be, but congratulations right there for Clem, looking incredibly strong in this particular series. Maybe he never really was too fond of TVT, but today he is looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, indeed. All right, guys, TVT now over. Let's head to the desk and get on to the last match of the day.
That's right. Thank you very much, guys. In a best of 5, it's Clem winning between 2 to 5 of the matches. I had to do it. Stupid Twitch chat. We've got ourselves Rotterdam as well as Artosis here to talk about this one. Roddy, it was Clem all over. He looked great in this matchup.
Yeah, he did. I mean, if we're even killing Cyclones with Reaper Hellion in Game 4, then I think it's safe to say a lot of things went Clem's way in this series.
Yeah.
I felt like it was fun, but it obviously had more potential, right? Like, TVT can be really awesome, but a lot of the TVTs, they either get decided early on with the Reaper Hellion, or it's that first big Raven tank fight. And yeah, Game 1 and 2 literally were just over with the first big Raven tank fight. So I feel as fans, we got robbed a little bit, but I'm sure that Clem does not mind at all. And I think he's very happy to have qualified in a pretty convincing manner in the end, right? He went 5-1 this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Looked very, very strong indeed, especially, I mean, you start this series, Dan, he opens up with the proxy, really starts getting in Oliveira's face from the word go, and didn't really let up too much.
Yeah, you know, this is like kind of the thing that I've noticed about Clem over the years is if he can get any sort of early damage, it feels like his win rate really goes through the roof. You know, he's so fast, his multitasking so good, so he's just able to lean on these other players. You know, really, the only time we saw Oliveira fight back truly well is when the game went a bit longer without him being incredibly far behind. So just a little takeaway. I feel like more of his opponents in the future are going to have to be more careful in those early games.
I got to agree. He is one of the Terrans that if you do give him a slight early advantage, it's very rarely it slips out of Clem's hands here. This was one of the games that did slip out of his hands here, Roddy. Oliveira was able to fight on back, as Dan suggested. You know, once it's going to the little bit of the later stages of the game, Oliveira can find some of his footing here.
Yeah, no, just great army rotation, right? Managed to catch Clem napping a little bit, gets himself in a great spot, and from there on out, just got very far ahead. This was a somewhat questionable fight, where it's like, well, it's a good thing we were winning this game, because otherwise I don't think we would quite qualify that as a victory. But yeah, this was a fun one, well done by Oliveira. It really does seem that he's just a master of Grassrun. Every single time he plays on this map, he looks great, besides maybe the one against Gabe last week. But overall, this wasn't his series. Just he couldn't truly get it going, and as I said in the beginning of this segment, if we're even killing a Cyclone with Reaper Hellion, the writing is on the wall, James.
What a devastating push that was from Clem, and great micro as well, Dan, just moving that Hellion straight away as soon as he sees the Widow Mine, making sure he's not taking too much splash damage. It was perfectly executed.
Yeah, well, I think that Clem is one of the most decisive players that we have in literally all of professional StarCraft 2, which it doesn't feel like it's actually supposed to be a Terran trait as much. It feels like it should be something that like we're lauding Protoss players for, but you can really see it reflected in his play. I think that this is the great secret to his strength, is that he has that killer instinct.
And there you go, we confirm it. Clem will be going to Gamers 8 as well. Another Terran being able to etch their name on the tournament and try and find themselves towards the lion's share of $400,000. And it's going to be available over in Riyadh as we continue on after Gamers Without Borders. So a 3-1 for Clem. I guess, Roddy, kind of for a lot of people, the expected result overall here, and Oliveira is going to fall down to play against. It was either Special or Australia, correct?
Yes, that's at least what the cast has said, and that's going to be such an exciting best of 5, man, because obviously the storyline, right? The world champ, he's online. We know that he's probably better offline than he is online at this point. So that's such an exciting series tomorrow, as we can take a look at that lower bracket. I truly can't wait for that. That's going to be fireworks, whether it's Australia or Special. When it comes back to Clem, I think Clem just played great, man. The 2-0 over Lambo, we can't forget about that. That was very convincing.
Yeah.
That 3-1 here, I think the young Frenchman looked honestly like he belongs, Calaris.
Oh, absolutely. Not just convincing against Lambo, dominating there. And I mean, for the most part here against Oliveira, pretty dominating as well. So Clem, what an absolute stomp for him moving through into Gamers 8. And I mean, when you look at how all the other players that are going to be going up against him here, that's a pretty decent shot, all things considered. Dan, as you say, Clem is a very decisive player. He's a guy that's able to get it done against some of the very best. So he's got a pretty decent shot over in Riyadh.
Yeah, I think he does. You know, he definitely does need to get some of that damage early on. Obviously, James, I know what's on your mind is that that's a live tournament. Can Clem actually play off?
True.
But no, I think you look at the lineup of players, and I think it was Lambo in one of the interviews. He said, you know, anyone who actually qualifies for the main event has opportunity to win it.
Yeah.
And honestly, looking through the names of the players that have qualified so far, I can't disagree with that.
It's going to be an amazing quality tournament already from the players that we've already had actually listed up there. And we have still one more to go. We are just waiting to get an interview actually with Clem here, so we're just buying a little bit of time. But next up, of course, Roddy, what did you want to say? I saw your hand.
I mean, I know that we are in the year of miracles, right, with Oliveira winning IM Katowice, but I have to admit that if Big Piotr Spirit ends up winning this tournament in Riyadh, I'd still be a little bit surprised. Like,
okay. That would be a bit surprising, admittedly. But you don't know how the realms of possibility. Who knows what could actually go down there? We're just, as I say, buying time for when we actually have this interview ready to go. Next up is going to be a Laser versus Showtime. Are you two both casting that? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
So I guess I'll get your thoughts before we actually go into it, Roddy. Of course, as you know, we just have a little bit more time to wait here.
Well, I think it's going to be fun. Obviously, two players with a lot of history between each other. The one that will always stand out to me is the biggest series they've ever played in the quarterfinals of BlizzCon 2016. And that was in the era where we didn't have foreigners just making deep runs in World Championships. So the winner of that series was literally the best performing non-Korean of all time in the modern era of StarCraft 2 when a tournament is that big. Yeah. And Elazer won that series 3-1. Obviously, after that, Showtime had plenty of victories over him. And I kind of think in the year 2023 here, Showtime is just playing a bit better. But Elazer is creative, though, so he can definitely bring the fire.
Elazer has these extreme peaks in his career as well, right? Which kind of sometimes subvert the overall kind of, I guess, agreed to skill level of where he's at particular moments in time, Dan. Of course, you've seen him over in Korea as well, making finals when everyone's like, oh, well, Elazer's just happenstance made it into a final here. So sometimes he can play absolutely phenomenal.
You know, Elazer to me, he kind of like, first off, I've been a big Showtime fan for a long time. I really appreciate his style overall. I like his macro take on most of the matchups. And I think he's a really smart guy. But Elazer to me is like a tournament Zerg. This is a guy that I wouldn't bet on like as a long-term, like let's get as high MMR on the ladder as possible type of thing. But when you put him into a tournament, I feel like he's able to make tough decisions and take risks in the right points. So I always view him as a danger to everyone he plays in a tournament.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I can resonate with those thoughts. We do have Clem ready to go for the interview, so let's bring Clem on here and ask him a few questions. First things first, Clem, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Amazing. Can you hear Roddy and Dan? Do the test. Say something.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, everybody can hear each other. Great. I have PTSD from last week. So congratulations, Clem. You get through here going up against Oliveira. I guess first questions first. What did you expect going up against Oliveira? Obviously, he's had a bit of a rougher time in TVT, especially against Hero Rain in the last week.
Yeah. Well, I remember playing some TVT customs against Oliveira in Katowice, and it was not going well for me. I was getting destroyed every game, but then I saw his match against Gabe, like if you, I think it was last week or the week before that.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, actually, if I play my best, I definitely can do it. Because I feel like Gabe and me are pretty much the same level in TVT. So if Gabe can do it, then I can do it as well. And I also feel like I'm playing a bit better these days than a few weeks ago. So I felt fine going into this match. And also I prepared very well. So I knew I had a good chance for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, well, it certainly shone through in the game as a whole. Rotterdam, do you have a question?
Yeah, Clem, obviously, congratulations, mate. I think in the end, this was a smooth sailing weekend for you. A 2-0 over Lambo, a 3-1 Oliveira. But this was the only weekend, right? Because last weekend, obviously, you were not part of the 8 players that had a shot at qualifying. Did that make it extra nerve-wracking, or were you still pretty confident you were going to get the job done?
That definitely made it a little bit more stressful for sure, because I had like a less chances than the people who were already in the other bracket, and I was like, okay, there's still a lower bracket, so even if I mess up once, then I still have a chance. But it definitely made it more stressful to directly be in this bracket rather than first the other one. So I was definitely feeling the pressure a little bit. But yeah, I'm just happy I made it.
I can see that. And the first 2 games, I feel like they kind of played out in a somewhat similar manner. Like TVTs obviously can be very brutal, and the first times that the Ravens, the Tanks, and the Vikings clash with one another, games can end. But more often than not, it's a bit of a wash, right? Like either player A takes a lead or player B takes a minor lead. Why was it different this time? Why was it so abrupt, game ending immediately?
I have to remember the game 1. It was the Proxima Radar.
On Ancient.
Yeah, I think that these games I just took a pretty significant lead in early game. And then, like TVT, it can snowball a lot if you take a lead very early on. Like let's say you kill a few SCVs early on or you take a lead very early on, then you can snowball a lot. Whereas if you kill a few SCVs in the mid game with like Raven Harass or whatever, then usually kind of evens out a bit at some point. But if you take a lead very early, then it snowballs so much, and that's I think both games I took a pretty big lead in the early game, and then it just went my way.
All right, well, that's all for me. Obviously, congratulations once more. Can't wait to see you in Saudi Arabia. I'll pass it over to Dan.
Yeah. So, Clem, actually, we were talking about that, about how if you get a little bit of damage in the early game, it seems like you're just about unbeatable. In fact, you might be like, in that way, the best player in the world. I wonder, going into Gamers 8, out of the players that have already qualified, is there anyone you think that stylistically has leg up on you, like someone that you see as kind of a roadblock for your play?
I have to check who qualified, but I think the two players that are really hard for me to beat are Dark and Maru. I think apart from those two, I feel pretty good against like anyone, but these two are definitely the hardest for me, I think, out of anyone. And it also shows it historically, so I would definitely say those two.
Okay, and one more question from me.
Sure.
You know, there's like some good-natured teasing going on amongst the casters about your results online versus offline. So I wonder what you think about that. Like, we haven't seen you win a big championship offline yet. What do you think's holding you back there?
I feel like I tend to get a little bit nervous when I play offline, and I feel like I never really managed to play like the way I want to play and to play like my best. But I feel like if I can manage to play like the same way I do on like offline, then I can definitely do way better for sure. But I just kind of have to fix some stuff, I think, like mentally. I think that's mostly it.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Clem. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you play at Gamers 8.
All right. Well, Clem, any final words, shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Creed because he helped me a lot for this match, and also just in general he helps me a lot. So I played some games with him earlier today and to warm up, so it really helped a lot. So thanks to him, and also thanks to my friends watching the match. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Clem. Congratulations, and we'll see you at Gamers 8.
Thank you so much. See you.
Fantastic stuff here from Clem. Thanks, Dan, for trying to throw me under the bus. I got to dodge out of the way of that one. Jeez. But anyway.
He agreed with the assessment.
I mean, ultimately, you know, I think that once, you know, he may get over any of those hurdles that he might feel here at Rotterdam, he could become one of the most extreme forces in all of StarCraft 2, even though he's already there, effectively.
No, like, I think all the banter and jokes aside, right? Because we're obviously teasing each other a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, sure, of course, online he's been more successful than he's been offline. That's mostly because of the DreamHack Masters Europe Regionals, where he's been phenomenal. That's his stomping ground. And yes, all of that takes place online. But it's not like he's always dropped the ball in a horrible manner offline. He did make it to a final of a Home Story Cup, where he honestly made Sarah work for it. That's an accomplishment, right? Like, it's not like every guy can just show up and make it to the final of a Home Story Cup. So it's been done before, but it would obviously be fantastic for Clem if he can just shake off some of those nerves and actually always bring his A game when it matters the most in a big tournament like Katowice or maybe Gamers 8 here.
Definitely so. Let's see. I'm excited for it here as we roll towards Saudi Arabia and Riyadh as time goes on. Thank you very much, guys. It's time for a break. When we return, we have one final best of 5 here, and we're really changing gears. It's going to be a ZVP to determine another player going to Gamers 8.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back. One more series to go here for Gamers Without Borders as we've got another best of 5 on the way, and the winner goes to Gamers 8. So there's just a small detail of if you win this, you qualify for a tournament that's worth $100,000. It's not that big a deal. It's not that big. We've got to my left-hand side to talk about this one, Loco and ZG. Guys, it's been quite the day of StarCraft so far, and now Elaser goes up against Showtime Loco. It's an exciting time. I want to see one of these guys get to Gamers 8 because it's guaranteed to happen. Yes.
Yeah, you've been cheering for Protoss players, if I'm not mistaken, right, James? So maybe
because they're a dying breed
right here.
They're having a hard time.
Yeah, I do think Showtime is probably going to be the favorite going into this series. I mean, we already saw him last week as well, facing off against Cero at the time. That turned out to be a pretty close series, actually. I mean, he did a good job. There's a couple of replays, I guess, floating around of him playing against Zerg overall right now. So if Elaser had a look at those, if he's been looking at the games from last week, maybe he should, have a good plan. But overall, Showtime is looking solid.
I like this idea in my head that I've got, Loco, of you being like the replay kingpin. You've got them all locked down to get them on YouTube as fast as possible. But
literally, have them all.
It makes sense. But ZG coming into this one, Elaser versus Showtime. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that Showtime is favored. I think a lot of people are going to be saying this. It's funny. I mean, the replay thing is actually quite correct, right? We have the entirety of last weekend to see how Showtime was playing against two of the literal best Zergs in the world.
Yeah.
But then what's funny about this weekend is that Showtime keeps playing the players that don't have a lot of history for this year. They seem to have not been playing as much. So Estrella, I pointed out how low his number of PvPs played were compared to Showtime's, and I got to do it again for their ZVP and PvZ, right? Which is that Lasers played 10 matches in 2023 versus Protoss. And Showtime has played 21, so double at the very least, right? And of course, more recently as well, Elaser just really doesn't sign up for a lot of the open cups. And when he does, he's losing out to players that we wouldn't usually expect him to lose to, such as Erog Fire, who is like I want to cheer from as an up and comer, but Elaser's just not supposed to lose to those up and comers. So he is in a lot of trouble going into an entire best of 5 against one of Europe's best Protosses.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Elaser can be a bit tricky though from time to time. He's for a long time, some of the players just said he was a bit crazy with his style and how he was going to approach things, a bit more dice rolly, as it were, here, Loco. But he certainly favors that mid-game pressure, certainly favors those mid-game compositions, and will try and kill you in those mid-games.
Yeah, we had those games as well, right? That he played against Special earlier on in this particular tournament. That was a little bit of a spicy series as well, with a proxy hatchery and just some pretty crazy builds overall. So he could certainly bring something like that to this series too. But stylistically, this also feels like a clash to me that feels better for Showtime. I mean, Showtime, he's known as D-Mauer. I know we've memed over that or about that for a long time, but he's rock solid. He doesn't really take a lot of damage early on most of the game. So I can imagine that, if Showtime manages to survive the early game, he's probably going to feel really comfortable.
All right, well, I got word a while ago that our players were ready. We were all in that interview and talking to Clem and stuff like that. So thank you, guys. It's time to head on to the commentators here for the final best of 5 of the day as Elaser goes up against Showtime.
All right, here we go, Roddy. We have another Protoss player ready to try to make it to Gamers 8. I want to see if every single Protoss can qualify, because then they go from being underpowered to overpowered. Am I right?
Not sure if we make it through the lower bracket that we are then truly overpowered then, but I definitely think that a couple of Protosses are going to make it. We've already had one, and I think tomorrow the stars will align, and I feel right here the Protoss is absolutely the favorite, not just because of the games that he had last weekend against Cero and Raynor, where maybe against Raynor didn't quite go all that hot, but against Cero he played incredibly well. That second game was a work of art, but he's the more active player between these two. He's the one who's getting the better runs in the weekly tournaments. Like, I feel like if nothing terribly goes wrong for Showtime, he should be able to get the job done here.
Yeah, I think he has a lot more stability than Elaser, so I'll generally bet on him in this matchup. But like we were talking about before, I think that Elaser, when it really matters, can turn on this special level where he's taken a few risks, and sometimes they're going to pay off, sometimes they aren't. But this guy knows how to go deep in a tournament.
No, for sure. And we saw that yesterday a little bit in the best of 3 that he had against Special, which may not have been the cleanest or most high-level ZVT we've ever seen, but it was wild. And there are very few Zergs who would have still won that game on Grass one that eLaser found himself on. So he still has it. He's got great little tricks up his sleeve. He's a phenomenal Baneling enjoyer, whether it's the Burrow Banelings against Terran or the non-stop Baneling run-bys that I think he's very known for in ZVP. And of course, if eLaser just gets a clean early game, like if he doesn't end up losing 8 to 10 drones every single game before minute 6, he's got more than a shot here. It's just that Showtime is very good with the adapts and the oracles, and if Showtime just gets a little bit ahead, then it's so much easier for him to truly become the final form of Demour, and Showtime on 4 bases is not going to lose a whole lot of games against Zerg.
No, certainly not. Should be a good one, though. It looks like we're just about ready to get into game number 1. Of course, this is a best of 5. The winner goes to Gamer 8. Let's get into it here in the top right corner. From Poland, our Zerg player, it's eLaser.
And that, of course, means that in the bottom left side of Ancient, we are looking at the main base of the man who is considered to be by many the favorite for this best of 5. The German Protoss spawning in the blue. Berlin International Gaming's Showtime.
All right. So, I mean, I feel like I already know how we want to see Showtime play this, but I'm wondering, right, like you keep mentioning, Showtime's a bit of a favorite, he's more active right now and everything. What do you want to see from eLaser if he's going to take this series, right? He's got 5 games to somehow peel it off of the German Protoss.
I think a big problem for Zerg players in this day and age of ZVP is just that Zerg all-ins are really not all that great, right? Like, I can't even think of a single Zerg all-in if you are the underdog where I'm like, yeah, that's a great one. Like, maybe you can get one cheeky win with a linked flood where you pull a couple drones as well, right? And you surround that zealot, but all of that stuff is so wonky and it's not supposed to work against a guy who scouts actively. And Showtime, I think, is a phenomenal scouter in this matchup. So I think for eLaser, it really just comes down to hopefully not cutting too many corners, keep track of the oracles at all costs, and if he just makes it up to 3 bases fully saturated, going up to 4 bases, and then he plays his good old Ling, Roach, Rev, Jabane, he's got a shot, but he needs to make sure that the defense is clean. Like, that's really what it all boils down to on this level.
All right. Yeah. No, I can't disagree with you, right? Like, the Zerg all-ins at this point do definitely feel a little bit weak. Hoping that he can maybe peel a game like that, though, because here's the thing: if he just does your recipe here of going 3 bases solidly into 4, and he tries that like 5 times in a row, I do feel like Showtime's still favored there. I feel like eLaser needs to sneak a win somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. You're putting me on the spot. Like, I wish there was a good Zerg all-in. I actually think I have a quote of eLaser a while ago that was kind of related to a different matchup, but I liked it, where somebody was talking about like a Nidus all-in against the Terran, and eLaser just responded, but if Nidus was good against Terran, I'd do it every game. And he just like shut it down immediately. He's like, trust me, guys, if there is something cheeky, something aggressive that could work and is reliable, I'll be all over it. I don't really believe in those builds. I don't think eLaser believes in it too much either.
Yeah.
Maybe one game we can go for like roaches of 66 drones and then swarm most and a Nidus, right? And try to maybe create some chaos and get a crazy win like that. I think out of the weird builds, that's probably like one of the best things you can do as a Zerg.
Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to any any builds like that. Like, we just don't have any great Nidus builds at the moment. Honestly, Rogue still has a year left in the military, so if there's going to be a good Nidus build, it'll be when he's out and ready to win again.
Yeah, he will make sure to ruin another best of 5 or best of 7. We're all really looking forward to.
Exactly. But anyways, right now it is one of these Stargate Oracle openers that we see so often from Showtime, trying to get the adepts in there to do a little bit of damage. So far, so good on the defense, though, from eLaser.
Yep, Overlord spread is very important. If you just look at the minimap, I like where these Overlords are at. There are 2 Queens in position. Showtime still wants to go for it. Gets 2 drones, but obviously takes a decent amount of damage on the Oracle. That's not too shabby for Elaser, as long as there's not follow-up damage right now. Let's make sure we keep track of these adapts, know where Oracle number 2 comes from, and as long as he's in position for that, I think he's going to be fine. So far, so good. 2 workers is acceptable.
Yeah, I think you're always kind of expecting for 2 to go down. And with the amount of hull damage you got, I was actually a little surprised he flew over it right there. I feel like he maybe backing out for a moment and then re-diving with the second could have been better. But he has them built up for Adepts, shading across the map as well. So looks like Showtime wants to hit in 2 locations at once and hopefully can get some damage on one of them.
Yeah, a Queen and a single Spore Crawler is not necessarily always enough, but great positioning on that Queen made it a bit harder for these Oracles to really dive into that mineral line. And Elaser also cranked out a couple of extra links, so these 4 adepts, without resonating glaives of course, are not going to get a whole lot done. One thing that's a bit interesting, by the way, is what is Showtime going to do as a follow-up? Will it be Forge Twilight, and apparently that's what it is, or was he gonna go for that Forge Robo, which is something that he displayed a lot last weekend? And I was a bit surprised by that, right? Because most of the time it is into Twilight Council, it is into Blink Stalkers, but last weekend it was all about the quick Robo after the Oracles.
Well, I like that he's switching it up a little bit, right? Laser's a smart guy. No doubt he took a look at those matches and is at least mentally prepared for what Showtime did. So I like this shift. I'm sure you're right. It's going to be a Blink build from Showtime. We'll see how aggressively he expands with that. But I got to say, so far defensively, Laser has really been on top of it, man. Like, look at this. The Adepts haven't done much. The Oracles haven't done much. And Oracle blows up. I mean, Showtime's not getting the damage he was looking for.
Nope, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Elaser, and this is what we need to see as well to make sure that this is a fun and competitive best of 5. Showtime, by the way, goes a charge first, not Blink, so he might actually test the waters a little bit. In the old days, we'd be like, whoa, he's gonna go for an all-in, but Pros players actually kind of just like this to get a couple of Zealots out early on, maybe snipe a few Queens, force out a few more units, but this does not necessarily mean that Showtime wants to get ultra aggressive here. This could just be considered to be a more passive yet aggressive build, which I know is kind of counterproductive, but you can do a little bit of poking with the Zealots and then obviously still have a strong fighting army at home.
Well, honestly, like if you are going to open up +1 charge lots right away like this, if your opponent is a little bit late on the roaches, a little bit light on the roaches, heavier on lings, which isn't that common from a Laser, like you might be able to get some very solid trades with that as well. We do have the first few roaches coming out though, and it seems like they are in time. And very nice surround there. Puts a lot of damage down on those Zealots. So I don't think we're really going to see much damage from the Zealot Archon.
Nope, that was unfortunate for Showtime because it's 10 seconds before +1 finishes up, and if +1 is done, the Zealots will probably just take that fight, right? And sure, you might lose a few Zealots, but you're gonna kill every single Zergling in the process. But without +1, it's obviously the difference, right? 3 hits feels like a century, 2 shotting Zerglings feels amazing. So another little victory for Elaser, who also managed to get a cancel on that Nexus. It's just been a very clean game. It gives me vibes of old school Elaser, where he's really feeling it in CVP. So far, so good. I don't think there is anything for him to be upset about 8 minutes into game 1.
No, I'm loving it so far. He has the Baneling speed on the way. Roach speed and +1 melee are both going to be finishing just as Showtime gets here. Now, he has some Zealots going into this 4th base while he pushes with his main army up into the morphing 5th. That is done now. Queens and Roaches coming out to block. I love the Oracles coming in to help out, but a few too many units here, and a Laser pushes him back cleanly on both sides.
Yep, perfect positioning once more by Elaser, who's really all over it. We see a couple of units being split off towards the bottom side of Ancient. I was wondering if those were just links, but apparently there's some roaches in the mix too. 84 army supply against 37. That honestly looks mighty fine for a Zerg. Elaser is sitting on a few resources though, as he needs Overlords. Not something we say very often, Elaser needing Overlords, but if he would be able to spend this money, then we could have been looking at a 60 or 70 army supply lead, and then even for Showtime, it's going to be very hard to properly defend that.
Yeah, he's coming down right now, trying to do a little bit of a push. Don't forget, a lot of those units are injured, so he's going to pull back for a moment while he waits to reinforce. We have charge lots coming in and being warped into the main base. Some great placement on that Queen, actually really screwing up the AI, and here we go.
That was a great Purification Nova, though, to kick off this defensive fight. There was one more Nova flying forward. Has to settle for Ravages. Here come the Banelings. With or without +2, they are going to be pretty good against probes. Sure, a few drones are falling, but Showtime is losing a lot of these big power units. Goes for a warping, which means that he believes that he can keep this Nexus alive. But I honestly have my doubts. The Queens are doing their thing in the defensive, or in the main base, rather, or laser. War Prism died. The final Novas are fantastic, but if the Lynx can get the Nexus, this is still 100% a W for Elaser, and he will get the Nexus.
That is a huge kill right there. And the fact that he also screwed up the AI of the Zealots in his main base, GG, a very quick game with an Elaser victory. Dude, we saw in that picture-in-picture, the Queen standing down in that little choke between the two hatcheries. Basically, all the Zealots were trying to attack like one Queen.
Yep.
And they were just useless. If those things had been loose, if those things had been wild in the Laser's main, a ton of damage would have been dealt.
Yep, and obviously still dropping Transfuse as well, right, on these screens. So it's not like Elaser just clicked them somewhere and didn't look at them anymore. Nope, he was all over it. He was decisive. The Banelings got the initial damage done on probes and the Nexus at the same time. And sure, 2 Novas got pretty decent connections, but especially that final Nova, at that point, I think the damage was already dealt. That was a really good game from Elaser. That's exactly what we need to see.
Yeah.
Clean early game, up to 4 bases, into Ling, Roach, Ravager, Bane, and then he can truly make some magic work. And now I really wonder, will Showtime still go for Twilight into charge in game 2? Or is he going to go back to that Robo follow-up after the Oracles? Because we do assume Showtime plays Oracles, because he pretty much always plays Oracles.
Honestly, I wouldn't be sad if he went into the Blink style, right? Like, we've seen a lot of that in the last year or so. But yeah, you were very right on your call of what you wanted to see from Elaser, because he did exactly that. It was actually really surprising how little the Oracles and Adepts did. Like, that's about as much as you can shut them down at the pro level, you know? Yeah. Like, maybe people just fly them into Queens lower, but here it's like when they only get 2 kills, I'm like, yeah, that's the minimum. Like, you're always going to get that.
Yep, and here we can take a look at these Zealots that you mentioned that we could see in the picture-in-picture in the bottom right side. Elaser with beautiful defensive Queen positioning. That was a surprising warp-in by Showtime, because if you look at the numbers right now, the bottom side of your screen, and there are still 3 Disruptors left. Like, if these Zealots get warped in elsewhere, and they are actually able to protect these Disruptors, and then maybe you complement that with a Stalker or 2 to battle with the Roaches, it's obviously always going to be kind of bad for Showtime, but it didn't have to be game-ending bad, right? If you have 60 probes, at least 3 bases, you have 3 Disruptors against a Lair Tech Zerg army. That doesn't have to be game over, but I think that final warp-in was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that was a rough one, though. I'm really impressed with the Laser. I think he absolutely nailed that attack as well. Showtime just not having enough to hold on. We're going to have to see, as we get into game number 2, how he tries to adapt to go up against this strong Zerg player. In the top left of Gressvan, it's a Laser.
And the man who impressed so many of us with amazing PvZ last weekend against Serral now finds himself down 0-1 in this qualifying best of 5, and nobody wants to drop to that lower bracket. Representing Berlin International Gaming, this is D Maur, Showtime.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he wants to open up here. You know, I would assume he's going to open with the Stargate again anyway. It's kind of the best way to control that early. Does come up with a probe to block that hatchery. Pretty standard stuff. So a Laser not going to blink and just make that hatch at his 3rd.
No, it kind of felt like in the old days, every Zerg was like, oh, this is so annoying, it's a nightmare. Now every drone I produce from the main base has to travel centuries before it can start mining some minerals. But eventually they were like, I guess the upside of this is that our first Queen can drop a creep tumor and we can start getting creep towards the center of the map rather quickly. And at that one point, even the Protoss players were like, I'm not sure what's better, you know, if we force them to expand elsewhere or if we have to worry about creep in the center of the map at minute 6. So it's kind of funny how that has evolved. And
yeah.
I honestly don't know, right? If I can get a hatch block off myself, I always do it. But then when I do see creep at the center of the map, like 5 minutes in, I'm like, I actually don't know if this really became a whole lot more playable than it would have been otherwise.
That's funny. That's like the Zerg players taking a very optimistic approach, which is really counter to how they've been through the history of StarCraft 2. But, you know, I like blocking the hatch. Anytime you're going to go Oracle with some Adepts early on, I just like it when you split that defense, when you make it a lot harder for queens to go roam about and reinforce. It gives you a little bit more opportunity for some drone damage early on.
No, absolutely. And there is one thing that often happens when Zerg players are forced to take a third base rather than the natural, and that is that they miss that one creep dormer that connects their main base to the natural, right? And then there are these moments where you would love to see the queens show up in the main base to help out with the defense, but those few seconds they are off creep, they are just so freaking slow, man. It's unbelievable. So that's one more little upside that you can often take away from this as a Protoss.
Well, thank God they're slow off creep, man. Do you remember back during the beta of Wings of Liberty, the quick queens running across the map to kill you? It was something else.
When I think of queens and Wings of Liberty, mate, I just think of Red being the first Zerg to make an additional queen. And we were all like, oh my god, that's so smart. Instead of 2 queens, he's got 3 queens. And it's like, oh, how little did we know ourselves?
I know, right? Nowadays, I'm like, only 6 queens? That's a lot. I think you should have 7 here.
Well, 7, mate. I think yesterday in Elaser versus Special, at one point, we had a 15-minute game, and 23 queens had died. You know, not even to mention the other 10 that were still out and about on the map. It's the era of the queen that we've been living in for quite some time.
It certainly is. Now, the Adepts coming in towards that main base. A few Lings here, trying to put some damage on, really focusing on that frontal Adept, getting as much as he can. No real damage as of yet, but Showtime will continue to prod.
Honestly, I would not have hated to see him cancel that shade. Like, I understand the fear of extra links showing up. He doesn't necessarily know what's waiting. But those were the only links left in the main base. The queen was pretty far away from the Adepts. But I guess Showtime just really wanted to set up for this wombo combo. He knows Elaser loves skipping Spore Crawlers. And the queens can deal with the Oracle. But can they deal with the Adepts and the Oracle at the same time? This is exactly the early game we did not want to see for Elaser.
Way better damage here from Showtime. And look at that, 7 drones picked off. The Oracle makes it out very, very easily. Still pretty high health. Looks like he will surround the remaining Adept, but that was certainly worth it from Showtime.
Yeah, I mean, he's 11 workers ahead, 4 minutes and 20 seconds into this game. Elaser, his Link, should not be able to get a cancel on this Nexus. A decent amount of HP on it. An extra safety Adept got warped in. This is exactly what Showtime wants to see in his PVZs, and it's what he couldn't find in a previous game, and that's why we complimented Elaser as many times as we did, because we can't emphasize enough on how important it is as a Zerg to not be bleeding out close to 10 drones in a 5-minute game, and that is exactly what has happened here.
You know, that's kind of the wild thing about StarCraft 2. Like, you know, it's almost exactly the same units flying across on the same maps over and over, but the amounts of damage you get vary so much on your execution. It's kind of insane. Now, Elaser pushing these 3 Oracles. At least he knows all 3 are down here right now, and doing a good job pushing them back. Ooh, look at this diving on the hatchery.
Yeah, I want to say I think they can get it, but it's going to get rather close. One Oracle gets saved, and in the end, the Oracles do get the cancel on the hatch. And I want to ask you, Artelsis, what do you make of this hatchery positioning in the first place? Because that is absolutely not the gold standard in ZVP.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that he goes down there immediately. Maybe it has to do with what you were talking about before, creep tumor-wise, and starting off at your third base. But it feels awfully far away for defensive purposes, you know? Like, if Showtime wants to hit down there, but also he can harass the main, how do you get your units across that in time to actually have the right stuff in the right place?
I'm asking myself the same thing, amigo. Like, Zerg units on creep are pretty fast, but going from the top left to grass 1 to the 6 o'clock position or 7, yeah, that's gonna take a little while. And it just does not feel that this game is shaping up in anywhere near the same way as it did in the previous game. But hey, let's see if Elaser can crank out a few extra drones. Did manage to kill 1 Oracle apparently, so that is obviously something to feel a bit better. And we did see, by the way, because there was so much action talking about and so much harassment, Showtime did go for the Robo before the Twilight Council again this time around. So he goes back to what made him look fantastic last weekend.
Yeah, going for that more powerful play army-wise here. Definitely going to have a bit more flexibility with his attack. We have a Disruptor being started here immediately after the support bay is done. And now with that Twilight finishing up, and +1 almost done as well. He's actually going to go into charge with this.
Yeah, that's maybe a bit odd to me, but I guess maybe he feels that he cannot afford everything at the same time, and Charge is a bit cheaper than Blink. We've got a tiny move out, but obviously even tiny move outs are scary. If the Zerg has done nothing but building a couple of basic links without any real upgrades, no Banelings and no Roaches yet, I don't know if this army will ever have enough DPS to get the hatchery kill with this many queens around to be able to transfuse. I don't think so, but at least Showtime already got 5 drones, and his hatchery is starting to drop rather low. I'd love to see the queens transfuse it at this point.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He really gets close to getting it. The transfuses do end up saving it. Really great force fields in there as well, saving the Immortal at first, then walling him the second time. So a very strong... the thing is, that wasn't even a real attack. That was like a pressure attack. And he still did a lot with it.
Definitely was bait from Elazer though, right? He could have dropped Transfuse a whole lot earlier, and then Shota probably would have recalled out earlier. But now Elazer's like, hey, I should definitely try to get this hatchery, and it ended up costing Shota the Immortal. We've got a Dropper-Lord on the way as well. I'm not totally sure where that Dropper-Lord is or what it's all about, because, okay, it's just for links, and that's going to be a slow Overlord drop, because I don't think we have Overlord speed.
No, I don't believe we do. Kind of a cute move. You don't normally see a Zergling drop at this stage of the game. In fact, I want to say I haven't seen many Zergling drops at all recently against Protoss, so I like the mix in there. That should be a bit surprising, especially if he hits another location at the same time.
Yep, because often if you get attacked, then you immediately warp in a couple of units at the front, and if you can't warp in any units in your main base, these 8 links with +1 melee could absolutely nibble their way through the mineral line rather quickly. Some Banelings are morphing as well. Can we take a quick look at the main base if Banelings are morphing there too? No Banelings here, but 21 Banelings are morphing elsewhere. Elazer is going to send it with his 82 drones. Oh, there's a cannon in the main mineral line. That's very unfortunate for Elazer.
Oh man, the natural as well. He's looking for a spot, but there isn't one right now. Now here come those Banelings. Throws a couple force fields down. The Archons getting to the front. The Banelings really not going to find any purchase there, and Elazer turns around immediately.
That Nova was picture perfect. There was easily 10 plus Banelings going down. So the link drop doesn't get anything done. The first wave of Banelings doesn't get anything done. And Elazer is not showing us any signs of willing to transition. Showtime will also dodge those corrosive balls. I mean, make no mistake, Elazer is on the clock, right? If we're not dropping an infestation pit, we're not going up to Hive, we're not heading into Lurkers or Broodlords, we need to find a whole lot of damage right here, right now. Because if Showtime can max out on that Robo-Bait tech and Archons, there's not a whole lot this army of Elazer can do.
Yeah, it's really hard because the Oracles are just watching. They're like, okay, are you going after my 4th or my 3rd? And he's able to reposition so quickly. Look at this. The Baneling's going to roll in their tag, so he sees everything. And, I mean, they get in there. They deal a little bit of damage, but the Archon's doing such a good job soaking, backed up by 4 Disruptors. You can't push this anymore.
Can we take a look at the unit's lost resource tab at this point? As we can see that Elazer has now already lost 3.1k resources more in a 10-minute game, where Showtime, other than that tiny move out with the sentries and the 1 Immortal, has never even tried to attack Elazer. And so far our Polish Zerg is just doubling down on the current comp that he has. The only light at the end of the tunnel is obviously that +2 melee, right? That's about to finish up. That's going to allow Banelings to one-shot workers. But it's hard, man, because Showtime is incredibly well set up defensively.
Yeah, between the buildings, the Oracles checking everything, defensive disruptor Archon, it's really hard. He is going to roll in here once again. And, okay, I mean, getting like a little bit of damage. He is going to kill off a few probes here as well. But this still isn't the damage he's looking for. The Archon count is growing, and there's still 4 disruptors.
Yeah, no, that wasn't bad. It honestly did a tiny bit more than I thought it was going to do in the first place. But Elazer needs more. As long as he's not dropping an infestation pit, Elazer needs more.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, when you're playing this type of, like, Ling, Roach, Bane, you have to actually blow things up. When you see the Protoss technicality get higher and higher, like there's more Archons, and now there's more Robo units. And, you know, eventually we'll get into Psystorm as well. But as that continues to grow and you stay on the same comp, it's going to get worse for you. Maybe occasionally you'll get in and do a little bit of damage, but I really do like the army right now that Showtime has.
Yeah, Showtime's got a great army. Elazer is starting to... Whoa, what was that?
What?
What was that? a Nova from downtown that we missed, maybe?
Well, I guess it was. It must have been. I mean, like, you don't grab like half of your banelings and blow them up on creep. Wow, that's kind of insane. Another good Nova there as well. The banelings just being very inefficient against Showtime right now.
Yep, the Archons are a little bit exposed there, so maybe if there was ever a moment for Roaches to shine, that could have been the moment. Disrupt is tiny bit exposed as well, but he lays his supply is just plummeting. He's got a couple of links showing up, but these links are running into 10 plus Archons. Eventually the banelings will be freed up from the stasis trap, but there are Zealots having a big old Protoss party in the main base of Elaser. The lair goes down, and it really does feel, despite the big mineral bank, that this game is all but over. GG gets called. Showtime will tie things up, and he honestly just looked very impressive here in game 2.
Yeah, he definitely got a lot more damage in that early game. Erased a lot of the drones in the main base. I think that was just such a smart idea to come in with both Adept and Oracle. A laser trying to skirt the defense a little bit, right? Like, he just didn't have quite enough to stabilize against harassment like that.
Nope, and it really came down to that early game. The first two Adepts, they already felt kind of good, right? Grabbing a couple of links, forcing the drones to be pulled for a split second. And I thought maybe we can leave these Adepts in the main base, but Showtime did not want to do that because he believed there'd be a whole lot more potential if the Adepts would sync up with the Oracle at the same time. And that is absolutely what happened. I did think this was kind of cute, right? Elaser kind of setting the bait, and he's like, hey, you should absolutely stick around for as long as you possibly can because you can kill this hatchery. And finally the Queens got to work, but the early game just wasn't quite pretty enough, and Showtime did a great job at keeping these Oracles alive. You said it, Dan. If the Oracles are alive, flying around, dropping revelation after revelation, how can Elaser ever catch Showtime out of position?
No, you can't. That's the whole thing. And the travel distance for Showtime between his third and fourth is so much less than for a laser to switch where he's attacking. So there was really no opportunity for him to catch Showtime out of position, having the constant revelations, the Oracle sitting in the perfect space. And obviously if your army like disappears, then he's hyper vigilant about the other sides of his base. So that was a tough one for a laser. I think that Showtime handled it like perfectly.
A little bit unfortunate as well for Elaser that there were a couple of cannons, as my camera is just deciding to add up. I'm not sure what this is all about, Dan, but I believe we are pretty much good to go and hop into game 3 anyway. But it was unfortunate that there was a random cannon in the main base in the natural too.
Yeah.
Like, I almost thought those were anti-Muda cannons, but hey, yeah, against the link drop, it's pretty good as well.
Yeah, I think that wasn't why he made those. So maybe a little bit lucky there for Showtime. Has to be frustrating for this guy in the bottom right. Losing that last game, it's a laser.
And that obviously means that in the top left side of Dragon Skills, we are looking at the main base of our German Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming. This is Showtime.
All right. You know, I'm kind of sitting here wondering, like, are we going to see Oracle Adept again, right? Here comes the probe for some blocking. The drone just runs right past him. Gentleman's agreement. We're going to make that hatchery at the third base.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously solid in the previous game for D-Mauer, so I'm sure that he's going to be happy to see this. So we'll see if Elaser has that one crazy build up his sleeve, right? That we were kind of alluding to. We know that he's fond of the playstyle that he had in the previous game, since he's not currently like grinding the late game of ZVP 24/7. I can understand if he feels that his best shot is just doubling down at lair tech aggression rather than going up to Hive and playing that slower game against Showtime. But I do hope that in one of the 5 potential games that we have here, that he's got something special, something that hits either earlier or later, but something a bit different than Roach, Ling, Ravager, Bane every single game.
Yeah. You don't want to let Showtime get comfortable in that defense. You have to mix it up a little bit, and if you don't mix it up, it's like that's such a big part of StarCraft is the hidden information, right? The wondering, the anxiety about what may be coming or what may not be coming. If you kind of know, if you know we're getting into game 5 and the laser's done the same thing every time, it's going to be so easy for Showtime to just deflect it.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Obviously, for Elazer, the Overlord positioning is going to be important once more. These are not things that we normally talk about, but this is a big-time best of 5. Dropping to the lower bracket is scary. Every single player here in the second weekend is obviously very capable of making it through these qualifiers. So you ideally just want to get the job done here, relax, and enjoy some games tomorrow rather than actually participate in them. And it all starts with the most basics of StarCraft 2, and that is map vision of the very few units you have in the first few minutes of a game of StarCraft.
Yeah, and you know, right now the Overlord getting a little bit of a scout. It sees that delayed cybernetics core, so you know you're probably thinking, okay, it's another Stargate, which is pretty darn standard again, especially when you force that base to be. Oh God, is he going to catch this drone? Look at that!
That's obviously great for Showtime. And now it's actually going to be a little bit annoying to send over another drone. You have to keep an eye on this Adapt too, right? Because if you send the Queen and all the links to the low ground, then the Adapt could shade into the main base. Well, the main base is very exposed. Oh, this is kind of cute. This is actually going to block it with the shade. Second Adapt is going to show up as well. These two Adapts will one-shot that drone. And this is just already spiraling out of control. This is a phenomenal start for Showtime. The links are getting picked off one by one before links speed is done, and I have the feeling a few drones will fall here as well. We can still deny that hatchery, by the way. Like, the link count is low. A couple of links have already gone down. Apparently another drone did manage to sneak into that natural, but what a start for our German Protoss here.
Dude, that's actually crazy. You know, normally I won't flip out too much if a couple of first adepts kill 2 drones. It's like, oh, okay, you know. But when they're 2 consecutive drones trying to make that natural expansion hatchery, oh my God, you're slowing down so many things for Zerg right now. Yep. Just a fantastic start for Showtime. He has got to be feeling amazing. And as a laser, do you try to just trudge through this?
I think your entire flow is already off, so even if you had some sort of a timing attack in mind, you can't make the timing attack anymore. StarCraft 2 really is an extreme game in that regard. So I think from Elazer's point of view at this point, it's just, alright, the Adepts already did too much, but now let's make damn sure that these Oracles won't find the success they found in Game 2. And then it will obviously still become a playable game, but 2 Queens are a bit out of position as they were on the wrong side of the hatchery. So these Oracles will also find some damage, and the link count is very low at the moment. These 5 Adepts could actually have a field day in the third base. I'm honestly starting to get very worried here for Elazer. How many links are out at the moment, Observer? It's just Queens. There's only 5 Zerglings, Artosis.
Yeah, not too many. He does have 2 more Oracles still sitting behind the main base there. Decides to shade through with those Adepts. And let's see. Oh, God, not much at this natural. Is the Oracle's going to come in and get a lot of drones, it looks like.
This is high-level PvZ in a nutshell. Showtime is excellent with the Adepts and the Oracles, and they are not supposed to win games. They are just supposed to put you in a good position leading into that mid-game, similar to what Reaper Hellion can accomplish for a Terran player. But Showtime is almost outright winning these games now with just his opening units. And for the first time in the series, the opening, or the follow-up rather, will be Blink and +1.
Well, certainly a very popular thing, at least amongst the Korean Protoss, is the Oracles come in again, they get a Queen, they zap 4 more drones, they zap down another Queen as well. The damage is really unending here. Like, this, it looks like a mismatch right now in this game.
Yep, Showtime is feeling it. He has really leveled up after that first game. Everything the man is touching at the moment turns into gold. And after 6 minutes, Elazer just had enough of it. He is going to wave the white flag. Showtime takes a very convincing, dominating 2-1 lead. And Elazer is in all sorts of trouble.
Man, it feels like we're speedrunning these games the last couple days. Seriously, there have been some very, very fast ones, and this one chief amongst them. I don't know, man. This is feeling pretty bad for Laze. You know, the first game he blocked everything so well. What do you see that he's doing wrong here compared to game number 1?
I don't think it's necessarily that Elazer is doing stuff wrong. I think it's more that Showtime is doing things right. He just seems even more active. He's looking for more openings. And obviously in this game, like something as silly as Elazer trying to get the second base up and running, or what is supposed to be his natural, that already went wrong. And if these things start going wrong, at that point it is that good old snowball that we talk about all the time. Like suddenly you're always 1 step or 2 steps behind. And yeah, things spiral out of control rather quickly. quickly. It's just we need to go back to the defense we had in game 1.
Yeah, Laser really needs to tighten it up. I am a little bit nervous that he might try something cheesy at this point. You know, I feel like after those 2 games, you're not feeling super good about yourself. You even got, max supply game 2. It didn't work out. Here, you just get torn apart by the early harassment. But we will see. We're going into map number 4, Neo-Humanity, and in the top left, we have a Laser.
In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who is now 1 map away from qualifying for Gamers 8. And based on his performance in these qualifiers so far, I'd say he absolutely deserves it. Hailing from Deutschland, it is Berlin. International Gaming's showtime.
And here the workers cross each other's paths as a Laser just goes ahead and takes that 3rd base as is natural. Won't be able to expand in a straight line this game, Rotterdam.
Well, you never know, mate. We could very well, indeed, as one of the observers
straight down?
showing us. Yeah, take the center, mate.
Sure.
Yeah, you're giggling, but the Rich Vespian Geyser is honestly not the worst build to take. Now, of course, defending against Adepts and Oracles is going to be a nightmare, but if your follow-up is then, let's say, 55 drones in a good old German Uber, where we get a couple of Dropperlords, fly Queens to the other side of the map and attack with Roaches and Ravages, that may not even be the worst build to go for on this map.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing against the triple Oracle Pure Adept in the early game, we have seen that build take it out before. We'll see if a Laser wants to go down that more aggressive path. Well, honestly, it's a best of 5. He already does have a single map win. So if he could just peel one right now with something cheesy from Showtime, I feel like that is almost a mentality reset where it's like, okay, we're just one game to qualify.
And I feel like out of all the maps, if you are planning something funky, cheeky as a Zerg in this matchup, I do kind of think that Neo-Humanity is the map. You can obviously destroy the debris in the center of the map, and then all of a sudden this relatively large map doesn't feel very large anymore.
Yeah, you don't want to have to be running through that slow zone so many times. Of course, we got those gold minerals in the back. I've definitely enjoyed some of the rushes we've seen with that, but certainly not going to see any of that in this game at least. Looks like some drones being transferred out to the expansion here for a Laser, and I'm waiting to see the Adept fly across the map and try to deny this natural again, because that had to feel so good as Showtime.
Yeah, no, at that point on this level, a pro gamer at a home store cup will tell you, that's GG immediately. The moment they block the edge, they get the first round, that's GG. And like, obviously we joke about that, but yes, at that point, it is kind of up to the Protoss. If they just keep on playing well, they will just find more and more damage. And I think it is safe to say that Showtime absolutely managed to do that in the previous game. This time around, the Queen is here to assist these links immediately. This Adept is still annoying, but in the end, the first drone will just be able to do what it's supposed to do, and that is become a hatchery.
That he definitely was over prepared for that one with the amount of lings he had and the Queen coming out. A Laser not going to fall in the same way twice, but 2 Adepts here. They are going to try to get some work done. It seems like there's enough lings and Queens here. Yeah, cancels that shade, and he will wait a bit longer to go in.
Yeah, I think that's smart, right? Like, if you know that the links are already there, if the links are here chasing your Adepts, then I think you can let that shade finish up. But when your Adept shade spots the links already waiting in the main base, there's a Queen to help out these links too, then it makes a whole lot more sense to just keep those boys safe and wait until the Oracle shows up, and then we can go for the good old wombo combo. And the beautiful thing about Showtime is that he doesn't always play this out in the same time or in the same way. Sometimes it's Adepts and Oracle at the same place, but sometimes it's Adepts in the third, Oracle in the main, Oracle in the natural, Adepts into the main base. Like, that makes it so difficult as a Zerg to properly defend against this form of harassment.
Well, you definitely don't want your opponent predicting exactly where you're going to go. They can just centralize their units at that point and knock you out. We have a Spore starting, so I like to see that from a Laser. He hasn't taken any critical damage or anything yet. So far, so good on the defense.
And now this is exactly what Elazer needs, just like he did in that first game. But that doesn't mean that now it's like, oh, is it now looking good for Elazer? No, this is standard, right? If you watch Serral play, almost every single ZVP looks like this in the beginning, where a Protoss tries, but they won't find a lot of damage. And I think that our German Zerg Lambo is also phenomenal in general in the early game of ZVP when it comes to having these units in the right position. And Elazer is showing us here that he's absolutely capable of not falling apart in the early game. And we know that. But this is only the start, right? Like, this doesn't guarantee anything, as we do see 16 extra links being fired up. I wonder what Elazer is going to do with those.
I don't know exactly. Like, maybe some sort of quick move upon the third base. He does look like he kind of pokes in there. Is defending against these Adepts as well, so they will be somewhat useful. The Adepts being mostly sacrificed, but oh my god, here come the Oracles, and a great defense goes bad.
But a link run by as well on the other side of the map. Yeah, this is obviously terrible for Elazer over at home, but if Showtime is not reacting to these links in his main base, that can be just as bad, if not a whole lot worse. Sure, 12 drones go down, but a lot of Oracle energy was used, a lot of Adepts were thrown away, and for just a couple links, Elazer managed to get 10 probes on the other side of the map. I would actually say that Elazer got the best of all this craziness.
Yeah, he can re-drone a lot better than Showtime can really re-probe here. So I would definitely agree with you there. You know, the Adepts are off the map now. The Oracles are very low and are kind of going back into a more defensive stance, at least for now. But, you know, I don't feel like I look at this and say, oh, Elazer's way ahead. You know, we have Blink on the way, we have +1 on the way, 3 Nexuses. I think Showtime will be all right to play it forward.
Absolutely, but if that link run by does not happen and there is a unit in on hold position, then we would look at this and be like, Elazer's kind of dead unless he pulls off a miracle. So yeah, it was incredibly important for Elazer that he did get something done on the other side of the map, since the defense obviously was not quite what it was supposed to be. But hey, obviously maybe if those links are at home, then there is less chaos that happens in the first place, as Showtime moves out with the Stalker Oracle combo a little bit before Blink is done, and he gets a very important cancel on that center hatchery.
Yeah, that was actually quite fantastic. The Queen's a little bit slow to come up. I don't think he was expecting him right then with, you know, his seven Stalkers without Blink walk across the map and cancel a hatchery. It's not something you see every day. But Blink is finished now. More Stalkers coming up, and he's going to put some damage on these Queens.
Yep, there is a link counterattack once more. Love surface area on that shield battery. If the shield battery falls, these links have some potential, and it seems like the battery went down, and 6 additional probes will fall down as well. Even a couple of these Stalkers are struggling. Showtime is way more focused on this fight on the other side of the map than he is in defending those Zerglings. And sure, Showtime managed to get a lot of Queens, but I am still not sure if this is ever good for a Protoss when he's taking this amount of damage against just a couple of links.
Yeah, he did lose a lot against those links, but to be fair, he still has 52 workers. He forces a cancel here on the hatchery. He ate through a lot of Queens and their energy across the map, so I think he's still fine. But certainly Elazer has made magic happen with his links this game so far.
I think this would be awesome for Showtime if Elazer didn't have a different 4th base, right? If that was the 4th base he's trying to get up in the center of the map, then I'd be like, whoa, yeah, okay, this is now very bad for the Zerg. But since Elazer does have this base up and running at the 9 o'clock position, I'm not sure if I loved it for Showtime, but if he just makes sure that he doesn't take any follow-up damage from the next link counterattack or run by, then obviously he's still fine, because yes, he is heading towards a slightly stronger army than Elazer is heading to in this phase in the game.
Well, right now, adding in this second robotics as well as the support bay here for Showtime. Definitely going to get up into those robo units, kind of getting ready for everything. I think he's just about to take his 4th. Yeah, takes it right in the center there. So that's going to give him kind of a forward position to keep this pressure on with.
They're expanding in the same neighborhood, but the links show up at a pretty picture perfect moment. +1 is done, but the Oracles and Stalkers were close enough to keep this Nexus alive. Good reaction there by Showtime, who obviously has lost a lot of probes, right? For a Showtime PvZ, I think in this 9-minute game, he's lost over 20 workers. That's not standard at all for Showtime. Yeah, 26 probes have fallen, but he has done a great job in making sure that he's always replacing them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he's definitely been on top of that. Like, his economy is so smooth. Look at that, 70 workers right now as his 4th base is about halfway done. Double Colossus being warped in. And look at this. We're getting into roaches. We're getting into the baneling speed. So a laser going into that same composition, but this time it's not going to be Archon Disruptor. It's going to be Stalker Colossus he's fighting against.
Yeah, if the Colossus have thermal lens, they're obviously going to be fantastic against the Lings and Banes. Without it, they're not terrible, but you definitely notice it, and you need to be a whole lot more careful. Showtime is knocking down these cooling towers in the center of the map. Makes it a bit more of a choky area, makes it slightly harder for Elaze to get sexy surrounds. You kind of feel, though, right, that the moment Baneling speed is done, Elaze is going to have to send it, maybe even goals before. I don't hate it, because the more high-tech robo units are out, the harder it's going to be for the Polyzerg to break Showtime here.
That is very, very true. I would like to see Showtime mix in just like, I want to see like 3 sentries, man, because the one thing that you definitely can see when it's Stalker Colossus, if he makes a ton of Banes, which he's doing right now, the Colossi stand on top of the Stalkers. I don't know if you knew that, Roddy, but you can get a lot of damage with Banelings here.
I've noticed that a couple times at Toastus. I'm very good at putting my army all in one big ball. As Elazer is setting up a nice round. Look at the timings, by the way. +2 melee done, Baneling speed done, and here we go. Oh, that Nova, by the way, blew up so many Banelings, and the second Nova connects with a whole bunch of Roaches and Ravagers. If these Novas were not as big as they were, Showtime would have been in all sorts of trouble. And even with these Novas, he's down in supply, but obviously it looks a lot better than it otherwise would have.
If those Novas hadn't hit, I think he's actually dead here. But instead, he has a lot of units. And I mean, right now, Laser is trying to mass up. We have a ton of Zerglings in production at that hatchery there. Some more units coming up. Another nice Nova goes down. A ton of Zerglings join the fray, and the Stalkers do have to back up.
Great job there by Elazer, cranking out all these units. Indeed, otherwise that would have been a terrifying counterattack. And that's the funny thing about them expanding in the same neighborhood, as Elazer now feels that Showtime is going to defend for a while. So he's going to try to push out 14 additional workers. That's going to bring him up to 87 drones, while he also has a rich Vespian geyser. And that basically means that Elazer from this point on will just morph wave after wave of an insane amount of Banelings and just try to batter down that Protoss wall.
I think it's the right choice at this point. Utilize this kind of tempo advantage, this gigantic economy that you have. It looks like he will expand yet again a couple of times on opposite sides of the map. A laser is getting very, very large here. And honestly, Showtime's army, I'm not a fan yet. Like, he's going in the right direction, but I don't feel like he has enough to really go anywhere and deny anything.
I don't think so, but he also doesn't really need to if Elazer never drops the infestation pit and never gets the hive, right? Then Showtime is just gonna sit there and get more and more robo units from that double robo, wait for +3, and get a whole bunch of cannons and batteries. Like, Showtime doesn't need to do anything if Elazer never goes hive.
Yeah, that is certainly true. At that point, a laser is a broken robot, and I mean that could occur. we've seen it before from Zerg players. They get the Banelings chugging out, and they never really go for that hive tech. But a laser right now is set up very well. He's getting so many bases. His economy is fantastic. And I think he's going to start attacking in. We'll see if Showtime can actually hold this in a clean way.
Well, the Novas have been pretty picture perfect throughout this series. The first few are not bad. There is a stasis trap there, by the way, that's also functioning as a force field, making it hard for these +2 Banelings to connect with the workers. And in the end, only 9 probes go down, and that's honestly fantastic. The battery overcharge was phenomenal, and this wasn't just a hold for Showtime. This was a very convincing victory. Okay, the stasis trap. It was fantastic, Artelis. Trust me, it was really good for a while until it kind of backfired. And Elazer does get that economic damage he was looking for, but the armies are still close in size. It was good, but Elazer needs to keep on doing this if he does not want to go up to hive.
Yeah, for sure. You need to continually like trade out and make sure that their army doesn't get too complex here. You can see definitely trading at a deficit right now. Would love to see him get some drones down on those side bases. You don't want just plain placeholder hatcheries here, because those are going to be the easiest ones for Showtime to kill later anyways. Now, Showtime, his army is getting better. He's even getting plasma shield upgrades, finally taking a 5th base here in the bottom right. We'll see if he can get that up.
Probably not immediately, but I think later on he might will. As Elazer gonna send it one more time, but these Novas blow up over 20 supply of roaches immediately. That's a fantastic overcharge for Showtime as well. And these roaches, they honestly just don't look that intimidating anymore. Not enough of them are left. That battery will fall. And I mean, Showtime is at 100 supply. He is definitely struggling, right? He has only 37 army supply left. So maybe one more wave will be that final wave that's good enough for Elazer, as he just refuses to tack up. But at this point, I don't hate it, because he's clearly finding victories with his attack.
Yeah, I think he's going to win with this now, honestly, when you look at it. It can look close for a moment, but when you just look at the actual army that Showtime has, it's getting worse. And anytime it's getting worse, Zerg is winning with this type of strategy. He's only utilized 142 Banes so far, but he has killed a lot of expensive units from Showtime.
Yep, and 62 probes, right? And that's obviously a problem. The initial bases of Showtime are going to start running a little bit dry. All those cannons and batteries that looked so intimidating once upon a time are kind of gone. There are still 4 Disruptors, and we all know about the Disruptor and a Dream, as we have an infestation pit on the production chat. Yep, well.
What does that do? Does that make the Banelings better? Like, what's going on here? Another 34 Banes on the way. I feel like every time I look over, he's making 34 Banes specifically. I feel like I believe in astrology suddenly, but he's going to roll in here again, and if the Disruptors don't get those good hits, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, well, that was a good one, but the first, 2 out of 3 kind of whiff. The final one does not go off. The Disruptor gets picked off. Elazer becoming a Terran play there for a split second, and that should mean that this attack is going to be good enough, because these Archons and Stalkers are going to have a hard time battling all these Zerg units. GG will get called, and Lair attack Elazer strikes once more and ties things up.
Wow, that was really well done from Elazer, because the opening game, like, we were starting to talk about how it was looking like game 1. It was some very good defense, but then he did start to take a bit of damage. It felt like that it was kind of in between damage-wise, and he kind of just came right back. His Baneling-based attacks were very, very strong, and Showtime just barely not able to hold on to his key units.
Now, it felt a couple times that Showtime was doing almost everything right, with all the cannons, all the batteries, and we've got the double robot production up and running, but right when he needed it the most, maybe the Nova hits were not big enough at a certain point, and we can't forget about that tiny Ling run-by, by the way, that happened at this very moment, because if that Ling run-by did not take place, Elazer honestly would have probably been forced to tap out like minute 8 or so.
Yeah, the Zergling counterattacks, I actually forgot about those because the game went so crazy later on, but he had at least a couple very good counterattacks. Also, a shout out to those Oracles, man. He had those 3 Oracles alive for the majority of the game. Like, they got so much value for him. But yeah, the Baneling flanks coming in with this type of unit comp, if you can't slow those Banes down at all, they can just force the damage.
Those Novas, by the way, were so good. They blew up thousands of resources, but Elazer made that great call at a certain moment to not stick at 70-something workers, but go up to 87. And I love that he reinforced with a lot of links here, right? Because just Roaches would have honestly had a very tough time against the Stalkers and Disruptors. But links with +2 melee on creep, they are just fantastic against Stalkers.
Oh, for sure on that. And, of course, the probes as well. We did see those Banelings right there, as they came out of the stasis. He kind of forgot about those for a moment as he chased down parts of the army that got away. So definitely a painful moment, too. But, by this point, the writing was already on the wall. Elazer's non-stop aggression here in the late game, just a bit too much.
I really wonder what would have happened, though, if that Nova would have gone off and would have taken down 15 Banelings and a bunch of Lings, but the Roaches and Ravages, combined with a little bit of DPS from Lings and Banelings, were able to gun down one of those Disruptors and made sure that Nova did not go off. Elazer became a tiny Terran there, but throughout the game, he truly was the Swarm. And I don't hate it, right? Because obviously, we always talk about how great Vipers are against this kind of an army where you can abduct the Disruptors and abduct the Archons, but if that's not your comfort zone, why do it? It's so much better to just play what you're very good at than play what other people tell you is very good, but you don't feel very comfortable with.
100%, Roddy. It's so important to express yourself with StarCraft, especially when you get to that top level like these guys are at. Now, in the top left, playing one game now for a spot at Gamers 8, it's a laser.
Bringing that old school laser magic to the best of 5. In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of the man who probably expected himself to be done by now, but he's gonna have to work very hard for it. Representing Berlin International Gaming, this is D Mauer, Showtime.
You know, it's an important thing, right? Because there's all sorts of different schools of thought on StarCraft, Roddy, but what you said is completely true, to be honest. There's stronger and weaker ways to play StarCraft without a doubt, but at the end of the day, you have to play the way that you are comfortable, and you have to bring your own stuff as a pro. If you don't have any of your own stuff, you can't make it to the top. You can't be a copy of someone else and become the best.
Nope, and I think it really comes down to like maybe the amount that Elaser has played over the last 6 months and the amount of times that he's gone late game, right? And if you don't go late game very often, and the few times you do, you're just not really in your element anymore. And we all know that he's capable of using the spellcasters, but over the last few weeks, he just found a lot more success with doubling down on lair tech units rather than sneaking in the infestation pit and being forced to be a bit more defensive and go into hive and then have one deciding fight with the Vipers. Yeah, then why would you play like that, right? Just double down on what you're still very good at, and that is just setting up beautiful surrounds, beautiful engagements, and truly becoming one with the Swarm.
Yeah, and while the Viper play, maybe in theory, it can have a couple more percentage points of victories, like, you know, a laser doing what he's good at, what he has instinct for, and something also that not as many top-level Zergs do. You know, that I think that's like an underrated thing as well. It's like, well, who are you going to practice against really that plays like a laser at this level? It's not, the list is short.
Yeah, no, because the pros will just tell you, if you ask a Zerg, like, hey man, can you just stay on lair tech and make only Ling, Ravager, Roach, Bane? They'll be like, why? That's stupid. Like, like you're just going to turtle.
But I don't know about anyone else, you know?
So I believe we have a bit of a lag spike. For a split second, I was like, is it me? But it's just the referee, Artie McTilson. So I think we're going to be fine. But
it's always referee A, too. It's always him. I don't know what's with this guy.
What if he's the only referee, though?
Oh, that's a problem. One of them's going to change jobs. All right, looks like we're ready to get back in.
Yeah. So Babylon as a deciding game 5. Showtime will once more open things up with Adepts and Oracles. And we'll obviously just make sure that he keeps these units alive, right? Because we've talked a lot about how important it is for Elaser to have clean defense. We cannot stress enough on how important it is for Showtime not to lose any of these Oracles. And especially in game 5, I think in general Protoss players tend to play a little more cautious with their Oracles.
Yeah. Well, the Oracles win so many games. Like, just the value you gain out of Oracles, and some of it is not just like, oh, I killed this many drones or I stopped this many Lings from killing my Nexus, although they do both of those. But the scouting intel, the defensive stance they can force your opponent into, I mean, it's really one of the most valuable units. And we saw it, like, Showtime lost last game, but damn, did his Oracles do a good job.
Yep, this is a lovely early game so far by Elaser, right? Does not lose any drones and actually managed to catch one of these first adepts. Of course, in return, lost a few Zerglings, but those are trades that Zerg players are willing to make any day of the week. Losing Lings, completely fine if you get something in return. Losing drones, yeah, that's just not okay. I love the forward positioning from Elaser, as one of the queens was attacking the other queen temporarily. Now, it's important he keeps track of these adepts as well. Whoa, the timing on those Lings hatching.
Man. So no big damage here from Showtime. So that's like a good start for a laser, at least this far. I don't want to like overstep myself on that because, you know, last game we did see him a little bit later start to get some stuff put together. A couple of Adepts going home to make sure that he can defend that third Nexus. And yeah, let's see if these Oracles can get in and finally get the damage Showtime's been looking for.
Well, I love the positioning of that queen, but now the queen is moving back, and that could allow the oracles to maybe get in range a bit quicker, but with triple queen and a sport, there really is nothing to be done here. The oracles could take a sneaky way into the natural and goes for the juke instead, still goes for the main base. Showtime now needs to be careful though, because there are queens everywhere, and he is going to play it very safe. Gets 3 drones, or excuse me, the adepts are moving out, and Elaser, by the way, taking the bottom left side as base number 4 here on Babylon. This really is not the standard, but he's clearly doing it for a reason. As Showtime lets this Adept Shade finish up Artelson. A bit surprised by it, but here come the Oracles.
Yeah, well, he jumps in with the Oracles, yeah, and he gets 1 queen. It looks like the second one should end up falling here as well, and in fact, maybe some drones on top of that. Gets a couple. But, okay, here you go. Here you go. He draws all the queens out with that very vicious attack. Gets a few more drones. I mean, I think that's okay.
Yeah, totally okay, because it's a lot of lost mining time as well. If our lovely observer could just bring the income advantage graph up for a little bit, you can really see how much of an impact that has on the Zerg economy to be forced to pull that many drones away from the third base, from the natural. As Elaser is going to try to get lucky on the other side of the map, but the amount of damage that Elaser got in the previous game with the link counterattacks, that's not something you can rely on, right? That's just not supposed to happen a whole lot at high-level StarCraft.
No, certainly a very rare situation. Showtime here going into that robo play before the Twilight once again. Already getting an Immortal out here. The support bay going to be finishing shortly. And still keeping some pressure on with Adept Oracle. I'm not sure he's going to really get in and get too much done, though.
If we took a look at that main base of Showtime, by the way, as I don't think indeed he's really going to commit. He is still making a random adapt or two. That's a bit surprising. Okay, he has fixed the gas. I was mostly fixating on that gas next to the forge because he had 1 out of 3, and I was like, that's kind of odd. Most of the time Showtime does things for a reason. We know that pros like to pull off probes from gases sometimes, but this didn't really feel like a moment that would have made any sense to me. But it's good to see he fixed it already.
Yeah, double checking everything in his base. Good usage of that time. Now, I am kind of amazed that a laser keeps expanding like straight lines across the map. It's like not that common. You know, normally you have more of a quadrant of bases that are a bit easier to get to, especially against the amount of adepts and oracles that we're seeing here from Showtime. And it feels like he's trying to punish this, but he's not getting in as much as I thought he would against this base layout.
No, not quite, but if you look at the work account that Showtime is working with, he's probably totally fine, right? Like, if you tell any Protoss, like, hey, you're going to be a 4-base Protoss against a 4-base Zerg, you guys are even in workers, and you've got a Dark Shrine on the way, and your robotics facility is up, your Robo Bay is done, and you've got +1, and you're dead even in supply. Every single Protoss on the planet will sign for that immediately, right? To be like, oh yeah, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I'll take that position. Thank you very much. He has his disruptors coming out. Baneling speed has been started. +1 melee is done. Definitely can't get any damage onto this 4th base as there's zealots and cannons there. And the oracles continue to rotate through. They hit that bottom left 4th base, get a few drones, and just gonna sit there for a moment. We'll see if they get more at the 3rd.
This Oracle movement really has been beautiful throughout this game. I started to get a little smile on my face because I don't know how he does it. He's been around the map 3-4 times. He has driven into multiple mineral lines. There were Spore Crawlers, there were Queens, all the Oracles, meanwhile still alive, still finding some damage. But Elaser is starting to get aggressive. For the first time, he is seriously making his way to the other side of the map on powers 2 gateways immediately. I don't see an Overseer here though, and the Dark Shrine is done.
Ooh, a big disruption ball does hit right there, but still a lot of roaches and lings. 1 Ravager left over. Overcharge is thrown down, and he's going to back out at that.
It's a weird attack because Elaser was literally sitting at 1,800 minerals there, and like this obviously was not like an all-out, oh, do or die attack, but it also felt like he was throwing away a few too many units to just make it seem like, oh, I'm just testing the waters and it's no big deal. It was kind of funny because there was no Overseer in the mix, but the Banelings killed the Dark Templar, even though the Baneling count wasn't crazy high. But these Oracles, Artimectosis, is still alive, and they're still of great value to Showtime. He's really done an amazing job with those units.
Yeah, this is actually something that I didn't really notice before, but in these games, he is so good at keeping them alive and getting value out of them just non-stop. I also got to say, I do appreciate anyone who goes Dark Shrine for Archons at first. I really like that type of style to go with heavy robo units. And I think he's doing a great job like building his composition. This army from Showtime is getting really scary.
Yep, but Elazer now has that army supply lead, right? He can't really wait, I think, for +2 melee. That's a bit of a pipe dream, because if you wait for that to finish up, then Showtime is going to be at 185, 190 supply too. 51 Banelings! I believe a wise man once said, that's so many Banelings. And this really is it for Elazer.
It's quite a few Banelings, Roddy. Whoever said that sounds very, very smart. This is going to be tough. Let's see what his disruptors can actually do. My God, look at that cloud of Banelings coming in right now. Throws out the disruption ball and actually gets quite a few of them.
Yeah, that's a whole lot. And look at that overcharge, by the way. That's going to put in overtime here, as Archons are pretty much the best unit other than a mothership to have next to a battery overcharge. And if it wasn't for that overcharge, those Archons would have melted a whole lot quicker. I don't think that Elazer got anything really done there, right? Like, sure, you got a couple nice units, but he was hoping that a few of these Banelings would blow up the mineral line. That has not happened. We are obviously not transitioning, so we're just going to do it all over again. But I kind of feel like it's only going to get more and more difficult for Elazer.
You're definitely right about that. Like, the amount of Archons I see being made right now, this is going to become an impossible task eventually. You know, Archons just take so many Baneling hits. And of course, the disruptors, oh my God, what a hit.
Yeah, that was so many Banelings, and it turned into pretty much no Banelings. There are a few Banelings left in the mix. If they can make it into the probes, then at least Elazer would have something to show for it. Showtime even warps in Dark Templars as he realizes there is no Overseer with this attack. There is a DT counter-attacking on the other side of the map, and this game honestly looks disastrous for Elazer, who has probably lost like 8,000 resources more, if not a whole lot more than Showtime at this point, because these attacks were just not very successful.
He's almost twice in the resources lost. It's crazy. Now, here's the even crazier thing. I think Elazer needs to stay on what he's doing. I don't think he has any time to transition into anything else. He has to get something done here. I'm just not sure how he's supposed to do it.
Now, I would definitely like to see some more map vision in the top side of the map, because if one Dark Templar can already find that damage, then obviously Zealots can cause even more issues. So maybe a Spine, maybe a Spore. I guess we can maybe battle around the 5th base of Showtime, right? That could very well be the best game plan for Elazer. And even something as silly as some Baneling drops into the base at 3 o'clock and into the natural. Decent engagement here as he tries to become a Terran player once more. Gets a couple of the disruptors, but unfortunately Roaches do not have stim, and getting multiple disruptors is a problem.
Dude, 1 health literally as that huge disruption ball goes off. I don't even know which unit set you have to hit it exactly to 1, but that is painful. Continues to move forward here with the Archons. The Archons are getting a little bit low, some of them on the shields, so maybe Elazer can whittle some down, and yeah, it looks like Showtime has decided it's time to back up and reinforce.
Yeah, Showtime is going to be feeling really, really good about this game. With all these Archons, with the Disruptors going up to 5 bases, and there is just very little that Elazer can do about it. Maybe on creep, the fights will go slightly better for Elazer, but it's just not a fair fight, man. Showtime's army is so much more tacked up. It's better upgraded too, we can't ignore that. He's got +3 on these ground units, and I have no idea what a good engagement for Elazer would even look like here.
No, it's hard to say. Like, he needs to hit every bile and things like that. The disruptors have to somehow misfire or walk into the roaches. It is a tough situation. You know, he can fight well against just the Archons with the Roach Ravager, but the extra damage from these Stalkers and the occasional disruption balls are making this impossible.
Pretty much impossible indeed. GG gets called. D. Mauer impressed many by his great showing last weekend against Cerro. Unfortunately for him, that was not quite good enough. Had to go up against Rainer in the lower bracket round 1, which has made it very brutal. But this weekend was his weekend. A 2-0 against Australia and a 3-2 nail-biter over Elazer will be good enough for our German Protoss to qualify for Gamers 8.
And that's actually really great to see. We need a few more Protoss players in there, and he is going to be one of them to really help round out the racial selection here for Gamers 8. So a big congratulations to Showtime. A very nice series, though. Like, a laser is impressing me somewhat in this tournament when I hear about how little he's really playing compared to some of the other pros. Taking down Special 2-1 and then bringing Showtime to Game 5 like that, this is some quality play.
Yeah, and that crazy game on Grass 1 against Special, that's one that we will all remember for a very long time. And throughout this series, he definitely had his moments. He showed us that he still has beautiful surrounds, that he still knows how to macro like the very best of them out there. And he honestly got very close. And yeah, we are 1 or 2 fights away from potentially talking about how amazing it is to welcome eLaser to Gamers 8. But in the end, I do think Showtime lived up to his name, right? D. Mauer stood strong. And we talk about Trap being the wing commander. Those oracles of Showtime, oh, they were very impressive throughout the best of 5.
Yeah, he definitely did a fantastic job. You know, kind of predictable with at least the very beginning of his opening, but which Protoss isn't at this point? The Stargate, just such a fluid opening, so many options for defense, for harassment. But Showtime really controls his oracles amongst the very best, if not the best.
And oracles are not that easy to control. I feel like you have the 2 types of Protosses, the oracle lovers and the oracle haters. I never truly fell in love with the unit myself. They just slide Artosis. They don't listen, okay? They live their own life, but apparently if you build enough of them, eventually you'll master the movement. And I think it is safe to say Showtime has absolutely done that. Having 3 oracles like that, just rotate around the map, find every single opening, and still be so valuable in the defense with revelations, with stasis traps. Takes a whole lot of practice, I can guarantee you that.
All right, well, Roddy, it was a great cast, some great fun, but let's make like oracles and slide it over to James's main base.
Thank you. We're at the main base, the Kalaris Dome. We're back, and we have had quite the series, actually, here. Loco, as well as ZG joining me. There were moments in that where I felt exhausted personally watching Showtime after furiously mashed to try and defend what he could. It's like that gif of that guy that's just smashing on the keyboard, sweating. But Showtime, regardless, is victorious here, ZG, after a constant, never-ending defense against the Swarm.
It was a wacky, wild best of 5 overall, right? Because it kind of sucker punched us as the viewers in the first game, where we were just like, whoa, hold on here. Like, is eLaser the better player today? What's going on? And then Showtime came swinging back and dominated the next 2 games. And that game 3, where he won around 6 minutes, was just, you know, that seemed like the nail in the coffin for, like, mentally at the very least. And then eLaser brought it back. So, I mean, they certainly seem to like offset each other, I suppose, and created some of the wackier PVZs we've seen in the last 2 games, especially. But just overall, I guess expected result for Showtime winning. But eLaser really does continue to prove that he is quite the good tournament player. I think Artosis really summed that up nicely.
Yeah, definitely. I had to agree and echo those sentiments. But Loco, yeah, I mean, I said it at the beginning of this series that eLaser, he favors that mid game, and he is powerful in it. And we just see this bulldozer-like style that he brings to the game. And it's not like there was even that much variance in what he was bringing to every single game. So Showtime's probably anticipating it from game to game, but it's so hard to stop, it seems.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. I feel like eLaser really powered up in this series, right? Especially game number 1. I think we all sort of predicted that this was going to be pretty one-sided and that Showtime was going to take it. But I was watching game number 1. I was like, oh my God, he's actually defending everything. He's just not really taking any damage, and he is playing a near flawless Zerg match. I honestly think there were multiple opportunities in this series too where eLaser could have taken it. We saw so many big disruptor hits. To the point where, you know, especially in that last game as well, I think like half the banelings must have died to disruptors in that match. Yeah, if some of those disruptors would have not connected, I think there was a very real chance that eLaser would have been the winner.
I don't think I've ever seen some of that disruptor hit there. I don't think I've ever seen a more efficient disruptor hit on banelings, ZG, because this game in particular, where I felt like by the time we got to game 5, Showtime had kind of sussed out what he needed to do against this mid-game strategy and was truly Dimwawa.
Dimwawa.
I got there in the end. He was the cat. No.
Yeah. He that's what we call him when he loses these games. We call him Demawa, but if he wins, it's Demawa. So yeah, he was definitely Demawa at the end there. I think it really just as I was saying, just the ability to, I think, push each other onto their heels was kind of apparent. So even though Showtime recovered after game one, it was still something that he didn't look as rock solid, and we could see a little bit of the weaknesses he's shown, I guess, also versus Raynor with those mid-game attacks. But of course, Raynor, Laser, a bit different in terms of our expectations. But then Showtime did get those disruptor hits that honestly sometimes were absolutely missing from his other PVZs. And gotta agree with Loco. If some of them didn't happen, this could have been a Laser victory.
Well, there you go. Another Protoss through to Gamers 8, and it will be Showtime here, but it was no small feat whatsoever in that best of 5. Laser pushed him to the very brink of extinction. As we take a look now at the lower bracket as well, we've got ourselves now, unfortunately for Laser and Oliveira, they find themselves down here, but tomorrow, Cham versus Lambo and Estrella versus Special Loco. So some great fixtures on the way for them to then try and play off in those next best of 5s.
Yeah, couple Zerg versus Zergs right there at the top of the lower bracket. Cham versus Lambo should be a pretty fun match, and the winner of that going up against Elaser. We haven't seen that many ZVZs, I feel like, this tournament so far, so I always enjoy those. I know some of the commentators may not be the biggest fans, but I personally enjoy watching some ZVZ. But I think it's going to be fun. Should be a good series.
Absolutely. The mirror matchup really grew on me for many years ago now, to be honest, and it's been great ever since. But anyway, that's how it goes. All right, it's time for an interview. Showtime is ready with us. And I'm not going to do the sound check. I'm just going to throw it straight away to questions because I'm going to be hazardous like that. A maverick, a rebel. Hello, Showtime. Congratulations here for winning, and congratulations for qualifying to Gamers 8. I guess my first question is a bit more of a memey one, I suppose. Does it feel therapeutic to hit that many banelings with a disruptor shot as a Protoss? That was ridiculous.
Yeah, it does for sure. Like, I lost my mineral line so many times to banelings. Like, it's honestly unbelievable. It's nice to get some redemption every now and then.
No, absolutely. That was ridiculous. So I guess my second question then is, obviously, Elaser plays this heavy mid-game style. Would you rather go up against something like that, or would you rather a Zerg of equal skill, let's say, in this theoretical world, be trying to push you to the late game and trying to take the game to those big 30-minute games?
It really depends on the player. Like, if against a Laser, I'm pretty confident going into late game because I know he doesn't like it too much, he doesn't play it too much, so I know I just have to defend and don't take any big baneling hits on my mineral lines and all that stuff, and I will be in a good spot. So it really depends on the player.
Makes sense. All right, Loco, do you have a question for Showtime?
Yeah, definitely. So first off, congratulations with your qualification. I was wondering your thoughts on the Zerg versus Protoss matchup in general, because all of these games we watched here against Elaser, they kind of look the same, with you opening up mostly the same way, him mostly opening up the same way, and the mid game also, well, being very similar from game to game. How do you feel about it currently, and do you like it?
Yeah, it's maybe a bit stale. I don't know. It's been this way for a long time. Like, Protoss mostly opens Oracle. You do some Adept harassment, some Oracle harassment, and then you can kind of branch out a little bit. Like, you can do some charge opening, some Blink Stalker, or the way I do it with like the quick Robo. And besides that, there really isn't too much you can do as Protoss. Maybe like a Twilight into Clave opening or DT, something along those lines. But like, other than that, I would say it's somewhat stale, at least the early game and the build order choices. But I don't know, I'm kind of used to it. With like, if there's not a lot of patches, then Protoss usually ends up in that spot where you have a couple of builds that are good. And yeah, I kind of like it still. Even if it's a bit stale, yeah, but it's still, I think, like mid game and even like early late game and stuff like that can be pretty fun anyway.
Okay, Zombie, anything that you wanted to wonder or wanted to ask?
Few questions. First of all, your run so far has been PvZ oriented, with a win over Estrella as well in PvP. But still, what would you say do you feel is the big difference between the likes of Serral and Raynor, the top two Zergs, and then a Laser or like a Lambo? Why could you defeat a Laser but not the other guys?
Like Raynor and Serral are like very different players in PvZ, because Serral pretty much for like the past 5 years or so, he's usually trying to defend and go into late game, and then he rarely loses. So if I play against him, I don't want to play late game and try to end it, which is not exactly what I'm usually good at, because I like to play late game as well. But if I play someone who I never beat in late game, I don't want that. Whereas Reina is also good in late game, but he's beatable, I think. But he is much more like aggressive, and he forces more mistakes in like the mid game. Like he will play more similar to Elisa, I would say. Maybe like a little bit more with like a plan after the baning aggression, all that stuff. So it's hard to like compare like Cyril and Reina to Elisa and Lambo. I think like Lambo and Elisa are maybe both more like similar to Elisa maybe, or to Reina, sorry. In the sense that they like to do timings and more mid-game stuff and not take it to late game necessarily. But I don't know, it's just, I think like Cyril and Reina are just a bit better at everything. It's hard to like pinpoint something concrete. It's really just, like, for Elise, for example, it's just he loses a lot of drones to oracles and adepts sometimes. But then I don't know how he does it, but all of a sudden he has like so much stuff in the mid game, and then I'm like, what the hell? Like I killed like 20 drones, and all of a sudden there's so much stuff. So I don't know. It's hard to really pinpoint anything.
Yeah. I think just like generally better is not, exactly false, right? I don't think you're struggling too much to find the answer. I think that is the answer. But then kind of with that in mind, the actual best of 5 that you played against a laser, the amount of damage that you were dealing with the early game wildly varied across this best of 5. So whereas Cyril and Raynor seemed to be locked up nice and tight in the early game, a laser went from being super locked up in game number 1 to having game 3, or was it 4, where he lost at 6 minutes because of all the harassment. So were you surprised by that variance? And certainly were you surprised by that first game where he really came out swinging?
Like in the first game, I wasn't playing as well, I would say. I just lost all my adepts because I stepped on creep with only one oracle to support them, and then from there on it was kind of a struggle because I also lost my 4th base, or I had to cancel it. And I don't know, I know Elisa is very susceptible to harassment, like oracles and adepts specifically, so I pretty much knew I was gonna get a lot of drones if I play well. But in the first game I just didn't play too well. I lost my adepts and I lost an oracle, and I had a massive supply pool, so I couldn't make my disruptor, and I just died to the timing. So I feel like it was, he played it well, but I feel like it was more me messing up than him defending super well or anything.
Gotcha. And my last question, I'm giving you some tough questions that you have to kind of be careful about. I'm going to do another one again. You managed to avoid PVT this entire run for the last 2 weekends. You got kind of close to almost having to face one Terran, I want to say. Yeah, I guess maybe special or something like that. But you didn't have to. Do you consider that a blessing? Are you personally worried about that matchup? Because it's kind of been a discussion point for us for these 2 weekends.
I've never been too thrilled about PVT. Like, it's always been my weakest matchup, I think, at least like win rate wise. So, like, I think the Terrans, like maybe not Oliveira and Clem, but like Special, for example, I feel like I would have been comfortable against. He would have done some crazy stuff probably, but I'm usually doing well against Special in recent years, I would say. So I don't know. Like, PVT is fine to me. It's also more player dependent. Like if I play Clem or Hyunrin, I know I have to play really, really well to win. But I don't feel like PVT has become like super hard for me.
Okay. All right. I'll congrats again on the victory, and thanks for answering all my tough questions.
Awesome. Well, any last words, shout outs, Showtime, before we let you go?
Not really. Just shout out to my team, Big, for supporting me. Shout out to my Discord chat. Always fun to read the discussions there and people cheering me on. And yeah, just thank you, and very happy to advance to the main event.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and congratulations for qualifying to Gamers 8, and thanks for a great series.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, that was Showtime. Looking cool. Great interview, actually, to be honest, as well. Really gives some quality answers here from the good old Showtime being able to advance on. And that is the second Protoss Loco we've got locked in. Baboosh.
Yeah. Classic, of course, looking pretty good as well earlier today already, right? So, I mean, you were a little concerned of it the first couple days of this tournament, but we got there in the end, right? And we may very well get another one. We'll see.
No, absolutely. Yeah, we've got a lot of opportunity on the line here. ZG, your highlight for the day, what was it?
Oh, shoot. No,
You got to think back of the last 9 hours. What did we do again? What did we cast?
Well, I was also dealing with some like disconnect issues, to be honest.
Oh, damn, I'm sorry.
On my feet the entire time. No, I thought the best of 5 we just saw was actually surprisingly fun, especially the game on Neo Humanity. It was, you know, it wasn't exactly pretty, but it was very fun. And then, what did I cast with Loco today?
We casted the Cure versus Hero series. I think that's the one you're trying to think of.
Yeah. I'm sorry I asked, guys. I'm sorry.
Exactly what it was. Yeah, that was also actually pretty great. I just love that Hero almost made the comeback, right? His strategy and his aggression working out, and I do hope that he makes it through tomorrow.
Okay, I appreciate your answer, but your answer could have also been, and then we could have ended soon. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me here. It's been a great day of StarCraft here for day number 5 of Gamers Without Borders. Tomorrow we're back, same time, same place. We're going to qualify 4 more players going through to Gamers 8. I'm too excited. It's getting late here, but I'm too excited. I need to get rid of some of this energy. We'll see you tomorrow for more Gamers Without Borders. See you soon.